以线上加线下的方式来举办。境外的学者在过去的3年基本上全是在线上发言，所以令我特别高兴的是，今天的会议是自论坛创立以来第一次线下会议，除了一些演讲人因为航班衔接原因和健康原因仍然保留在线上发言之外，其他全部在演讲人都是在今天的现场。本次论坛有20多个国家和地区的代表参会，现场我们有300多人，此外线上听会的还有注册的有2000多人，60多位演讲嘉宾，其中有40多位是外籍人士，还有国际组织的代表。会议我们全程通过油管和 Zoom 直播，以及国内的一些网络直播平台直播。海洋孕育了人类和人类文明，海洋是人类赖以生存和发展的共同家园。可是长期以来，我们无视气候变化对海洋的影响，我们对海洋无节制地索取，无代价地利用，甚至把海洋视为垃圾桶和大靶场。现在海洋以它特有的方式向人类敲响了警钟，冰川融化，海平面快速上升，珊瑚礁大面积死亡，海岸带侵蚀，塑料垃圾成灾，甚至部分海洋珍稀物种面临灭绝的危险。联合国2030年可持续发展目标14提出，2030年前到现在还有6到7年的时间，要保护全球海洋和海洋资源，实行环境的可持续和包容发展。但是，如果我们回望一下全球海洋治理面临的诸多困难和挑战，我们还能对2030年前实行这一目标充满信心吗？我本人坦率地讲，不是太乐观。也正是基于这一考量，以及我们面临的现实，我们在3年前创立了这一论坛平台，致力于从学术层面保护全球海洋和海洋资源。我们这个论坛倡导开放包容的理念，奉行多边主义的原则，坚持学术定位和二轨性质。所以我相信，有各位同仁的积极参与和专业奉献，这个论坛一定能越办越好，也一定能为海洋命运共同体的建设做出我们应有的特殊的贡献，预祝论坛取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。
感谢吴世存理事长。接下来，让我们用热烈的掌声，有请中共中央政治局委员、中央外办主任、外交部长王毅发表视频主旨演讲。
各位来宾、各位朋友，大家好！很高兴出席第4届海洋合作与治理论坛的开幕式。首先，我谨代表中国政府对论坛的成功召开表示热烈祝贺，向出席论坛的各国和国际组织代表、专家学者、媒体朋友们表示热烈的欢迎。海洋是人类赖以生存发展的重要基础，也是文明交流互鉴的天然平台。加强海洋合作，完善海洋治理，反映了各国的共同愿望，也是时代的大势所趋。与此同时，当今世界并不太平，海洋的发展正面临前所未有的风险挑战。我们看到， 冷战思维、零和博弈威胁着海洋的和平稳定，气候变化、过度开发损害着海洋的持续发展，环境污染、随意排放破坏海洋的清洁美丽，自然灾害、海盗犯罪在扰乱着海洋的安宁秩序。海洋作为全人类共同生活的家园，需要全人类共同建设与呵护。习近平主席高瞻远瞩，从中国和世界的共同利益，从全人类的共同福祉出发，提出构建海洋命运共同体的重要理念，为引领全球海洋治理指明了前进方向，也为建设和呵护美丽繁荣的海洋家园提供了中国方案。为此，我们建议要坚持对话协商，守护海洋的和平安宁。海洋的和平安宁关乎世界各国的安危和利益，我们要重视各国合理关切，坚持以对话解决争端，以协商化解矛盾，不断完善危机沟通机制，加强区域安全合作，构建基础牢固、真正持久的海洋安全。对于历史遗留的海上的领土和权益争端，应当坚持由直接当事方友好协商解决，要坚决抵制在海上进行阵营对抗和零和博弈。中国愿同东盟国家全面有效落实南海各方行为宣言，早日达成南海行为准则，构建和平与安全的南海秩序。要坚持公平正义，完善海洋治理体系。海洋治理离不开共同规则，有效规则则植根于公正正义。我们要践行真正的多边主义，推进公正合理的国际海洋治理。中国将坚定维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，以国际法为基础的国际秩序，继续全面参与联合国框架内海洋规则的制定与治理机制的实施，认真履行包括联合国海洋法公约在内的国际海洋法义务。与此同时，公约生效已近30年，实施过程中出现了不少新的问题和挑战。我们要实事求是，与时俱进，推动公约更加健全和公平。南海仲裁案是国际海洋法治被政治利用的一个例子。出台以来，恶化了地区海洋和平合作的环境，损害了公平与正义的基本价值，应当引起国际社会的警惕和抵制。要坚持生态优先，永保海洋清洁美丽。人类的可持续发展很大程度上取决于海洋的健康生存。习近平主席指出，我们要像对待生命一样关爱海洋。中国高度重视海洋生态环境保护，坚持走生态优先、绿色低碳的发展道路，积极投身应对气候变化、减灾防灾，反对核污染水排海，为全球海洋可持续发展做出自己的贡献。中国积极参与谈判，率先签署海洋生物多样性协定，将坚持渔业资源可持续利用，继续实施休渔制度，坚决打击非法捕捞，要坚持合作共赢，实现海洋繁荣昌盛。海洋连通世界，应当成为各国促进交流、增进合作的纽带，而不应成为脱钩断链、隔绝彼此的阻碍。我们要秉持互利共赢的合作观，实现各方共享发展机遇和成果。中国将在共商共建共享原则基础上，同各方高质量建设海上丝绸之路，打造蓝色经济伙伴关系。中国将继续与世界各国加大港口码头、 海底公缆等基础设施建设合作，维护航道安全，不断提升海上互联互通水平。各位朋友，自古以来，中国人就有海晏河清、四海安澜的追求，海纳百川、有容乃大的胸怀。我们愿秉持海洋命运共同体的理念，与国际社会携手努力，将海洋建设成世界各国共享的和平之海、繁荣之海、美丽之海。印度论坛取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
谢谢王毅主任。接下来有请外交部副部长孙卫东发表开幕式演讲，有请。
尊敬的海南省谢金副省长，尊敬的华阳海洋研究中心理事长，中国南海研究院学术委员会主席吴世存先生，尊敬的中国南海研究院院长王胜先生，尊敬的中国海洋发展基金会理事长吕斌先生，各位来宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，非常高兴出席第4届海洋合作与治理论坛开幕式。刚才，中共中央政治局委员、中央外办主任、外交部长王毅阁下发表视频致辞，就践行和落实习近平主席提出的构建海洋命运共同体的重要理念，携手建设人类共同的海洋家园，阐述了重要观点，提出了重要倡议。理念引领行动，方向决定道路。作为负责任的海洋大国，中国率先践行海洋命运共同体理念，一步一个脚印，扎实推进建设海洋家园，努力将美好的愿景变为现实。中国始终致力于守护海洋的和平与安宁。我们坚持通过谈判协商方式处理同周边海洋邻国的领土主权和海洋权益争端，已经同越南完成北部湾划界，正在推进同韩国的海洋划界谈判，同菲律宾、越南、日本等国建立了管控海上局势的机制性对话。我们同东盟国家全面有效落实南海各方行为宣言，积极推进南海行为准则磋商，制定有利于维护南海和平稳定的规则，目前已经进入了启动第3读。我们坚定维护海上航行的自由与安全，与各国一道积极开展海上联合搜救、联合巡逻，大力支持亚洲地区反海盗及武装劫船合作协定，分享信息工作的有关工作，累计派出了45批次
100余艘舰艇在亚丁湾、索马里海域为7000余艘各国船只提供护航。中国始终致力于维护海洋的公平正义。我们坚定维护以国际法为基础的海洋秩序，全面参与联合国框架下的海洋规则制定与实施，严格履行联合国海洋法公约所规定的义务，全力支持公约的3大机构工作，积极推动达成海洋生物多样性协定，并率先签署，为海洋遗传资源获取和会议分享做出了贡献。我们坚定支持以东盟为中心的地区合作架构，秉持相互尊重、照顾各方舒适度等东盟方式，积极同海上邻国商讨解决海上矛盾分歧的有关办法。我们坚定支持平等协商，同美国举行了首次海洋事务磋商，并愿同世界各国就海洋治理加强对话与合作。中国始终致力于守护海洋的清洁美丽。我们建立了160多处各类海洋保护区，加快推进重大生态修复工程，努力实现人海和合共生。我们有效实施管辖海域伏季休渔和公海自主休渔，严格执行渔业监管，坚决打击非法捕捞，同时大力发展海洋养殖业，促进海洋生物资源养护和可持续利用。我们积极开展国际合作，落实关于未来10年南海海岸和海洋环保的领导人宣言2017至2027年，创建东南亚海洋环境预报系统，支持建设中国东盟卫星遥感应用中心，举办中国同岛屿国家海洋合作论坛，推出小岛屿国家应对气候变化合作支持项目。我们着眼实现碳达峰、碳中和目标，积极发展海洋碳汇，已经发布海洋碳汇核算方法，并启动蓝碳交易。中国始终致力于促进海洋的繁荣昌盛。我们积极落实21世纪海上丝绸之路倡议，推动海上互联互通水平不断提升，港口航运合作不断深化，丝路海运网络持续拓展。我们秉持习近平主席提出的倾城汇融理念，同周边国家大力推进海上科研、金融、贸易、物流等各领域合作，建立东亚海洋合作平台、中国东盟海洋合作中心，设立中国东盟海上合作基金和中国印尼 海上合作基金，向广大发展中国家和地区提供技术培训和能力建设。我们秉持互利共赢的原则，同日本、韩国、越南等国签署了渔业协定，并建立共同渔区。同日本、越南、菲律宾、文莱等国持续推进海上油气共同开发谈判。我们积极落实联合国海洋10年倡议，成立海洋10年中国委员会、国际合作中心，同各国一道深化海洋科学合作，不断取得新的成果。女士们、先生们、朋友们，习近平主席指出，我们人类居住的这个蓝色星球，不是被海洋分割成了各个孤岛，而是被海洋连接成了命运共同体，各国人民安危与共。在海洋合作与治理方面，国际社会休戚与共，命运相连。中国愿意同世界各国携手并肩，以习近平主席提出的全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议为根本遵循，推动共建海洋家园的美好愿景不断落地生根，开花结果。我们倡导对话协商，反对炫耀武力。要在联合国宪章和包括联合国海洋法公约在内的国际法所规定的和平使用海洋的原则下，统筹维护海上传统安全和非传统安全，坚持以和平手段解决海上争端，不采取单方面导致海上局势紧张的行动，维护依法享有的航行自由，抵制以谋求霸权为目的的横行自由，坚决反对损害沿岸国安全的抵近侦察、武力威胁。要积极推动海洋安全国际合作，加强海上安全风险的监测、预警和处置。中国将继续坚持对话协商，同周边海上邻国通过双边谈判解决海上问题，共同维护海上和平稳定。我们倡导共商共建，反对海洋霸权。要秉持真正的多边主义，反对通过搞小圈子、拉帮结派，制造海洋霸权，分裂对抗。我们呼吁维护以联合国为核心的国际海洋治理体系，忠实维护联合国海洋法公约的宗旨原则，完整、准确、善意地解释和适用公约，制定并完善公平合理、经得起历史和实践检验的国际海洋规则。中国将继续同周边海上邻国通过友好协商，共同制定符合本地区特点的海上安全规则，同东盟国家一道全面有效落实 南海各方行为宣言，加快制定南海行为准则，不断促进海上安全。我们倡导合作共赢，反对小院高墙。发展是解决一切问题的总钥匙。我们呼吁更多国家加入习近平主席提出的21世纪海上丝绸之路倡议，发展蓝色伙伴关系，加紧推进中国东盟自贸区3.0版建设，维护海上产业链、供应链的稳定畅通，加大海底光缆等海洋基础设施互联互通建设，保持合作开放与包容，共同助力全球经济复苏。中国将继续倡导搁置争议，同周边海上邻国一道，持续加强海上务实合作，积极推进资源的共同开发，完善海洋互联互通，做大做好合作蛋糕。我们倡导相容共生，反对竭泽而渔。健康且富有活力的海洋是人类发展的基础。我们要加强海洋生态文明建设，有效保护海洋的生态环境，促进海洋可持续发展。要积极落实海洋生物多样性协定的各项框架制度，使协定成为实现联合国2030年可持续发展目标的助推器。我们坚决反对无视各方关切、不负责任的单方面将核污染水等有害物质排入海洋的行为。中国将继续呼吁加强海洋生态保护，同周边海上邻国共同实施休渔和资源养护，推进可持续发展，使海洋福祉惠及千秋万代。女士们、先生们、朋友们，最后，我衷心希望各位朋友、各位专家学者畅所欲言，集思广益，坦诚交流，凝聚共识，推动本次论坛为促进全球海洋合作与治理做出新的更大贡献。预祝论坛取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
非常感谢孙副部长的精彩致辞，再次感谢。接下来有请国际海底管理局秘书长迈克尔·洛奇发表视频演讲。
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I feel profoundly privileged to return to this esteemed symposium.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I feel profoundly privileged to return to this esteemed symposium, and I extend my warmest appreciation to Dr. Wu Xichun and the dedicated team of the China Southeast Asia Research Center on the South China Sea for this invitation. I regret that I cannot attend in person owing to pressing engagements, but I wish to emphasize that forums like this provide a rare opportunity to shed light and discuss urgent global matters that need collective thought and action. The focal point of my intervention today is the ever-increasing necessity for robust international cooperation concerning ocean governance, particularly when we tread into the realms of the deep seabed that stretches beyond national jurisdiction. Over more than 40 years, the Law of the Sea Convention has significantly contributed to international peace, legal order and security in the ocean, and the sustainable development of ocean space and its resources. At the core of the global legal regime set out by the Convention lies a collective vision of a shared future for humanity based on a carefully balanced set of rights and obligations underpinning the essence of multilateralism. Beyond national jurisdiction and national interests, this vision of multilateralism and cooperation is carried by the International Seabed Authority, established as the custodian and steward of 54% of the world's ocean. The establishment of the authority was not just an administrative move, it was a realization of a collective vision. Every nation that subscribes to the Convention inherently pledges allegiance to the authority, thereby accepting a role that is both an honor and a mantle of responsibility. For more than 30 years, with integrity and the spirit of cooperation, the authority has diligently used its unique and complementary responsibilities and competences to serve as a global platform for the organization and management of mineral-related activities, in line with the roadmap established under the 1994 agreement. In particular, the authority has ensured that every state, whether affluent or emerging, technologically advanced or nascent, has equitable access to the area and its resources. The benefits envisioned are not just monetary. Beyond potential mineral royalties lies the hope for a future where metals, essential for sustainability, are available to all, where the marine environment is conserved and cherished, and where the mysteries of the deep sea become knowledge that every country, every scientist can access and build upon. To this end, the authority has adopted regulations governing exploration for 3 different mineral resources in the area and has issued contracts for exploration to 31 different entities, sponsored by 22 different states parties, upholding the values of multilateralism. The authority is also currently engaged in the elaboration of regulations governing the exploitation of marine minerals in the area. This work is fully compatible with the agreed roadmap and is reflective of the pace of activities in the area, ensuring full implementation of Part 11 and the 1994 agreement. The tireless engagement of the 169 members of the authority and more than 100 observers stands as a testament to the robustness of the framework conceived decades ago. Completing this work is the best guarantee we have that activities in the area will be carried out under a single global regime in a way that prevents damage to the marine environment and ensures benefits to all humanity. This task is certainly challenging. It requires commitment, but it is within reach with the spirit of multilateralism. Indeed, the regime of Part 11 and the entire Convention is threatened and undermined when states parties act unilaterally outside the rules set by the Convention and its implementing agreements. Until now, all states parties, irrespective of their national positions regarding sponsorship of activities in the area, have acted with the necessary caution to safeguard the achievements of the Convention and the unique role and mandate of the authority. The adoption of the 3rd implementing agreement under UNCLOS for the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity beyond national jurisdiction is also testament of the continuous faith in the key role played by the authority in the governance of the ocean. The clarion call for enhanced cooperation among states and all interested stakeholders rings clear at all levels of the work and mandate of the authority. Amid this backdrop, the authority has earnestly upheld its mission in the area, underpinning the immense importance of marine scientific research. The 2020 Action Plan, which aligns with the UN Decade of Ocean Science, further underscores this commitment. ISA's Deep Data Database, initiated in 2019, has burgeoned with over 136,000 biological records, with an impressive 25,000 pinpointed at the species level. This extensive data repository, intertwined with mineral exploration, has been invaluable in enhancing our grasp of deep-sea biodiversity. Furthermore, the authority's emphasis on deep-sea taxonomy is a game-changer, enabling us to construct a more solid and comprehensive framework for marine activities in the area. The launch of our Sustainable Seabed Knowledge Initiative in 2022 marked a significant milestone. Through initiatives like SKI, we ensure that our commitment to safeguarding the marine environment is not just rhetoric, but is anchored in the latest scientific discoveries and methodologies. In summing up, our journey ahead is laden with challenges, but with a spirit of collective endeavour, rooted in multilateralism and shared responsibility, we can forge a future where the deep seabed and its immense potential is a shared treasure, enriching
感谢洛奇秘书长的致辞。
equitably.
接下
Thank you
来，
very
掌声
much.
有请海南省人民政府副省长谢晶发表开幕式演讲，有请。
尊敬的孙维东副部长、吕斌理事长、先生们、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。首先呢，我谨代表海南省政府，对2023年海洋合作与治理论坛在三亚的召开表示热烈的祝贺，向出席论坛的各位领导、专家、嘉宾表示诚挚的欢迎。对王毅主任、外交部、国家海洋局、中国海洋发展基金会 以及长期关心支持海南发展的国内外朋友表示衷心的感谢。海洋是人类的资源宝库，21世纪是海洋的世纪。日新月异的科学技术为我们充分挖掘海洋空间和资源潜力提供了便利，也使得海洋成为新世纪全球经济的重要增长极，推动全球海洋治理。 促进海洋可持续发展已经成为世界各国共同面临的紧迫课题，也是今天我们在这里举办海洋合作与治理论坛的目的和意义所在。海南四面环海，是中国最大的海洋大省，拥有得天独厚的优质资源、区位和深度优势。建设海洋强省是海南的重大使命，也是海南自身发展的壮大的需要。 长期以来，我们实行海洋强省战略，大力发展海洋科技，推进智慧海洋建设，加快打造海洋科技创新高地，把保护海洋环境、实现可持续发展放到了重要的位置。一是采取积极有效的措施保护海洋生物多样性。海南省的海洋生物物种十分丰富，漫长的海岸线上，湿地、 海岛、红树林、海藻床等错综形成了多层次的自然保护样态。我们实施多项开创性的保护工作，制定了湿地、红树林生态保护修复规划与行动方案，建立了生态保护红线电子围栏的提醒机制。截至目前为止，海南有11万亩的红树林湿地。 成立了9个以红树林为主要保护对象的自然保护区。我们实施珊瑚礁生态保护修复3年行动。我们计划到2025年将累计完成修复珊瑚礁面积100公顷以上。同时，我们也启动了海南的海湾整治和生态修复的提升行动。 第二是积极探索海洋微塑料垃圾治理的创新模式。我们采取积极措施防治海洋垃圾塑料污染。禁塑工作我们走到了全国的前列，目前已经有了初步的成果。海南是全国首个全面禁止禁塑的省份，出台了国内首个全生物降解产品地方标准，建立了全省一体化的禁塑工作管理平台，推动无塑海洋行动，在全省多个渔港开展渔船打捞垃圾试点，针对岛屿地理环境的特点，积极探索海水降解材料的应用。未来，海南将在降塑的应用技术、标准、政策法规等方面，为全国乃至全世界海洋塑料的治理提供有益的借鉴。第三是大力发展绿色可持续的海洋产业。我们坚持陆海统筹，高质量发展海洋经济，推进传统渔业转型升级，培育壮大新型产业，丰富海洋旅游新业态，构建具有核心竞争力的现代海洋产业体系。在渔业方面，我们积极推动渔业往岸上走，往深海走，往休闲渔业走，积极发展基于大型平台的海洋养殖业。2022年，我们全省的渔业产值占全省的农业产值的1/3。在海洋新兴产业方面，我们加快科技创新，大力发展海上风电装备、海上油气、深海高端装备产业、蓝色碳汇等制造业和新兴的海洋产业蓄势待发。去年5月份，我们推出了首单的蓝碳的生态教育产品。四是坚持海洋科技的国际合作交流，我们发挥海洋深度和开放的优势，大力开展深海领域科技合作创新与人文交流活动，共同加快打造具有国际影响力的深海科技创新高地。我们实施深海科技国际合作项目，打造深海科技国际合作基地，奋斗者号潜器参加国际救援行动，开展国际载人深潜的科考任务。就在上个月，我们召开了首届的海南自贸港国际科技创新论坛及深海技术大会在三亚举办。以聚焦深海共创未来为主题，近20个国家170家机构，400多中外嘉宾参会，共同商讨海洋保护开发科技国际合作。海南因海而生，以海相邻，海洋对其他省份来说，保护海洋对其他省份来说可能只是一个发展问题，但对海南来说还是面临着生存问题。气候变暖、海平面升高、海洋污染对岛屿来说都是巨大的挑战，因此海洋保护对海南来说至关重要。我们将积极创新思维，统筹发展保护与发展之间的平衡关系，以保护促发展，以科技创新和绿色可持续产业的发展带动海洋的治理和保护。海洋是全人类共同面对的课题。本论坛的召开，相信必将碰出智慧的火花。期待各位嘉宾、各位领导在美丽的三亚，共同为海洋可持续发展和践行共建海洋命运共同体的理念贡献智慧、贡献方案。最后，预祝本次论坛圆满成功。欢迎各位领导专家常来海南，领略椰风海运，感受自贸港的建设，更为海南的海洋环境的保护和治理以及自贸港建设提供更多的宝贵经验。也祝大家在海南之行身体健康，工作顺利。谢谢大家。
非常感谢谢金副省长的精彩致辞，再次感谢。接下来有请自然资源部副部长、国家海洋局局长王宏发表视频演讲。
尊敬的中共中央政治局委员、外交部部长王毅先生、外交部副部长孙卫东先生，尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家好！很高兴再次参加海洋合作与治理论坛。我仅代表中国自然资源部、国家海洋局对论坛的举办表示热烈的祝贺。 海洋是地球上最大的生态系统，对人类社会生存和发展具有重要意义，也把我们大家连接成为不可分割、安危与共、利益交融的命运共同体。中国是海陆兼备的国家，拥有漫长的海岸线和广阔的管辖海域。近年来，中国海洋资源开发保护制度不断完善，海岸带及近岸海域空间规划编制完成，基于生态系统的海岸带综合管理不断深化，海洋经济实现高质量发展。2022年海洋生产总值约9.46万亿元，海洋生态环境保护成效显著，海洋健康状况持续向好，海洋科技创新能力稳步提升，在海洋可再生能源、海洋生物医药、海洋信息服务等新兴领域的产业研发和国际合作迈上新台阶。长期以来，中国坚持相互尊重、共商共治、开放共享理念，积极参与联合国框架内海洋治理机制磋商和谈判，在国际海底、海洋生物多样性保护等规则制定中发挥建设性的作用，实施公海自主休渔等举措，为公海渔业治理贡献中国智慧。“一带一路”建设海上合作设想取得丰硕成果，南海及其周边海洋国际合作框架计划得到有关国家积极响应。南中国海区域海啸预警中心向南海周边9个国家提供服务，我们将继续努力，为国际社会提供更多的海洋公共服务产品。女士们、先生们、朋友们，习近平主席提出海洋命运共同体理念，从全新视角阐释了人类与海洋和谐共生的关系，为全球海洋治理提供了中国方案，贡献了中国智慧。中国愿同国际社会一道，在平等互利、相互尊重的基础上，加强海洋资源养护和可持续利用，保护海洋生物多样性，为实现联合国2030年可持续发展议程目标，推动构建海洋命运共同体，助力全球海洋绿色可持续发展，不断书写新的篇章。最后，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功，祝各位嘉宾工作顺利，身体健康。谢谢大家。
谢谢王洪局长。现在有请中国海洋发展基金会理事长吕斌发表致辞，掌声有请。
尊敬的外交部孙卫东副部长、海南省谢军副省长，尊敬的吴世成院长、王胜院长、石福林院长、戴珍主任、杨荣火副市长，尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家早上好！很高兴与各位朋友再次相聚在美丽的三亚，共同出席2023年海洋合作与治理论坛。作为主办方之一，我代表中国海洋发展基金会对各位领导、各位朋友、各位嘉宾表示热烈的欢迎，并为论坛的顺利召开做出精心准备的全体工作人员和参会嘉宾表示衷心的感谢。海洋合作与治理论坛是一个中央高度重视、各方积极参与一个重要的会议和平台。我会高度重视这一个平台，已经连续3年参与和组织这样一个重要的会议。经过4年的发展， 海洋合作与发展与合作与治理论坛已经建成一个关切全球海洋问题、探讨海洋治理、推动海洋国际合作的一个知名的学术平台，为统筹海洋发展与安全、推进海洋合作与治理做出了积极贡献。这一次论坛的会议主题是海洋人类家园，合作守护家园。为期2天的论坛将围绕全球海洋发展与治理的重大课题和热点问题展开。希望各位参会嘉宾畅所欲言，交流经验，分析现状，预判趋势，提出建议，为促进全球海洋合作，完善全球海洋治理，凝聚更多共识，贡献更多智慧，产生更多成果。习近平主席指出，我们人类居住的这个蓝色星球，不是被海洋分割成了各个孤岛，而是被海洋连接成了命运共同体，各国人民安危与共。为推进全球海洋合作治理，促进海洋可持续发展，我们中国海洋发展基金会实施了推行海洋空间规划、助力蓝色经济发展海上丝路项目，构建高端海洋交流平台，助力中国海洋话语权提升对话交流项目等8大项目。在开展海上丝路项目过程中，中国海洋发展基金会与共建“一带一路”的18个沿海国家和海岛国家、3个国际组织以及战略智库签署了海上丝路项目合作文件30多份，建立了支撑海上丝路项目实施的海洋空间规划研究院、海洋空间规划技术重点实验室及综合业务平台。基金会还将在明天厦门举行的国际海洋周期间，发布覆盖48个国家的海上丝路沿线国家海岸带可持续发展能力指数评估报告2023。基金会组织开展的加快海洋空间规划在西太地区的实施海洋10年行动计划得到了联合国的批准。在开展对话交流项目过程中，中国海洋发展基金会与国际海底管理局、海委会西太分委会、东盟秘书处、太平洋岛国发展论坛、世界经济论坛大中华区、瑞士萨马加战略咨询公司以及华阳海洋研究中心等国内外组织机构联合举办了联合国海洋大会编会、永续海洋论坛、海洋合作与治理论坛、海上丝路与岛屿国家海洋空间规划国际论坛等国际论坛30多次，举办国际培训班与研修班20余次。其中2022年6月，在第2届联合国海洋大会期间，基金会联合太平洋岛国发展论坛举办了海洋空间规划促进蓝色经济发展太平洋地区的机遇的编会，邀请了数十个国家和代表参加研讨。斐济总理还出席了这次编会，对基金会正在斐济实施的海上丝路项目表示高度评价。女士们、先生们、朋友们，春华其华，秋收其实。习近平主席在最近第3届“一带一路”国际合作高峰论坛开幕式发表了题为“建设开放包容、互联互通、共同发展的世界”的主旨演讲。历史告诉我们，拥抱世界才能拥抱明天，携手共进才能行稳致远。未来，中国海洋发展基金会愿与各方一道，高质量共建“一带一路”，凝聚更多开放共识，共破海洋发展新挑战，共建海洋治理新秩序，共绘海洋合作新愿景，共促海洋可持续发展新龙图，共创海洋命运共同体新华章。 最后预祝我们这一次2023年海洋合作与治理论坛取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
谢谢吕斌理事长，再次感谢。接下来有请联合国秘书长海洋事务特使彼得·汤姆森发表视频致辞。
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to all who are viewing this message, and sincere thanks to the He Yang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance and the China Oceanic Development Foundation for giving me this opportunity to address you all. As the mantra goes, there can be no healthy planet without a healthy ocean, and the ocean's health is currently measurably in decline. That decline can be measured in the warming of the ocean, leading to fundamental changes in marine ecosystems, the death of coral, and rising sea levels. It can be measured in the rates of overfishing and in the unprecedented rates of ocean acidification. It can be measured by the accumulation of plastic detritus on our foreshores and the proliferation of microplastics from the bloodstreams of our own bodies to every corner and depth of the ocean. But we are now awake to the challenges, and we're determined to halt and reverse the decline. As we struggle through these times of great political discord and distrust and strife, it is remarkable that multilateralism continues to deliver heartening progress on the environmental front. From overcoming the plague of plastic pollution, to defeating global overfishing, to the establishment of planetary biodiversity protection, we are laying down the legal frameworks that will lead us to a sustainable way of life on this planet. Starting at the World Trade Organization, we are ridding the world of harmful fisheries subsidies. This is no small matter. For every year, some $20 to $30 billion of public monies are spent on these subsidies, mainly for the enjoyment of the industrial fishing fleets, depleting the ocean of its fish stocks. WTO members have done half the job by agreeing to ban subsidies that contribute to illegal fishing. At last count, this agreement has now garnered close to half the ratifications required to bring the agreement into force. Meanwhile, WTO members are engaged in slow but steady progress in Geneva, looking to complete the job by agreeing to ban subsidies contributing to overcapacity of fishing fleets. Hopes remain strong that such agreement will be reached by the time of the WTO ministerial meeting in February. My plea to all of you reporting back to your capitals after this symposium is that you recommend prioritization of the national actions required in your countries to support successful outcomes at WTO. Achieve those outcomes and we will have ticked the box on SDG 14.6. Against all odds, the United Nations Environmental Assembly has established an intergovernmental negotiating committee to put in place an internationally legally binding instrument to control planetary pollution by plastic. The so-called Plastics Treaty now has a draft text that will be debated by the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee in Nairobi this month. The way things have been going to date, parties are quietly confident that a treaty can be agreed to by the end of next year. The rub will come in how robust the treaty will be and whether it ushers in a truly circular economy for plastics that is nature-friendly. It is the view of many that the treaty should not just be a rationalization of the plastics industry and a curtailment of the pollution that is so flagrantly put upon the world. There is mention in the treaty's draft text of the development of nature-based alternatives to plastic, and I believe the treaty should lean heavily in the direction of developing, financing, and scaling of these natural alternatives. The only truly circular economy is nature itself. Here in the Asia-Pacific region, we have many river systems that are conduits of the plastic, microplastic, paint particles, tire particles, chemical and nutrient pollution that put such negative pressures on our marine ecosystems. I applaud all those in the region who have adopted the principles of source to sea or ridge to reef and have put measures in place to curb these pollution flows and stop the worrying proliferation of marine dead zones. Asia-Pacific member states were prominent in bringing the BBNJ process to a successful conclusion in New York this year. This UN treaty has huge implications for equitable governance of the high seas, and once again, the call is for Asia-Pacific governments to take the lead in ratifying the agreement, so that a high seas treaty comes into force before we gather in Nice, France, in June 2025 for the 3rd UN Ocean Conference. In Montreal last December, the Kunming-Montreal process came to a triumphant conclusion when, under the determined leadership of our Chinese president, the parties to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity agreed upon the Global Biodiversity Framework. Amongst many encouraging provisions, the framework provides us with the target to protect 30% of the planet by 2030, a target based upon scientific consensus that if we don't do so, we'll face a cascading of species losses at a rate unseen since the days of the dinosaurs. Combining the consensus of the Global Biodiversity Framework with the advent of the BBNJ High Seas Treaty, the way forward opens to establishing great marine protected areas out in the ocean spaces beyond national jurisdictions. For example, in the Pacific there exist high seas pockets bounded by the EEZs of Pacific Island countries that are ready-made MPAs. Protecting the transit of migratory species through these pockets will be of obvious advantage to the EEZs of the Pacific Island countries to which the fish are heading. In the face of steadily changing marine conditions and FAO's reporting of 34% of global fish stocks being overfished, an abundance of fish stocks should never be taken for granted. Much work remains to be done to achieve the SDG 14.4 target, and we should be most grateful to the government of the Solomon Islands that has agreed to host a summit next year to address SDG 14.4. Honiara is the home of the Forum Fisheries Agency, and with 60% of the world's tuna being located in the Southwest Pacific, and that stock being amongst the best managed globally, the Solomon Islands is a most worthy location for the SDG 14.4 summit. Meanwhile, it is heartening to see the heightened attention that ocean action is now being given in the Asia-Pacific region. As a precursor to COP28 in Dubai, ESCAP adopted a resolution in May calling for acceleration of ocean-based climate action. The Pacific Islands Forum has endorsed the development of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, giving the ocean a central place in regional policies and frameworks. And the role of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner has now been established as a standalone post, with offices to be established in Palau next year. ASEAN recently adopted its Blue Economy Framework, envisaging the blue economy as the new engine for ASEAN's future economic growth, in line with ASEAN's carbon neutrality strategy and the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris. I also look forward to speaking this week at the World Ocean Week in Xiamen, and again there at the East Asia Seas Congress in November next year. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, last month in New York, the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy released its report, The Ocean as a Solution to Climate Change. The report's analysis found that full implementation of ocean-based climate solutions that are now ready for action could reduce the emissions gap by up to 35% on a 1.5 degrees pathway by 2050. The sectors identified by the Ocean Panel's report for investment action included marine conservation and restoration, ocean-based renewable energy, ocean-based transport, ocean-based tourism, and ocean-based food. The report concluded that reducing oil and gas consumption is critical to success in meeting global climate commitments, and that stopping the expansion of offshore oil and gas extraction should go hand in hand with a demand-led phase-down of current production. Let us remind ourselves that our Asia-Pacific region is home to the majority of the world's coral reefs, and it must be said that in the face of global warming, one of the most alarming prospects we face is the demise of coral, given the outsized role that coral reefs play in planetary biodiversity, if only for the self-interest of humanity. We must do all we can to preserve them. Without doubt, the most effective step we can take in their defense is curtailing our greenhouse gas emissions to levels that allow the 1.5 degrees target of the Paris Climate Agreement to be maintained. COP28 in Dubai is looming. Thus, to all delegations attending, on Coral's behalf, the plea is that you do all you can to keep global warming at 1.5 degrees so that coral can remain alive, and thereby perhaps our species may do so too. In the name of intergenerational justice, I round off my remarks by asserting that we must make a massive pivot towards investment in the sustainable blue economy. We must make that pivot as if our grandchildren's lives depend on it, because for many of them, that may well be the case. I thank you for your attention.
非常感谢汤姆森特使。接下来有请中国南海研究院院长王胜致欢迎词，掌声有请。
尊敬的宋卫东副部长、谢金副省长、吕斌理事长、吴世纯理事长、戴珍主任、各位来宾、各位专家学者、女士们、先生们，大家早上好！欢迎大家来参加2023年海洋合作与治理论坛。作为主办方之一，我在此仅代表中国南海研究院对中国海洋发展基金会长期的支持，对省政府、外交部长期以来对该论坛的大力指导、帮助和支持，对各位出席本届论坛的嘉宾、专家学者表示由衷的感谢。刚才王毅主任、孙卫东副部长发表了重要的演讲，谢金副省长、王宏副部长、吕斌理事长以及其他几位国外重要嘉宾也都做了很好的发言，为论坛下一步的研讨提供了很好的方向引领。已知的科学研究表明，地球上所有生命都来自海洋，海洋孕育了生命，海洋在人类文明发展过程中也扮演了不可替代的作用，是全球化和世界经济增长的重要载体。然而，今天我们的蓝色发展空间却面临越来越多的问题，海平面上升、海洋塑料垃圾、资源衰退等等各种各样的挑战层出不穷。女士们、先生们，习近平主席2019年提出共建海洋命运共同体重要倡议，这是人类命运共同体理念在海洋领域的具体实践，也是对人类命运共同体理念的进一步的丰富和发展，为完善全球海洋治理体系指明了新的方向。我们生活在同一个蓝色星球，海洋具有开放、流动和不可分割的天然特征。海洋的保护和可持续利用最典型的全球性问题，全球性海洋挑战从来不是某一个国家或者国际组织能够单独应对的，除了世界各国相向而行，共同努力、通力合作之外，别无他法。这也是我们举办
海洋合作与治理论坛的初衷。作为从事海洋领域研究的智库机构，我们竭诚希望能同世界各国的同行们，从科学研究、跨国交流的角度，为促进政府间和民间的海洋合作，完善区域和全球海洋治理体系，共同为平衡发展与保护的关系贡献我们的智慧、力量和方案。期待在未来2天的研讨里，各位专家学者与会嘉宾能够畅所欲言，从各自专业领域和视角，为全球海洋生态和环境保护提出宝贵意见和建议，贡献宝贵的有价值的观点，让我们共同为实现论坛的宗旨不懈努力。最后，再次诚挚感谢大家对本次论坛的支持。我代表中国南海研究院欢迎各位常来常往，常来交流分享，预祝本次论坛圆满成功。谢谢大家。
谢谢王生院长的欢迎致辞，再次感谢。同时，让我们再次掌声感谢以上所有领导和嘉宾的致辞，谢谢。好，开幕仪式至此圆满结束。接下来，请大家稍等片刻，议题1环节将在2分钟后正式开始。 the President of China Institute for Reform and Development to moderate the session. 石院长，有请您主持本议题。
好，谢谢。很高兴，我连续3年3次在这里作为这个单元的主持人啊。那么大家知道，全球海洋治理面临着严峻的挑战。那么大国海洋合作又是应对挑战的一些关键性因素。所以我们这个单元题目啊，全球海洋治理与大国海洋经济合作，这个题目相当重要。所以我们请我们线上线下的一共是7位演讲者，然后来自于5个国家，那么其中有大国啊，海洋大国来的，听听他们的意见。但是我们的时间特别有限，原来安排95分钟，现在如果正点到11点05的话，我们还不到只有70分钟，所以我刚才请示了一下，说可以延长10分钟，所以我们每一位如果能够限制10分钟的演讲时间，包括线上的，我们还可能有10分钟大家的讨论，好吧？我们争取，因为要求在11点1刻之前必须要结束本单元的讨论。那么好，我们下面呢，第一位演讲者有请这个清华大学战略与安全研究中心主任达维教授来演讲。我们可以坐在这里，也可以上台，但是呢，节省时间都可以。好，大家欢迎达维教授。
好，谢谢池院长，谢谢华阳研究院吴院长邀请，很高兴，这是我第一次来参加这个论坛，对我来说是个很好的学习机会，因为我本人并不是研究海洋问题的，对海洋其实缺乏研究啊，我自己是研究中美关系的，所以我想从这个研究中美关系的人怎么看海洋这个角度来谈一谈啊。那么我们大家都知道，其实这个现在经过过去的5、6年中美关系的一个持续的紧张呢，目前中美关系好像要进入一个相对比较稳定，正在进入一个相对比较稳定的这样的一个阶段啊。那么这个可能如果一切顺利的话呢，再过10几天，可能中美2国的领导人还有可能在美国进行一次峰会啊。那么昨天晚上在和美国同事交流的时候，我也在说，现在我们要考虑的一个问题是，我们有没有可能把中美关系相对比较稳定的这样的一个点啊，把它延长到比如说到2025年之后，如果能延长到25年之后，我们就会有一个相对比较稳定的一段时间，而不是一个点的时间。那么我们大家都很谨慎了，目前对中美关系都很谨慎，期望值都不高，但是还是要朝着那个方向去努力。因为如果有2到3年的稳定期呢，中美就有可能会进入到一种所谓我把它叫做常态化竞争的这样的一种阶段。也就是说，中美仍然会是一个整体是一个对立的状态关系整体是一个对立的状态，但是呢，可能军事冲突以及硬脱钩全面脱钩这些现象呢，就有可能可以避免。那么如果是这样的一个状态呢，那么我想对中美2国对全世界都是有好处的，而且我认为这个是可能的。不仅仅是因为我们现在2国领导人要见面，或者双方关系这个政策有一点调整，其实经过过去的4、5年的时间。来说，中国和美国这2个国家也都有它自己的韧性，就是在这样的一个竞争或者博弈当中呢，其实大概我们不会看到任何一方突然出现巨大的问题一方全胜一方全败这样的可能大概不会出现。那么从全球角度来说呢，大家也都认识到这个问题，中美也都认识到这个问题，没有离开中美之中的任何一方，全球问题都解决不了。那么如果是这样呢，我们就到了海洋治理的这个话题呢。我想海洋治理就是这样的一个，就是我们说的离开中美的合作无法解决的这样的一个领域。说到海洋问题呢，过去这些年只要一说到海洋，它一定好像就是个中美之间的一个 分歧的点、矛盾的点。它其实是海洋的整个的这个议题啊，在中美关系当中我认为是被过度的安全化了啊。就是我们一提到海洋，全都是安全问题啊，或者是主权问题啊。那这样的问题当然就很难解决。那么我们就是说，如果我们现在希望把它从一个点拉到一个比较长的一个时间呢，那么恐怕全球的海洋治理、中美的海洋治理的合作，它就一定是一个双方都需要去做的事情啊。我很高兴呢，我们中美两国政府呢已经在上周吧，在这个北京进行了中美首轮的海洋事务的磋商啊。当然我知道这里面肯定主要谈的还是我们传统的大家说的安全主权问题。但是我希望呢，未来我们会有更多的关于海洋治理方面的讨论啊。那么我想，拜登政府经常说一个话，就是说我一方面要和中国竞争，另外一方面还要和中国保持合作。我们中国人一般不太喜欢这个说法啊。我们讲你怎么能跟我一边合作又一边竞争呢？但是我想，确实在一个双边的问题上，你要想又要和中国合作，又要和中国竞争，比方说我又要来抵近侦察，我又要建立护栏，中国人会觉得你这是想安全的侵犯我的利益，是吧？我想这个确实比较困难啊。那但是在双边层面竞争啊，甚至有的时候偶尔会对抗，但是在全球层面加强合作，我想这个是完全有可能的。而且如果真的假如说，比如说美国政府经常说我既要合作又要竞争，如果这个想法是真诚的话，我觉得确实可以想办法，就是在双边层面竞争，在多边层面合作，这样呢可以给对方呢提供一个所谓的 reassurance， 是吧？就是一个互相会提供一个保证。那么这次在来开这个会之前呢，因为我也不懂海洋问题，我也学习了一下吴院长这前2年写的好多文章，我也都看了。然后他其中讲到全球海洋治理的基本的路径啊，一个路径是全球主义的路径，一个路径是区域主义的路径。当然这2个路径呢各有各的利弊啊，各有各的问题。整体来看，我觉得全球主义的这样的以联合国为核心的，以这种全球范围的国际法为核心的，它其实效率比较低，而且现在遇到很多的阻碍。区域主义的看起来有效，但它有它的有限性啊，它最后落实起来会有很多的问题。所以我在想，除了全球和区域以外，可能中美是不是可以考虑另外第3个，就是我们要有一个第3个路径，就是我们其实不是新的，就是前些年中美在这个其他的问题上都曾经尝试过的，就是双边引领多边。双边引领多边就是中国和美国作为2个主要的世界上2个最大的2个经济体啊，也都是海洋的大国。那么在海洋问题上，通过双边合作来引领全球多边的，不管是区域的还是全球的。过去中美曾经在气候问题上有过这样的合作啊，有过这样的实践我想未来在海洋治理上，我觉得也是完全有可能的。刚才在开幕环节，大家都已经讲到了很多海洋治理的话题啊，海洋的环境应对气候变化对海洋对沿岸国家造成的影响渔业资源的保护包括比方说塑料污染海洋生物多样性我想这些问题呢，中美之间呢没有太大的分歧，所以我是想，既然中美元首马上要会晤了，我们是不是能抓住时间、抓住时机去做1-2个示范性的项目，就好比中美过去曾经比方说在北京房山曾经有那个核安保的那个示范中心，是吧？我也去参观过那个其实最先进的核安保的技术。那我们海洋治理为什么不能做1-2个这种卓越中心、示范中心？可以在中国、在美国，也可以在第3方或者是联手，像以前我们也曾经中美共同在西非一起应对埃博拉病毒这样的做法，我觉得在海洋治理方面完全是有可能的。它不仅有利于全球的海洋治理，也有利于培养和恢复中美之间的某种程度的信任和信心，给我们的这个常态化的竞争呢加入一些积极的因素。所以最后呢，我是说我希望中美的海洋治理能够成为继气候变化之后第2个中美关系当中的，我把它叫常备的工具箱 气候变化呢，在过去的10年，我们大家都觉得气候变化是一个那样的工具箱，就中美找不到积极因素了，说气候变化总能合作一下。当然，其实没那么简单哈，气候变化有时候合作也很困难。但是大家一想到这些事情，马上就会说气候变化我想我们目标不一定要定得特别的宏大，但是我想，如果全球的海洋治理能够成为继气候变化之后第2个这样的工具箱。当我们需要去峰会的时候，当我们需要是一些积极的因素的时候，我们就到海洋治理里面去找1、2个话题我觉得这个是完全有可能的。所以我想，中美在未来如果要想走向这样的一种比较稳定的关系，全球海洋治理应该是一个我们大家中美2国一起合作，并且推动全球合作的这样的一个重要的话题。好，谢谢陈院长。
好，谢谢大卫教授给我们节省了1分钟啊。那么他就全球海洋治理中的中美合作呀，谈了几个很重要的观点。我印象比较深的有几条啊。第一，全球海洋治理的很多挑战问题，离开中美合作都难以解决的。第二，提到了双边竞争、多边合作，也提出了以双边的合作来引领多边的机制。那么我等一下，如果有时间的话呢，我想请你回答一个问题，就是如何这个中美在海洋治理中，如何在双边竞争格局难以改变的情况下，怎么能够引领多边的海洋治理合作？好吧，谢谢。下面我们有请中国南海研究院王胜院长。好，王院长可以自己选择啊。我们带头的可以节省1分钟。
Good morning. The current system of global ocean governance is far from perfect. Existing rules and institutions are not working as well as expected. In recent years, the ocean suffers from such problems as overfishing, pollution loss of biodiversity and habitat, and climate change, which have become increasingly serious. Global ocean governance is faced with many challenges. First, participants in global ocean governance find it difficult to coordinate. For maritime interest, countries put competition above cooperation. Given the favorable strategic location and rich resources, some maritime powers have leveraged the science, technology, and military power in an attempt to dominate the process of global ocean governance and seek more power and interests. This has made global ocean governance exceptionally complex. Second, mechanisms in global ocean governance remain incomplete. Rules and institutions provide policy guarantee for global ocean governance. However, current ocean-related conventions, international laws, and customary laws are highly fragmented and far from adequate, making the system and mechanism of global ocean governance a work in progress. Therefore, I would like to put forward some proposals on how to accelerate the building of a sound global ocean governance system and promote practical cooperation at sea. First, we need to move fast in building the 21st century maritime Silk Road to promote maritime connectivity. This year marks the 10th anniversary of China's proposal to build the 21st century maritime Silk Road. Since it was put forward, this initiative has been widely recognized by the international community. In the past decade, China has signed maritime cooperation agreements at different levels with more than 50 countries and regions participating in the 21st century maritime Silk Road. Silk Road maritime routes have reached 117 ports in 43 countries around the world. A number of projects have been implemented, such as a Colombo port in Sri Lanka, etc. Second, we need to build a globally oriented blue partnership and enhance coordination and assistance among countries and regions in maritime affairs. In the long run, the fundamental purpose of global ocean governance is to realize harmonious development of mankind and the global ocean, and to promote sustainable development and use marine resources. Currently, the problems facing global governance are global, and the resolution requires participation and cooperation almost all countries to promote the blue partnership to the context of global ocean governance. First, we need to share more information and work more closely in order to promote extensive consultation among countries, clarify objectives and build consensus. Second, we need to formulate cooperation rules and mechanism for a comprehensive framework of blue partnership. Third, we need to integrate and give full play to existing bilateral and multilateral international cooperation mechanisms, expanding cooperation channels on ocean governance with countries and regions around the world. Third, we need to build a maritime community of shared future for mankind and lead the reform on the global ocean governance system. Finally, we must resolutely oppose several erroneous ideas. The first one is hegemonic thinking of the global ocean. If we take a look at the human history after the age of sail, we'll find the rise of Western powers was accompanied by the seizure of marine interests and resources. The ocean was reduced to a battlefield where some capitalist countries competed for hegemony at sea and springboard to establish colonies and launched aggressions. To this day, some countries still pursue hegemony and resort to force for resort disputes over maritime rights and interests. The second one is zero-sum mentality for the ocean. The ocean big enough to accommodate all countries is not an area for zero-sum game. A small number of countries with the Cold War mentality are building exclusive security alliances at sea, which will only worsen global maritime security. The third wrong idea is the mentality of commons. Despite its rich resources and huge potentials, the ocean is not commons that can be exploited indefinitely. All of us need to join hands to address the tragedies of marine environmental pollution, overfishing, and damage to marine biodiversity. The fourth wrong idea is free riding. The ocean is an asset shared by all humanity. No countries can act alone. Every country must assume responsibilities with its rights and interests and jointly shoulder the responsibility for sustainable development of the global ocean. Thank you for your attention.
好，谢谢王生院长，他给我们节省了3分钟时间，谢谢。那么使得我们有讨论。我想呢，这个他做了一个全面的这个思路性的这个演讲。我想在我们南海研究院也好，中改院也好，我们都在海南。海南是中国最大的一个自由贸易，全球最大的自由贸易港。那么如何在海洋的治理和合作当中扮演角色？如何形成南海合作中的海南的重要角色？比如说如何建立旅游合作圈，进而推动以自由贸易为主线的泛南海经济合作圈。我想这次会议如果这样做这方面的一些议论讨论，可能对我们全球海洋治理和大国合作呀，我想可能更重要。希望我说这个题目呢， 能引起大家注意啊，引起大家本次会议能够议论一下，对海南自由贸易港在全球海洋治理和大国海洋合作中扮演的重要角色做一个议论讨论。好，我们下一个第3位来自于美国的斯坦福大学复合研究所的这个索法尔教授演讲。我知道索法尔教授呢，曾经长期参加了中美关于海洋的2国对话，他在这方面有这个有着一些自己的重要的观点。我们下面欢迎索法尔教授演讲。好，大家欢迎。
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is always a pleasure to participate in maritime law conferences sponsored by the National Institute for South China Sea Studies. It can also, frankly, be frustrating. Despite the importance of the oceans, it is difficult to make progress in securing effective agreements to protect and use them. This panel is called upon to come up with a better system of global maritime governance. We have many treaties and agencies that advance global maritime goals, and we have heard today of many activities that are helpful to the oceans, from Dr. Wu, as well as from the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and others. They are to be applauded for their views. But to have better governance is especially challenging, and dealing with particular difficulties could help in that effort. I will therefore focus my short comments on the need to create effective governance rules applicable to the South China Sea, an extremely important and difficult aspect of global maritime activity. By now, a massive literature exists that thoroughly examines the many disputes concerning the SCS and advances the positions of affected states. These disputes are serious. They have led to dangerous situations, and they could cause significant kinetic conflict. Nonetheless, it is also by now clear that repeating each other's positions on the disputes is largely, if not entirely, futile. If anything, the disputes are gradually escalating in seriousness as states become increasingly frustrated by the lack of secure and agreed methods for governing and using the resources involved. I admired President Wang Sheng's comments because he did dig deeply and focus on particular reforms that could be helpful. We must recognize that the problems in the SCS are so difficult that it may prove impossible to improve its governance. We have a world in which states are deliberately engaging in violations of international rules of the most fundamental nature. It may well be that the states involved in the SCS disputes will continue to assert their positions without compromise. Political forces exist in all of the states involved that make it difficult to even consider, let alone adopt, an agreed set of rules for managing the SCS. You should not, therefore, regard the ideas I'm advancing here as reflecting naivete or a lack of realism. I realize how difficult it is to overcome the disagreements and hostility that have developed. But it remains possible that at some point, hopefully before serious damage occurs, the states involved will be prepared to consider infusing some legal debates with some genuine diplomacy. This is, in fact, what must be achieved globally, especially among the greater powers. First, adverse claimants and interested parties, including the US, should accept that their opponents will not be convinced by legal arguments. This is something that lawyers may not enjoy hearing, but it is correct. Legal argument will not bring about a better system of governance. This means that China should not expect adverse claimants or other interested states to change their position on key issues. The converse is equally true. While some of China's positions have little support in current international law, they will not be abandoned. They were not implemented for many years pursuant to a policy that avoided asserting claims if adverse claimants did the same. But that policy appears to have ended in January 2013 when the Philippines brought suit under UNCLOS in an effort to have China's positions declared unlawful. Given this background, it seems clear that if our focus is to develop an agreed system of governance for the SCS and all other Cs, adverse claimants should agree not to bring legal actions against China or any other claimant without the proposed respondent's consent to each lawsuit. It is a good thing that no other SCS claimant has as yet followed the Philippines in suing China under UNCLOS. China would likely respond as it responded to the Philippine action, and replicating that situation would clearly be unhelpful in creating mutually agreed rules for maritime governance. Second, proposals must be practical based on the complex situation involved. It would currently be impossible to convince China to reverse course and return to its long-held wise policy of avoiding conflict over legal claims. But it may be possible to consider adopting a commitment by all adverse SCS claimants to accept the principle of precluding unilateral efforts to enforce their current claims. It could be helpful if every adverse claimant would give up trying through law or force to alter the practices followed prior to the Philippine litigation, with possible exceptions for physical steps already taken. It would be understood, moreover, that neither a state party's engaging in a prior practice nor its restraint from preventing such practices would be evidence that a party involved was establishing or forfeiting a right to take or prevent a given action. The advantages for every adverse claimant of such an arrangement would far exceed the disadvantages. FON activities would become unnecessary since navigation would be permitted based on pre-2013 practice without prejudice to legal claims. Many territorial claims would be held in abeyance, and the resolution of a state's right to regulate military use of its EEZ could be deferred. China and other states that believe military use of their claimed EEZs can be regulated would retain but not exercise their claims, including with regard to surveillance flights. Sea and air notification requirements would be withheld. Indeed, they would become unnecessary. As regards development, no unilateral development activities would be undertaken in contested areas. To build, explore, extract, or implement economic or military programs would require agreement of all adverse claimants or an agreed form of dispute resolution. The same would apply to fishing, although many of those activities have been agreed to, and those agreements should be maintained given the importance of fishing to the welfare of people living in such states. With regard to dispute, all adverse claimants would agree not to use litigation to resolve their SCS-related claims. They could continue, however, to rely on UNCLOS-related provisions and arguments in pursuing agreements with other adverse claimants. They could also agree to establish other methods of dispute resolution, as UNCLOS anticipates. This should not be regarded as a sacrifice by any claimant or by the US. The anticipated outcome of UNCLOS proceedings has been increased disruption, not the effective resolution of disputes. Some US officials insist on the use of mandatory resolution of disputes under UNCLOS. The US, however, is not a party to the treaty and would not agree to be bound by its mandatory dispute provisions as construed by the tribunal in the Philippine case. The US properly relies upon and uses UNCLOS in its dealings with other states on maritime issues. because much of the treaty represents agreed international law. That is certainly not true of the treaty's provisions related to dispute resolutions. Finally, the biggest potential advantage of such an arrangement is that parties would learn how to work together in their self-interests. That is essential globally. No power has greater potential for progress in international affairs than the confidence of parties in being able reliably to pursue objectives of mutual self-interest. This is not the time or place to detail the arrangements that could be made along the lines I've proposed, but such proposals should be developed despite the difficulty of getting them adopted. This is because we need options for a peaceful transition to a new level of agreed maritime management. And it is also because we can all see in the world today the tragic consequences of the chaos and massive destruction that hostilities can cause. States involved in the SCS disputes and those related to other maritime areas must, in their own interests, ultimately accept the need to find peaceful and mutually beneficial solutions to our differences. Thank you very much.
好，谢谢史菲尔用了11分钟啊，谈了他对当前海洋治理的看法，尤其对南海的问题表示了他的这个一些观点和担忧，提出了南海的冲突和升级问题。我想呢，因为我们探讨全球海洋治理和大国海洋合作，很重要的、很关键的问题在南海。那么在中国学者看来，美国在南海呢一些行为呢，可能不利于南海的合作开发啊，合作治理。所以我想一会儿有时间的话呢，我请索尔先生能够讲一下，尽管你已经深夜了啊，进来谈一下中美的合作、海洋合作在南海的合作治理当中能够起到什么作用？能不能够缓和南海的形势？能不能促进南海行为准则的建立，达到我们共同开发的目的？好吧，谢谢。那么下面第4位演讲者呢是来自日本国际基督教大学的史蒂芬·纳吉教授，那么他的线上演讲，我们欢迎。
Okay. So good morning from Tokyo. It's a great pleasure to be here, and let me express my thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to share some ideas with regards to the South China Sea and Maritime Corporation. Fortunately, I've been able to hear the initial comments of Professor Dawei and Wang Shen and others, and I think it provides an interesting pivot point. Rather than focusing on US-China cooperation, I want to pivot towards what I think is important to be looking at is how other countries are thinking about the importance of cooperation. And here, I want to focus on middle powers as a driver for non-traditional security cooperation. And I think there's a possibility for forging new leadership on maritime cooperation. I think that we're very much aware of many of the challenges that exist within the region. We have climate change, we have piracy, we have illegal fishing, and we have salination of the seas as climate change increases. This will have an impact on many aspects of the region: food security, economic security, environmental security, cross-border disputes, uncontrolled migration, and potentially transnational diseases expanding as the waters in the South China Sea in particular become unbalanced. With that, I think that's an important opportunity for us to be looking at how other stakeholders are looking at the imperatives that are found within the South China Sea, but also globally in terms of maritime cooperation and global governance. But we should be clear, there's some clear challenges in terms of cooperation as we think about the South China Sea in particular. Great power rivalry between the United States and China is unfortunately moving in negative trajectory. We see more opportunities and engagement at sea, and this is creating perhaps the conditions for an accidental conflict to unfold. We have, of course, competition in the South China Sea in terms of disputes with many countries, and most recently, I think we've seen upsurge in nationalism that was going to create some challenges in terms of managing these seas. This is where I think it's important for us to pivot to middle powers as a driver of non-traditional security cooperation. While the United States and China, in terms of comprehensive power, are head and shoulders above other states within the region, I think it's important to consider how Japan, India, Australia, and others in Southeast Asia, as middle powers, can potentially come together to contribute to more stability within the region. And with that, I guess what I'm advocating in today's discussion is that I think that to overcome some of the cooperation hurdles that really are going to exist through China-US strategic competition, that will likely become more difficult as the US election starts this year, is, I think, based on ASEAN centrality, that is, decisions being put forward on a consensus-based decision-making process, that middle powers in the Asia-Pacific should design and lead maritime cooperation initiatives in regions such as the South China Sea. Why I say lead is I think that the middle powers within the South China Sea and those that are stakeholders within the South China Sea see these important waterways as, of course, arteries that transport and more than $5.5 trillion of goods in and out of their economies. But they see these sea lanes of communication also related to their food security, their economic security, and their environmental security. So as I'm thinking about cooperation and maritime cooperation, what is the best kind of format? And here, I think it's important for us to look at previous initiatives that are meant to deal with regional challenges, such as the Chiang Mai Initiative. Following the 1997 Asian financial crisis, ASEAN plus 3 countries came together to put together the Chiang Mai Initiative to put funds together to help prop up currencies in the case of another financial crisis. Using this model, I think we could perhaps put together a maritime cooperation initiative. Here, it would be specifically responsible for managing maritime cooperation in the South China Sea. Core areas of cooperation, of course, would be monitoring and regulating overfishing, climate change, piracy, and salination of these important waterways. Where I think China and the United States can find an opportunity to cooperate here is the provision of the financial aid and hard resources that the management and direction would be primarily reliant on. But that being said, it would be primarily these middle powers, whether in Southeast Asia or other parts of the world, that would be involved in managing these resources and targeting how the resources would be used to deal with the maritime challenges within the region. Including the United States and China as financial backers of this maritime cooperation initiative is important, but it also ensures an apolitical platform for the United States and China to cooperate in the maritime domain, to contribute to a global public good and maritime cooperation, but again, not be leading. And again, I think it's important for us to be thinking about Asian regionalism in the context of this model. Asian regionalism was traditionally understood as ASEAN being the driver of Asian regionalism and the big economies in Northeast Asia of China, South Korea, and Japan as being the engine of integration. In a similar manner, I think that we can see the middle powers within the Asia-Pacific being the driver of maritime cooperation, where the United States and China may be the engine using their significant resources to allow a different kind of leadership on maritime management. There's a lot of different areas that I think that can be mentioned, and I don't think it's important for us to go through these in detail, but I think it's important for us to just highlight that there's a plethora of issues that I think not only China and the United States have an important stake in trying to manage, but those middle-sized and smaller states that really, if they don't manage these issues well, it could be existential. Just to name a few, illegal fishing, maritime surveillance, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, search and rescue, capacity building, climate change initiatives, as well as anti-piracy could be core areas of cooperation that may help provide some direction in terms of developing this so-called maritime cooperation initiative. with that, and just in terms of closing remarks, again, I think that it's important for us to consider maritime cooperation and the management of these important global public goods, not only through the lens of US-China competition and US-China relations. The broader Asia-Pacific region, or the common lexicon now, Indo-Pacific region, really it holds many stakeholders. And it's important for those stakeholders to help shape the competition between the United States and China, and ensure that their desires, their values, their interests are also at the table as we think about maritime cooperation and managing these important global resources. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share a few ideas.
谢谢史蒂芬纳教授他提出一个概念，就是中等大国中等国家在海洋治理当中的作用，提出了一些问题。我想，当然我们现在呢，包括中国和东盟的一些国家在海洋治理上已经有一些实质性的合作，建立一些机制。但是我们今天讨论的这个题目呢，全球海洋治理与大国中美之间的海洋经济合作，我想在这个背景下，中等国家在这里扮演的角色，以及像日本这样的国家在这样扮演的角色，都值得讨论。好，谢谢。我们下一个有请的是来自于清华大学战略与安全研究中心的姚云竹少将这是退役少将，我们国家的军队里面有名的专家，欢迎。
谢谢池院长。I will speak English. First, I would like to thank the organizers, and especially Dr. Wu Shichun from the Huayang Center, for inviting me to the symposium. My topic is about US-China relations. These relations are worsening. Both countries are entangled in a strategic competition, which has hindered cooperation in their maritime governance. Here, I have to say that China was forced into such a competition, for it does not accept strategic competition as a suitable framework for addressing issues in their relationship. But the worsening of relations has negative impact on maritime governance. And first, traditional security considerations rise to the primacy in maritime policy making. China stresses the integrity of its territorial sovereignty, while the United States seeks to ensure its command of the sea. As relations deteriorate, conflicting interests have led to confrontational policies and behavior. China believes the United States is using China's territory disputes with US allies and the third-party countries to contain the rise of China. And the United States believes that rapidly growing Chinese Navy is adopting an A2AD, anti-access and area denial strategy in the Western Pacific, and seeking military bases globally to support Chinese Navy's global reach, which in the US eyes is a challenge for its control of and access to the international seas. As a result, we see more close encounters and standoffs between Chinese and American warships and aircraft, and the risk of crisis is mounting. And second, it has changed the dynamics among countries. The United States has adopted the strategy of investing, aligning, and competing. And its aim is to shape the strategic environment around China. It strengthens relationships with its traditional bilateral allies and making them trilateral and even multilateral, and also establish the new mechanisms like Quad and AUKUS, and it has encouraged NATO allies to have military operations in the waters near China, including carrying out joint military exercises, joint fleet transition of the Taiwan Strait in provocative ways. China, on the other hand, relies on its massive economic capacity to sustain relationship with other countries. China is the top trading partner for almost all the Asia-Pacific countries. China's Belt and Road Initiative infrastructure projects rely heavily on maritime routes. The competition between China and the United States has put many countries in the difficult position of choosing sides, which has negative effect not only on security, but also on economic development. Third, the motivation for maritime cooperation is reduced. Engaged in the strategic competition for China is voluntarily. The drive for both sides to cooperate is lacking, even in areas where they have common interest. For example, combating illegal fishing is a common interest for China and other countries, including the United States. Rules should be established and jointly taken through cooperation. However, the Quad mechanism has initiated an Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Partnership in a Quad meeting, integrating monitoring systems to enhance information sharing. And China perceives such initiative as targeting against China. And recently, China and the United States have taken opposite positions on Japan's discharge of nuclear wastewater into the ocean. The strategic competition even spread to island states in the South Pacific. And these states are facing the most serious challenges from climate change and urgently need support for their economic development. When China invests for their economic, when China invests through Belt and Road Initiative, the United States has been alarmed of the so-called Chinese new expansion and taken counter moves to offset China's influence. And finally, I have a few recommendations. Both sides, I think both sides so far has a clear understanding that any military conflict would be a disaster. Therefore, the top priority should be the prevention and the management of crisis, which must address the concerns of both sides. The American Conserve focuses on operational safety of its ships and aircraft, while Chinese concern is on safeguarding national security. This asymmetry is rooted in two deeper asymmetries. First, all the crises will most probably occur around China, not anywhere near the United States. Second, potential crisis will stem from US ships and aircraft challenging Chinese territory sovereignty or conducting reconnaissance and surveillance against China. The PLA sailors and airmen have a strong resentment when they take measures to ensure the operational safety of US warships and aircraft that are damaging the national security of their motherland. Additionally, there should be cooperation in maintaining a global maritime security. For example, both are involved in UN mandated anti-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden and participate in search and rescue as well as humanitarian assistance and disaster relief exercises within the ADMM plus framework. Both share responsibility for ensuring the security of sea lanes of communication and their naval hospital ships can work to provide medical services to people around the world. Such cooperation can build up trust. And lastly, China and the United States should genuinely cooperate in areas such as marine ecosystem and biodiversity conservation, marine environmental protection, sustainable development of ocean resources, polar, deep sea, seabed exploration, and protection. And both countries should work together with other countries in the world to safeguard the sustainability of our planet and the well-being of mankind. Thank you.
好，谢谢姚云珠将军的就这个单元讨论的主题全球海洋治理与中美海洋经济合作做了一个十分坦诚的直率的观点。我想呢，他的观点可能会引起大家的一些讨论。如果有时间的话，那么就是做一个讨论。好，下面有的发言者是来自于加拿大阿尔伯塔大学中国学院名誉院长胡斌东教授的一个演讲。好，欢迎。
Thank you, President Chorfu-Lin, and I wish to thank the impressive efforts of the three sponsoring institutions in organizing the conference on such a key topic at such a critical time. Despite the sincere remarks by many today regarding the utility of multilateral ocean governance, it is clear that great power tensions are evident in the Western Pacific and in fact growing. There are, in my view, four special challenges to the successful management of ocean governance among the great powers in the early 21st century. But divergences between states in interpretation of international maritime law are hardly new. The British domination of international maritime trade and the global role of the Royal Navy, following the lead of earlier European powers, extended European maritime practices, civil and naval, into all of the world's oceans. Tensions between London and Washington over maritime law was a major factor in the 1812 to 1814 war between the United Kingdom and the United States. A range of disputes over international maritime law risked war between the British and the embattled US Republic during the US Civil War. Secondly, the distinct visions and sometimes incompatible views on maritime issues are accompanied by a broad and intensifying rivalry between the United States and PRC, has been examined today in some of the earlier speakers. The PRC, the US and its allies have differing interpretations of the law of the sea, particularly its provisions regarding the deployment of aircraft and naval vessels in the coastal littoral. However, these differing legal assessments of the US and the PRC are intensified by distinct visions regarding the desirable world order across a wide range of issues. These competing visions, in turn, generate negative feedback back into the maritime issues. These resulting tensions are most evident in the Western Pacific, especially in the South China and East China Seas. Mutual suspicion and security concerns on both sides underlie rival views of maritime law. Thirdly, there are issues in the Western Pacific that are not primarily generated by national interpretations of maritime law, but rather arise from distinct and incompatible visions of national sovereignty and legitimacy in East Asia and the Western Pacific. The status of Taiwan is the most salient of these issues. When there was a vast gap between the military capabilities of the US and PRC and shared concerns regarding the Soviet Union, these issues simmered in the background. Compromises on both sides allowed issues such as Taiwan to be set aside, while broader concerns of both China and the United States regarding the threat posed by the Soviet Union were addressed. But in a post-Cold War world, regional security concerns have intensified. Finally, the civil and military hierarchies of both the United States and the PRC are well aware of the risks posed by divergent views of international law when naval and air units operating in close proximity. The chance of unintended incidents increases in direct proportion to the growth of military deployments in the West Pacific and its littoral. While there is communication between Beijing and Washington on the management of such risks, much more needs to be done to build military-to-military contacts and to strengthen the bilateral capacity to manage incidents that will emerge in the sea and the air. Such incidents may not be inevitable and may not lead to open conflict, but the risks cannot be excluded. Without careful management, unintended and dangerous escalation can occur. These issues have also affected my own country, Canada, and its deployments in the Western Pacific, along with our US ally. A lowering of the temperature between China and the United States and its allies can also facilitate environmental cooperation and ideally a reduction in the pressure on fish stocks and a reduction in ocean pollution, as has been evident in our conversations today. The path forward is unclear and charged with risks. But shared interests in the reduction of tension and security concerns could serve the best interests of the great powers and lesser powers. The upcoming US PRC summit is a positive opportunity, but time may not be on our side. Thank you.
谢谢你给我们节省了几分钟时间啊！我通过他的演讲呢，我可以看到他从4大挑战中看到了大国，尤其中美两国在全球海洋治理中的影响和作用，提出了一些值得我们讨论的问题。我们第7位演讲者，也最后一位演讲者是来自于瑞典的世界海事大学的罗南龙所长。我知道现在瑞典可能现在正是凌晨，谢谢你，去年好像也在这里。正是凌晨所以很辛苦。欢迎你做演讲，欢迎罗南龙教授。
Good morning. Can you hear me this morning?
可以。Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I would like to thank the 3 host institutes for hosting this wonderful symposium this morning. A very special thank you to my old friend, Professor Wu, in particular. Can you see my slides? Yeah, I would like to speak to the issue of transforming ocean governance, the priorities and challenges in the era of climate change. And I would start my presentation by quoting the United Nations Secretary General in his State of the Planet address at Columbia University in December 2020, when he stated that making peace with nature is the defining task of the 21st century. I think in this context, the great powers have to remember that developing countries are most vulnerable to marine environmental risks. The impacts are most severe. They have lower capacity to adapt. This exacerbates existing inequalities. It threatens food securities, and we're seeing forced migration right across the world. We also have the phenomenon of urbanization, with 2/3 of the global population expected to live in cities by 2050. Very often, governments of developing countries are very much conflicted by various policy objectives, whether they be conservation, safety, tourism, or indeed conflicts about the distribution of public budgets and the lack of finance. In terms of the priorities, I think I would reference the G7 Hiroshima Leaders Communique 2023, where the leaders identified 4 priorities. Firstly, biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction and the new agreement. Secondly, the framework for seabed mining, including the establishment of effective environmental protection. Thirdly, the plastic treaty negotiations. Fourthly, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, as well as the issues pertaining to the South China Sea, which have already been mentioned this morning. At the G7, leaders called for progress in these issues by the UN Oceans Conference 2025. I think priorities have to be given to the BBNJ agreement because it provides an ideal framework for combating the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It sets out principles and approaches. It establishes new institutions. It provides for the fair and equitable sharing of benefits in relation to marine genetic resources. It provides a framework for collaboration with other instruments and frameworks, as well as for broad participation. Crucially, and I think this is very significant for the audience to this symposium, is it provides a means to implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, where the international community has committed itself to conserving 30% of the world's oceans by 2030. Clearly, there are many challenges. This instrument requires universal participation, a large degree of state responsibility. It requires very significant capacity development and the transfer of technology. And most crucially of all, it requires financial resources. I think there is great scope for cooperation between major and minor maritime powers in the BBNJ priority areas, and I list 10 of such areas on the slide. And of course, the challenges are very different in the Eastern Pacific in areas such as the Costa Rica Thermal Dome and the Sala Gomez Nazda Ridges. Likewise, the challenges are very different in the Atlantic in areas such as the Sargasso Sea and the Gulf of Guinea, the Walvis Ridge. And indeed, the challenges are geopolitically very complex in the Indian Ocean, and I cite the Arabian Sea and the Marcerne Plateau. In addition, there will have to be cooperation in relation to the Arctic and, of course, in relation to Kamilar in the Southern Ocean. Crucially, I think the international community has to respond to call for a moratorium, a ban or a precautionary pause in relation to seabed mining. Already 23 states have taken positions on deep seabed mining, as well as the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, as well as many financial institutions, as seafood groups, as scientists and indigenous groups across the world. And I cite on the slide a quotation from the French Secretary of State for Seas, when they said, we cannot and must not embark on a new industrial activity when we are not fully able to measure its consequences and therefore risk irreversible damage to our marine ecosystems. Some conclusions, and I think it's very relevant to the discussion we heard from His Excellency Peter Thompson earlier this morning in opening this symposium. I believe that making peace with nature is the defining task of the 21st century. And many of the challenges that we are experiencing now are also opportunities to do things differently and to deliver ocean resilience, ecological service benefits, and indeed climate change response measures. In order to meet these challenges and to realize these opportunities, as states parties to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea must ensure the speedy ratification and implementation of multilateral agreements, including most notably the BBNJ agreement, the climate change regime, the plastic treaty, which is under negotiation, as well as many regional treaties and governance arrangements. I firmly believe that our actions over the next decades on these issues will determine the state of the ocean for many generations to come. It is indeed a great pleasure to join you from the World Maritime University in Sweden, and I very much look forward to the question and answer session. Thank you very much this morning.
好，谢谢罗南龙教授啊，这用8分钟时间给我们讲了海洋合作现在可以做到的一些事情，应该合作做的一些事情。好，我们经过7位演讲者很遵守时间，在70分钟之内，这个我们7位演讲做了演讲。那么我们下面呢进行讨论，如果搞得好的话呢，我们可以用10分到1刻钟，11点1刻前结束，可以有几位的评论和线上线下的讨论，好吧？我们呢，首先呢，我想请一下这个达维尔和索菲尔教授刚才提到的问题，就全球海洋治理中中美到底起了什么角色？怎么能够起到角色？你们两个各用1-2分钟来，能不能够讨论？我们先请达维先生，看索菲尔先生能不能，然后我们进入这个现场讨论，好吧？
好的，好的，谢谢。Okay, I think China and the U.S., of course, as two very big economy, of course, need to play a bigger role. But unfortunately, I think we are very much be kept as hostage of China-U.S. power politics, particularly in South China Sea. This is, I think, something really hindered China and the U.S. to work together on global governance. So after listening to all the panelists, their presentation, I think there are two pairs of relationship we need to think about. One pair of the relationship is relationship between South China Sea and the global ocean governance. To be honest, I think we have to separate them, these two things. If we focus very much on the South China Sea, I will say this is not something we can govern. This is not I think at the bottom of the issue, it's an issue of power politics. I have to say that very unfortunately. It's not an ocean issue. It's just the power politics happened on the sea, but it's not ocean governance. So we have to freeze it. We have to manage it, but we cannot solve it. So I think on the one hand, of course, we need to de-escalate in South China Sea, but we have to step forward. We have to go beyond South China Sea. We have to go to the ocean, the deep blue ocean. There are so many things we need to do together. China and the U.S. work together for this is a real ocean governance. I think this is one pair of the relationship I want to say. The other part of the relationship is the relationship between China and the U.S. and other players. Of course, the topic of this session is China-U.S. That's true, and I also talked about China-U.S. But I'm very happy to hear presentations from other countries like Japan, like Sweden. I think to some extent, I think China and the U.S. Has not played a leading role. We made some very bad examples. I really hope that the other players, the middle powers and other players, you can work together and drag China and the US to join you. I think that will be very interesting approach. Okay, I'll stop here.
好 ，OK，我想这里呢，刚才我也给索尔教授啊提出一个问题，你能够用两分钟左右来做一个线上讨论吗 ？OK， 索尔教授 ，OK。
Certainly, I'm delighted to say that first of all, I very much enjoyed the comments of the other members of the panel and appreciated very much the detail into which they went. I don't agree that the South China Sea is a separate issue that isn't related to global governance. Many of the issues that are debated hotly and vehemently are applicable globally and are either governed by the treaties, the relevant treaties, or other precedents. So I also, it's very clear that the South China Sea issue is at the heart of the difficulty in getting the United States and China to work together in a constructive manner. Every time you turn around, in America at least, we see advertising, politically heated articles, pictures, all sorts of stuff attacking China, and it's the South China Sea that is pictured. The bases that have been established, the tough and sometimes unfair characterization of what China's doing is not helpful. It's very difficult politically to engage with China. So the opportunity that we now have with our current administration is one that should be very carefully utilized. So I'm hoping that both countries will show the self-interest as well as courage to get on the same page and do the many things that our speakers have listed as reflecting practical things that can be achieved, and at the same time address the South China Sea issue in a constructive way and be more open to the kind of solution that is necessary ultimately to stabilize the situation. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
谢谢索尔教授啊，你谈了一个很好的观点，我们要客观啊，然后期待中美在海洋治理，尤其南海问题上能够取得一些突破性进展。这不仅对南海地区局势的稳定，而且对全球海洋治理将产生重大的影响。那么我们下面进入一个讨论，大家还有谁要讨论1-2分钟？我看到吴德顺院长已经举牌了，好，请吴德顺院长2分钟啊。
好，谢谢崔院长的精彩主持。I really enjoyed our 7 speakers' presentations, particularly our 3 speakers from the United States, Professor Sofar, my old friend, and Professor Stephen Nagy, we just met in Washington, D.C. a couple of weeks ago, and Professor Lona Long. If my memory is right, you joined us since 2021. I appreciate 3 years participation. My question to Professor Sofar, maybe you just addressed and Dr. Dawe addressed this question. As we know, China, United States just held Chapter 1 Maritime Dialogue in Beijing. I don't know where they have, exact or positive results being reached. As I know, their focus are focused on the South China Sea issue. So given the fact the maritime confrontation between China and the United States in the West Pacific region, particularly in the South China Sea, if we will look at the confrontation between China and the Philippines over Second Thomas Shore and the U.S. forward force deployment in the South region and intelligence gathering of an opposite targeting at China. So my question to you, do you think, is there any areas for China for maritime cooperation in the South China region? If your answer is yes, in where and how to promote? Personally speaking, I'm a little bit, pessimistic about that. Thank you, Professor Sofer.
索尔教授可能时间还有限，我们就用1-2分钟时间，请索尔教授来回答一下吴纯博士刚才提的问题，好吗 ？Please.
I'll try to take less than that. I appreciate very much Dr. Wu Shichuan comments and brilliance, actually, always, and friendship. The fact is that there are areas of cooperation, and we should undertake to cooperate in them. The environment is crucial, as Professor Long pointed out. And we have the same interests across the board in there, as well as in piracy, as well as on fishing to a significant extent. And the issue of development is one that we should work on and reach some sort of arrangement where agreed projects should go forward, and with the kind of cooperation that makes sense and has been followed all over the world. I don't see, however, that these can go forward stably and reliably without addressing the South China Sea issue. It will always be exploited politically, and it does raise real issues that need to be addressed. And not just for the U.S., of course not, but for all the relevant adverse claimants. So that's my answer to my dear friend.
好，索尔教授这个观点我认为很重要，要合作起来。尽管合作短期可能不能解决一些问题，尤其是一些重要问题，但是合作起来就是一个好的开端。我们还再有一个提问，来。你自报一下家门，可以。
谢谢啊，谢谢池主席。我是高志凯 ，I'm Victor Gao. I have a question for Professor Sofer. With due respect, when Professor Sofer mentioned the litigation between China and the Philippines, allow me to point out it's not a litigation; it's an arbitration. I'm a lawyer licensed in the state of New York. With due respect to Professor Sofer, litigation is one thing. Arbitration is completely different. For arbitration to be valid, you need to have two consenting individuals or organizations or governments. China explicitly rejected any arbitration between China and the Philippines. Therefore, you need to consider whether that litigation with China's explicit legal objection itself is valid or not to start with. That's the first point. Secondly, the 9 dotted line was not created by the People's Republic of China. It was created back in 1947. The United States knew about that. The United States consented to that. And that's the beginning of the thing. Back in 1945, China reclaimed all the islands, reefs, atolls in the South China Sea from Japan with U.S. naval assistance. Thank you, Mr. Sofer.
好，谢谢你的评论。我们线上再给一个机会，好吗？罗赞龙教授刚才举手了吗 ？OK， 那么请你说1-2分钟啊。好 ，OK， 请罗赞龙教授来参加讨论。OK。
Thank you very much, and I think it's a very important conversation this morning, but we shouldn't just get transfixed on South China Sea. The ocean is a very, very big place. Now, China has provided really world-leading leadership on biodiversity in the context of the BBNJ negotiations. Likewise, it has provided extraordinary leadership in the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework process under the Convention on Biological Diversity. And I think its cooperation on environmental and climate change issues is so crucial for humanity that China would follow up, in particular by ratifying and implementing the BBNJ agreement and providing the wonderful leadership that it did, especially in the closing stages of the negotiations at the 5.5 intergovernmental session at the United Nations headquarters. I think that's very, very important. It's about the multilateral framework. And I think bilaterally, countries should seek solutions within the multilateral framework and, of course, through appropriate regional arrangements. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
好，谢谢罗章教授。我们最后一个问题给那位天他举了半天手了，请你简单一点好吗 ？OK。
Yes, my name is Harry Roque. I'm in panel number 4 this afternoon. I have to say that it's been a pleasure listening to the first panel. I arrived at 2:30 in the morning and I thought I would miss this panel. I'm so happy I did not. But my comment actually has to do with the fact that Dr. Abraham so far, so I can't read the name, but Dr. Abraham has actually presented a thought-provoking thesis, that we need to go beyond legal rules, which of course is in sync with the belief in the field itself that international law is not just a code application of rules. It forms part of a normative system. And the fact that I think that Professor Stephen and Professor Ronin have themselves proposed a further solution to the South China Sea dispute, and which is to first address existential questions in the disputed area, which could be a beginning point. But my further question to Dr. Abraham is, how do you propose then to resolve this if we should not do it through legal means? And I'd like to comment, of course, to an earlier comment by a brother in the profession from California. I was actually the one that proposed bringing the matter of South China Sea to arbitration in the Philippines. But as we now prepare and contemplate a second case, I am now of the opinion that we should not proceed with the second case and proceed with diplomacy. So, Dr. Abraham?
好，这个时间已经到了啊，我们今天利用了90多分钟，7位演讲者还有线上线下的几位讨论，应该大家就全球海洋治理与大国海洋经济合作的，应该说做了一个很好的讨论。我印象特别深的就是，第一，全球海洋治理是一个重大的命题；第二，全球海洋治理确实面临着多方面的挑战，有的还是严峻挑战；第三，在这样一个需求和挑战面前，中美的海洋经济合作至关重要；第四，尽管中美之间还有这样那样的事情，我们可以谈下来，我们可以做起来，还有很多可以做起来的合作领域。好，谢谢各位7位演讲者，谢谢各位讨论者，谢谢各位。好，我们本单元的讨论到此结束，谢谢各位，谢谢。
Thank you, Professor Chu. Thank you, all the panelists. Let's have a break. Yes, we have prepared you some desserts and drinks, which is just outside the venue. We have 10 minutes for the short break. Please come back in 10 minutes. That is 11:28. 11:28. Please come back on time. Thank you.
Safety and navigation and the became soon. It's all beautiful. 2002 was a different time. It was a time when China was away to approaches such as
On July 20th, 2011, China and other member states reached the guidelines for the implementation of the Declaration of Conduct on South China Sea. In September 2013, China and 10 other member states resumed the consultation on the Code of Conduct.
Friendship is important. We should enhance its ability to grow together. Seriously, sincerity of the Chinese government to work with us, to our desire to cooperate not only with China but beyond China, and also to the key to our success in this region.
In October 2017, China and 7 ASEAN countries held the first large-scale maritime search and rescue exercises, improving regional SCR capability and cooperation.
The POC was meant to pattern the specific need of parties in South China Sea. Therefore, a regional nation nature cannot be separated from global world commerce, undermines the holy relation between states and ocean matters resources. 在说明了保障的职业上，民主局势保持了整体的稳定。中国和东盟国中制定的落实说明，我已经开启了南海思维整合的磋商。
On August 2nd, 2018, China and ASEAN member states reached a single draft negotiation. Although the COVID-19 pandemic saw face-to-face negotiations, the second reading of the SDNT was completed in 2022 due to the joint efforts of all parties. In July 2023, under Indonesia's chair, the guidelines for accelerating the early conclusion of an effective and substantive code of conduct in the South China Sea was adopted.
Negotiation to come to compromise between benefits and losses are very important. That's why the CAC is taking so long. We have to come up with something that is really truly balanced for both sides. 所以中国和东盟国家在某种问题上达成了首份进展作用，为维护南海局势发挥了稳定器的作用。中方愿与东盟国家加快推进南海行为准则协同进程，构建符合各方共同利益和想象对等边界，把南海因为界限和地界也能治好不所成。I think because China, things like that, has been a good friend, has been helping the region a great deal economically, politically. ASEAN needs together. We need to improve our standard of living, we need to overcome poverty, we need to fight against climate change and all this stuff. We need, most importantly, is in all this area connectivity. So China has contributed tremendously in this area. Of infrastructure development, those projects without the support from the Chinese government, Chinese people under the BRI and some new initiatives, it would not have been possible for us to promote our economic development strategies supported by infrastructure investment projects like this one. So I think it's to thank China and stuff. Really,
In November 2002, the Declaration of the Conduct of Parties to the South China Sea, signed and voted.
In 2002, we had to proceed with long consultation foundation legal scene. Numerous consultation and joint activity have been carried out that are on the environmental protection and scientific safety and navigation and communication at sea.
It's all beautiful. 2002 was a different time. It was a time when China failed so away to approach the South China Sea.
On July 20th, 2011, China and ASEAN member states reached the guidelines for the implementation of the Declaration of Conduct on the South China Sea. In September 2013, China and 10 ASEAN member states resumed the consultation on the Code of Conduct.
Friendship is important. We should enhance its ability to grow together. It shows the sincerity of the Chinese government to work with us, to our desire to cooperate not only with China but beyond China, and also to the key to our success in this region.
In October 2017, China and 7 ASEAN countries held the first large-scale maritime search and rescue exercises, improving regional SAR capability and cooperation mechanisms.
The DOC was meant to tackle specific need of parties in South China Sea. Therefore, a regional nation in nature cannot be separated from global road commerce, or the norms governing relation between states and oceanographic resources. 在说明了保障一个只有向南海局势保持了整体的这个稳定。中国和东盟国家致力于落实说明，也已经开启了南海行为整合的磋商。
On August 2nd, 2018, China and ASEAN member states reached a single draft negotiation text. Although the COVID-19 pandemic stalled face-to-face negotiations, the second reading of the SDMT was completed in 2022 due to the joint efforts of all parties. In July 2023, under Indonesia's chair, the guidelines for accelerating the early conclusion of an effective and substantive code of conduct in the South China Sea was adopted.
Negotiation to come to compromise between benefits and losses are very important. That's why the COC is taking so long. About this something like this. We really do the balance on both sides. 所以，我们中国和东盟国家很大的一个地方。
那我先播音频啊，播音宽，播即将开始，李欣，播大一点。
大部分稳定器的中央用标准数据。
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Happy to be close to China. I think China has been a good friend, has been helping the region a great deal economically and politically.
ASEAN needs to develop. We need to improve our standing. We need to overcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come back. The session 2 will start very shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. 女士们、先生们，我们1题2马上就要开始了，请大家即刻回到会场，感谢您的配合。因为这个环节我们还有线上的嘉宾正在等待，所以请大家尽快落座，谢谢。大家可以将咖啡和饮料带到会场，没有关系，因为我们时间也有一点拖延，谢谢大家的理解。Thank you, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, please come back. Session 2 will start very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, the session 2 will start very shortly. Please come back soon. Thank you, thank you.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
女士们、先生们，请您尽快回到会场，议题2环节马上就要开始了，感谢您的配合，谢谢。亲爱的来宾朋友们，请大家尽快回到会场并落座。议题2环节马上就要开始了，谢谢。您可以将咖啡和饮料带到会场来，因为我们线上还有其他嘉宾正在等待。谢谢您的理解。Ladies and gentlemen, please come back as soon as possible. The session 2 will start very shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. ，Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started for session 2. And may I have the honor to have all the panelists to come to the stage? Okay, now session 2 begins. First of all, please let me invite the moderator of the session, Dr. Wu Shicun, Chairman of Huayang Research Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, to moderate the session. Dr. Wu, the floor is yours.
谢谢。还缺一个是谁吗？当然，张元先生去哪了？哎，忘掉了。Okay, I'm waiting for you. Take your time, don't rush. 因为这个7个演讲人他们全要说英文，所以我也要用英文来主持这个。Okay, good morning once again. Welcome to the session 2. In this session, we are going to look at the topic that is mutual confidence building in the South China Sea from the perspective of global security initiative. In this session, we have 7 speakers who are from China, the Philippines, Vietnam, Professor Rangshong San is online, join us by video links. Welcome, good to see you, Professor Yuan. And Singapore, Cambodia, Japan, and the United States. I don't think I needed to introduce them one by one because you have their bias on the handbook. So in order to preserve time for our discussions, I would like to give the floor to our speakers to address their topics respectively. The first speaker is Professor Hu Bo. Hu Bo is from Peking University. Hu Bo, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Thank you for the organizers to invite me. The South China Sea is not only disputed, but also the world's busiest sea layer, connecting the most prosperous parts of the current world. On the one hand, there are very complicated disputes, and on the other hand, there are a lot of cooperation of all aspects. How do we view the South China Sea situation depends on our perspectives. In IR studies, we have a constructivism paradigm, which deems perceptions and views rather than geopolitics and power decide international relations. Today, I would like to share 3 points. First, don't rush to settle maritime disputes in the South China Sea. In an international system where the sovereign states serves as the main actor, any disputes involving territory or maritime delimitation is extremely complex and sensitive. Involving 6 states and 7 parties, the resolution of South China Sea dispute requires both time and wisdom. Sharing disputes is not the best solution, but the only way to maintain peace and stability. Arguably, consensus and concert is a must to avoid any exacerbation. It is not only impracticable, but also detrimental to rely on extraterritorial forces, extra-regional power, or third-party mechanisms and force others to accept certain solutions. Second, don't excessively demoralize China. China is a great power. China's activity in the South China Sea is easier to be noticed and raise the concerns compared with other claims. But, however, accusing China also needs the truth and facts. China's maritime claims in the South China Sea have existed long before the establishment of People's Republic of China. The new government just inherited and adheres to these claims without any alteration. External voices accusing China of creating 9-9 in 2008-9 and 4 SARS after South China Sea arbitration in 2016 have neither historical basis nor common sense. The past 20 years have witnessed China's increasing strength and determination to safeguard maritime rights. However, since the end of the Cold War, Deng Xiaoping's policy of sharing disputes has never been changed. Although unsatisfied with the status quo formed in history, China is willing to stay restrained and work with all parties to maintain the status quo. As for anything changing the status quo, China has no choice but to make some countermeasures. It is unjust to be labeled as expansion. Finally, I have a suggestion that all parties should regard the South China Sea from the perspective of cooperation rather than conflict. The peace, stability, and prosperity of the South China Sea are related to regional and even global interests. Nevertheless, it is first and foremost the responsibility of the coast states, then the region, and finally other regional powers and parties. The South China Sea is a common home for regional states, forming a natural community with a shared future based on common interests in environmental protection, resource development, and maintaining maritime order. The state cannot choose its neighbors, and maritime disputes cannot be resolved in the short term, maybe in the foreseeable future. Focusing on controversy will lead us to nothing. While sharing disputes and turning to cooperation would actually help achieve something great. I should stop here. Thank you for listening. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Fubu. Thank you for saving the time for this session. 3 points important. So now I would like to give the floor to Lucio Pitalo, Research Fellow, Asia Pacific Pathways to Progress Foundation from the Philippines. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Thank you, Dr. Wu Shih-chun. So my topic for this morning is about Philippines-China relations in relation to the South China Sea. So I argue that both sides should really calm the choppy waters in the South China Sea. Territorial and maritime disputes are not the sum total and the be-all of Philippines-China relations. Both countries recognize this, and leaders of both sides made statements to this effect. 3 high-level Chinese officials visited Manila last year. Veteran China expert and longtime China resident and journalist Jaime Flor Cruz was appointed as the Philippine ambassador to China. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and Chinese President Xi Jinping met on the sidelines of the 2022 APEC summit in Bangkok. Marcos was the first head of state, hosted by Beijing to start this year. All of this became too distant now, as relations turned sour, from promising to worrying in such a short span of time. The South China Sea row has reared its ugly head again to trouble bilateral ties. Marcos renewed Philippine interest in China's signature connectivity program, like his predecessor. He signed a memorandum of understanding for Belt and Road cooperation during his state visit to Beijing last January. However, in a sign of how disputes are beginning to impact constructive and mutually beneficial ties, he did not attend the Third Belt and Road Forum held just recently. In contrast, his regional peers were in attendance. Indonesian President Joko Widodo and Vietnamese President Vu Van Thong, leaders of South China Sea littoral states, were present. Malaysia was represented by Transport Minister Lok Seow Phuk. Thai Prime Minister Srettha Thavisin, Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet, and Lao President Thongloun Sisulit were also there. Unsurprisingly, talks about Chinese funding for three Philippine railway projects hit a snag. Economics should be insulated from disputes. The moment disputes spill over to economics is a time to pause, reflect, and review. Sea incidents have become more disturbing, from lasers to water cannons to dangerous collisions and risky cat and mouse chase games. Both sides must recognize the perils of allowing the situation to escalate further. More effort should be spared at dialing down tensions. Both sides must improve how they communicate with one another and their respective audiences. Less talk, less mistake, and more room for diplomacy. The two sides must stick to the message that maritime issues do not define their ties and need not impede cooperation in other productive and arguably more important areas. Both have to advertise the benefit of broader positive relations and highlight the potential for further gains if differences are managed well. The SCS role is not just between the Philippines and China. It is a multilateral, multi-party spat. But why is it most toxic between the two countries? There is no positive correlation between noise and defending one's position in the flashpoint. In fact, on the contrary, most disputants have been making headway in pursuing their interests in choppy waters discreetly and surreptitiously. Maintaining high-level dialogue is important. Indonesian Defense Minister Prabowo Subianto, a prime contender in next year's presidential elections, and Vietnamese Central Military Commission Vice Secretary and Defense Minister Phan Van Kiang attended the 10th Beijing Xiangshan Forum. The defense ministers of Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Singapore joined them. Thailand sent its deputy permanent secretary for defense. Even other US allies sent officials. South Korea dispatches vice defense minister, Australia its assistant defense secretary, and Canada and Germany their defense attaches. Japan and France also sent delegates. In the past, the Philippines sent its defense undersecretary to attend the event. Downgrading participation in light of recent developments may be understandable, but outright absence is a missed opportunity and shows the sorry state of relations. Issues of sovereignty, maritime rights, and jurisdiction take time to be settled, even among good neighbors. The Philippines and Indonesia delimitation of their exclusive economic zone took 20 painstaking years, and the continental shelf demarcation has just begun. The SCS role is a decades-old problem. There is no room for dialogue fatigue because the alternative is bleak. ASEAN and China aim to conclude the Code of Conduct in 3 years, but none should put all their hopes on handling the SCS dispute on the COC alone. Manila and Beijing can be candid about their differences and discuss some possible baseline consensus, some of which will likely enjoy regional approval. For instance, there could be some conversation, if not agreement, on the following points. 1, no occupation or building of structures in unoccupied features. 2, no interference in regular troop and resupply missions to outposts in features administered by concerned coastal states. 3, no disruption in fishing and oil and gas activities. Unlike China, the Philippines' western continental shelf is more important for Manila from the standpoint of energy security. Most of the country's hydrocarbon reserves are located offshore west of Palawan, the biggest landmass nearest the Spratlys. This includes its largest and aging natural gas field, Malampaya, and its biggest prospective field, the Sampaguita field in Recto or Reed Bank. In contrast, China has huge onshore fields, including Changqing. I'm sorry, I may have not pronounced it incorrectly. In Inner Mongolia, which is its largest. The near exhaustion of Malampaya, constitutional and legal constraints to joint development, the desire to mitigate dependence on imports, and the burgeoning domestic demand all put pressure on the leadership in Manila to harness its indigenous resources in the West Philippine Sea. Scarborough Shoal, or Bajo de Masulok, as we call it in the Philippines, is a traditional fishing ground for Filipino, Chinese, and even Vietnamese fishermen. Even the 2016 Arbitral Award acknowledged this. This can provide a basis for a possible condominium or joint fishing zone. Both parties can agree on a common fishing season, regulate capture fisheries, agree on prohibited species to be spared, and pledge not to build structures on the feature. China said that its occupied features in the South China Sea can provide public goods to others in the form of search and rescue assistance, humanitarian assistance, and disaster relief, notwithstanding the status and the ownership of the features concerned. This pronouncement is a welcome move. One of the agreements reached during Marcos' state visit in Beijing last January was the establishment of a communication mechanism on maritime issues between the foreign ministries of both sides. The two countries should take steps to launch this. Maritime law enforcement authorities has gained prominence in speaking about the issue of the West Philippine Sea in the Philippines, and this may bear on the conduct of diplomacy. The Vice Ministerial Bilateral Consultative Mechanism, set up in 2016, convened its 7th round last March, and both sides should explore convening the 8th iteration at the soonest. Hotline communications between Coast Guards of both sides established during the past Duterte government should be revived and given full play. A review of how it performed in the past should be made in light of complaints that in one incident, the Philippine side tried to reach out to the Chinese side, but no one picked the phone at the critical time. In the broader South China Sea, littoral states, including Philippines and China, can table practical resource cooperation. Instead of a unilateral imposition, a joint or coordinated annual fishing ban to conserve diminishing fishing stocks can be discussed. This will allow for the natural replenishment of commercial species and depoliticize marine environment conservation. Joint fish stock assessments can also be made by marine scientists and fisheries experts of coastal states. This is not unprecedented. Last year, a joint stock assessment of skipjack tunas in the South China Sea was made. Joint marine scientific research and possible agreement for identifying certain areas as marine protected areas can also be put in the agenda. The High Seas Treaty, BBNJ agreement, can foster cooperation in conserving and sustainably harnessing living marine resources in the South China Sea's high seas pocket in the middle of the South China Sea. China can support capacity building and transfer of marine technology to its littoral neighbors like the Philippines. South China Sea littoral states can also discuss some possible cooperation for deep seabed mining in the sea's high seas pocket. Maritime disputes do not define Philippines-China relations. Both sides should come and could come turbulent waters, steer bilateral ties to more steady ground, pursue mutually beneficial cooperation, and contribute to regional peace and order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucio. Yes, in your remarks, you touched upon those issues, maritime cooperation, the consensus reached by your president and our president, Mr. Xi Jinping, only this year. And also maritime confrontation now it is going on in the South China Sea region. And also you mentioned that the maritime dispute is not the whole of bilateral relations between China and the Philippines. Also, you mentioned the 3 nodes. So we are open discussions. So now I would like to invite Dr. Ran Hong San, Vice President of Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Professor Ran, good to see you again. Now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wu Shikun, and good morning to all distinguished participants to this conference. At the outset, I wish to express my deep gratitude to Professor Wu Shikun and also to President Wang Shan for inviting me to this very important conference. But I have to apologize and regret that I am not able to be there in person because tomorrow we are going to, the DAV is going to organize an international forum on the role of China's in global governance. which is a very much related topic to today's conference. And therefore, I have to be home in order to take care of the organization of the conference. But I hope that, well, next year I can be there in person in Hainan myself. I'd like to, at the outset, disclaim that what I'm going to say is just my own thoughts, and it doesn't represent the DAV or my ministry's institutional position. I'm going to speak about the Global Security Initiative and its relevance in today's global context. And specifically, I'm going to speak about what we like about the Global Security Initiative, what we would like to know more about the Global Security Initiative, and also how we can use the spirit of the Global Security Initiative to promote confidence building in the South China Sea. Now, I think the Global Security Initiative is a very important initiative in today's global context. We are seeing a less secure global environment. Conflicts is erupting in many parts of the world, creating a lot of concerns. The world has become a lot less stable, and that is due to a number of facts, such as the re-emergence of non-proliferation issues, lessening of trust and cooperation between the major powers, and the rise of violence and defense spending in every corner of the world. And therefore, the security deficit situation is creating a lot of instability. And in that context, the fact that China is stepping forward to introduce the Global Security Initiative, and is actually investing a lot of its diplomatic efforts in providing or contributing to the security environment of the globe, is actually very important. And we have seen China actually successfully mediated several conflicts in the Middle East, and is playing an active part and trying to play a constructive role in other existing international conflict as well. So we think that the sheer fact that China is now willing to come forward and in the words of the Vice Minister who spoke this morning, that China is turning itself from a public goods consumer to a public goods supplier, is a very important fact. And therefore, the idea is broadly supported. Now, having said that, looking deeper into China's concept notes of the Global Security Initiative, we found that a lot of things that we like and we can support outright. The idea of common security, promoting convergence of interest and common interest for all is, there's nothing to against that idea. We especially love that China reiterated several times that the principles of respecting and safeguarding the security of every country, and that China takes security in a comprehensive manner, and that includes both traditional and non-traditional security, I think is the approach that we endorse. China also emphasizes or place very strong emphasis on diplomacy and the peaceful resolutions or means to achieve security for all is also a very important principles that we endorse. We also like the approach to security that China is propagating, addressing the root causes of security and of conflicts rather than treatment of the symptoms of those conflicts. It's also very important. And the emphasis on morality, justice, and having right ideas are also ideas which we completely endorse. Now, we particularly like the principles that China takes on using the UN Charter and its principles as center, and therefore the emphasis on the respect for sovereignty and territoriality of all the countries, with the upholding of principles such as non-interference, and that all countries, whether big or small, are equal members of the international community. I think those are very important principles. We also highly endorse the priority area for cooperation, and in this particular area, we especially endorse China's use of or support the role of ASEAN or ASEAN centrality as a very principle or priority in China's approach to implement the global security initiatives. The supports to the ASEAN-centered regional architecture, which China emphasized, is very important to ASEAN. And also the ASEAN's way of building consensus or making consensus decision is also reiterated in China's GSI. We also like the fact that China mentioned the Mekong cooperation. This is important to ASEAN countries, and it's important to Southeast Asia overall. And we very much endorse China's call for both upstream and downstream countries to engage in cooperation. Now, there are a few things that we would like to know more about the GSI. We like the fact that China opposed to zero-sum mentality or zero-sum competition, but we wonder how we can achieve the security of one, but not at the expense of security of others. This is a very important principle, but how it can be achieved in reality is something that we would like to learn more from China's views. How do we achieve the principle of indivisible security, and we address the legitimate security concerns of all countries is something that we would like to know more. With regard to the platform for cooperation, I think China laid out several platforms for cooperation, but unfortunately, despite the fact that China endorsed ASEAN-centered regional architecture, we do not see China highlighting ASEAN's and its several mechanisms as the platform to achieve the global security initiative. So we would like to know more how China's intend to go about with the ASEAN tailored or ASEAN-centered processes and mechanisms. And also with regard to a very important part of the global security initiative, which is disputes resolutions. There are a lot of great ideas there. For example, the emphasis on peaceful means, the emphasis on dialogues, consultations, and that major powers must take responsibility and must not abuse unilateral actions. Those are ideas that we fully endorse. However, I think that if there could be greater reference to how we can apply and adopt international law and the UN Charter principles in finding resolutions to disputes, it would also be nice. So it would be great to talk more about that. And now I'd like to propose very briefly some ideas on how we can use the spirit, which are great from the GSI into building confidence in the South China Sea. First of all, with regard to how do we build the South China Sea and discourage zero-sum mentality or zero-sum competition in the South China Sea is something that we are very keenly working on with China. And I suggest that ASEAN can provide a very inclusive platform to promote cooperations and dialogues among the major countries and to discourage this zero-sum mentality. I also like several ideas that Minister Wang Yi, Vice Minister Shen Weidong proposed in their keynote addresses, such as equitable sharing of resources, the promotions of marine ecology and support for marine sustainable developments. I thought that we can use such ideas, for example, in fishing, the fishing monitoring ban, which I think is a valid idea to promote in the South China Sea. But if we can apply and adopt more of a consultations and consensus approach to addressing the depletion of the fish stocks, so as we can achieve in a common, a multilateral fishing ban that is going to work in a more sustainable way in the South China Sea. Also, with regard to other resources such as oil and gas and energy, which is a point of contestation in the South China Sea, We thought that with the leaderships China is promoting in the green transitions with its green technology, we can talk more about how to cooperate between China and the coastal states about offshore, for example, offshore renewable resources developments. And we can then turn the South China Sea from that of contestation over the hydrocarbon resources to a zone of cooperations for offshore renewable energy developments. We also are appreciative of the emphasis on the DOC and COC implementation by the keynote speakers. We thought that those are very important between ASEAN and China. However, given the new developments with regard to technology, with regard to how the perceptions of the region and of the world has changed over the South China Sea issues over the years, we thought that it would be necessary to reflect those new developments into the DOC and COC implementation. How do we utilize new technologies in the better management or promoting cooperations and confidence in the South China Sea? How do we reflect the interest of the international community in the COC and DOC implementation? I think those are going to be also important. And last but not least, I think China has been playing a very critical role in mediating disputes in other parts of the world. So I think that we can use that mentality and sentiments and ideas into mediating our own disputes and finding an amicable solutions in the contestation that still remains on the South China Sea. And my last point is that I realized that Professor Wu Shikun is organizing a South China Sea conference very similar to the DAV, to ours. And we had the honor of receiving Professor Wu Shikun in person in Ho Chi Minh City just 2 weeks ago. So why not we co-organize a South China Sea symposium in the future that we can take advantage of our networks of both and the goodwill of both to promote peace and stability and confidence building in the South China Sea. So let me stop there and apologize for going over time a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ren Hongsan. I appreciate you just suggested our cooperation between our two symposiums. I would like to hold a symposium in Ho Chi Minh City or Hanoi, and you would be able to move your forum to Hainan Island. Good idea. I really enjoy remarks from GSI global security perspectives. Very important points. You mentioned that the world now is becoming less secure, less stable, and we are facing challenges of security deficit. And also you praised China's positive role in some regional conflict, and also China's diplomatic principles. The principles of UN Charter, the peaceful coexistence, and respect sovereignty, no matter the country is large or small, and ASEAN centrality. And also, last point that you mentioned, the COC and DOC, and avoid a zero-sum mentality in the South China Sea region, promote DOC implementation, and promote the COC consultation. I really appreciate your remarks, Dr. Hongsan. Now, I would like to give the floor to Professor Li Mingjiang. He's from Singapore, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Dr. Li.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, good afternoon. Thanks to the organizers for providing me with this opportunity to learn from other colleagues and for me to share some thoughts. I would like to take this opportunity today to propose the idea of encouraging China and ASEAN countries to engage in joint patrols in the South China Sea. I had the fortune to express some of these ideas a few years ago, but as a popular Chinese saying goes, important things need to be said 3 times. So now let me reiterate this proposal today. For many years, a few countries have been undertaking patrols in the South China Sea. Since 2010, the United States has conducted over 100 freedom navigation operations, FONOPs in short, in the South China Sea. These patrols have been conducted in areas claimed by China, Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia. The US has stated that its FONOPs are not directed at any specific country, but are intended to uphold the principle of freedom navigation for all. However, China has accused the US of militarizing the South China Sea and of trying to undermine China's sovereignty. Japan, Australia, and the European countries have conducted FONOPs in the South China Sea as well, in a variety of ways, including bilateral patrols. Japan, Australia have conducted bilateral FONOPs in the South China Sea since 2015. In 2023, for instance, the two countries conducted the naval exercise Trident 2023 in the South China Sea, which included FONOP activities. Multilateral patrols. Japan, Australia, and the European countries have also participated in multilateral FONOPs in the South China Sea. For example, in 2022, the United Kingdom, France, the Netherlands participated in a joint FONOP in the South China Sea. Some ASEAN countries have also undertaken joint patrols in the South China Sea. Vietnam has conducted joint patrols with a number of other countries in the region, including Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines. The Philippines has conducted joint patrols with a number of other countries in the South China Sea as well, including with the US since 2012 in the vicinity of Scarborough Shoal and the Spratly Islands, with Australia in 2016 in the northern part of the South China Sea near the Philippines claimed EEZ, and with Japan since 2017 near Palawan Island. Vietnam and the Philippines claim that their joint patrols with other countries in the South China Sea are designed to promote maritime security and cooperation in the region. As we all know, the South China Sea is the semi-enclosed maritime area between Southeast Asia and China. And it is extremely crucial for maritime transport and international trade. If external powers and other claimant countries have been doing patrols in the region, why cannot China and ASEAN countries, or some ASEAN countries, conduct joint patrols in the South China Sea? My answer to this question is that they can and they should. To make the China-ASEAN joint patrol proposal more acceptable and more feasible, the two sides can perhaps define their joint effort as aimed at the protection of the sea lines of communication, SLOCs, instead of freedom navigation, at least in the beginning stage. Freedom navigation and the protection of safety of the sea lines of communications are two related but distinct concepts. Freedom navigation is the right of ships to navigate freely in international waters in accordance with international law. This right, as we all know, is enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The protection of safety of SLOCs is a broader concept that encompasses measures to protect maritime traffic from a variety of threats, including piracy, terrorism, and natural disasters. SLOCs are vital to the global economy as they carry the vast majority of global trade. Despite these differences, freedom of navigation and the protection of safety of slogs are complementary concepts. Both are essential for ensuring the safe and efficient flow of maritime trade and for maintaining peace and stability in the world's oceans. Certainly, ASEAN countries will likely have a number of concerns if China proposes to conduct joint patrols in the South China Sea. But it is important to note that there are many potential benefits for ASEAN countries from conducting joint patrols with China. For example, joint patrols could help reduce tensions and promote maritime security in the region. They could also help build trust and cooperation between China and ASEAN countries, not just in maritime security, but in maritime governance in the South China Sea as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Minjiang. The important topic, joint patrol. You mentioned the FNOPS. From at the very beginning, initiated conducted by United States from unilateral base, now evolving and developing to mini multilateral between United States and some countries in the South China Sea region, and now moved to multi-level, even the countries outside of this region, particularly from European Union. Good idea. You suggest whether China would be able to initiate a joint patrol between China and ASEAN. My question is maybe to you, we will address this later, because some ASEAN countries are coastal states of South China Sea region and some are inland states. To ASEAN countries, which countries will be invited and participate in the joint patrol in the South China region? And this, if it is the case, ASEAN countries accepted Chinese initiative, in which area it is sensitive. So let's discuss this issue later. Now, I'll give the floor to Dr. Chen Jinglong, Executive Vice President, ASEAN Vision Institute, Cambodia. Thank you, Mr. Chen Jinglong.
Very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the Huaiyang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance and China Oceanic Development Foundation for the invitation and arrangement, and particularly to our chairman, Wu Shih-chun, and the colleagues. I think they have done great efforts in organizing this international forum, gathering experts, scholars, policymakers, practitioners from many parts of the world. Oh, one more thing. This is, it could not be better than organizing it in Sanya, the beautiful, city of Hainan province. It's my privilege and great honor to be here for the first time, and I think it will not be the last time. I will share my own perspectives, and it does not represent my institutions or the government of the Kingdom of Cambodia. The South China Sea issues are among the world's most discussed ones in the global peace, security, and trade cooperation affairs in the world. We all acknowledge that, and I think I will talk with regard to the global security perspective, as well as what can be done on a bilateral and multilateral basis. It is without doubt that The claimant and non-claimant states have agreed to seek win-win peaceful deals, genuine trust-based, rules-based, and fact-based multilateral cooperation in responding to the common challenges, the complex and intertwined geopolitical dynamics, and evolving global peace and security landscapes. Cambodia is in the Mekong sub-region, and ASEAN at large is one of the most trusted partners of China. And I would like to look at this bilateral cooperation to further strengthen the multilateral cooperation. Multilateral success cannot happen without the success of the bilateral relations, particularly coming from the two states. The called ironclad friendship built on the long history of friendly, productive relations since the ancient times, fostered by the many generations of leaders, have further fostered the bilateral ties to the comprehensive strategic partnership between Cambodia and China. The signing of the 2019-2023 Cambodia-China Action Plan on building a community with a shared future, the updated Action Plan 2023-2028, the joint statement signed on February this year between President Xi Jinping and former Prime Minister of Cambodia, Samdech Techo Hun Sen, to elevate it into the Diamond Hexagon Cooperation is a model cooperation between Cambodia and China, namely the major power and a smaller state, in building a trust-based constructive partnership in the collective pursuit of realizing the community with a shared future for mankind. My new Prime Minister, Samdech Techo Hun Manet, who got elected and is running the government from late August this year, will carry over those bold tasks with strong commitment and high aspirations amid the regional and global challenges. Over the past 20 years, Cambodia has provided the good offices and facilitated the early negotiation of the Code of Conduct, COC, on the South China Sea. Believing that Cambodia's role can be conducive to the multilateral efforts of the region in seeking peace and development based on the norms of international relations. Cambodia indeed lies in the geopolitical region of the Mekong in Southeast Asia that links important economic, trade, and cultural routes with many provinces of China. Cambodia has joined the group of friends of China's Global Development Initiative, the GDI, which was launched in early this year, and expressed full support for the Global Security Initiative, very much alluding to the points highlighted by our colleague from DAV, Vietnam. Given the importance, the strategic importance of the concept of TSI in addressing the global ocean governance challenges we are facing today. Last year, in November, Cambodia and China stressed that the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, DOC, has played a key role in maintaining peace and stability in the South China Sea. In this regard, both countries jointly call on relevant parties to carry forward its full and effective implementation, deepen pragmatic maritime cooperation, and reach an early conclusion of the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea on the basis of mutual consensus in order to build the South China Sea into a sea of peace, friendship, and cooperation. Cambodia has pledged to facilitate further and push for the remaining parts of the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea to be agreed upon, building on the existing success over the past 20 years, given there are several challenges we have to address together. Excellencies, distinguished participants and colleagues, the South China Sea is the shared home of countries in this region, and China and ASEAN countries always committed to regional security governance with the framework of genuine multilateralism. The region is critical in many ways. If we look at the statistic of the UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, roughly 80% of global trade and 70% in value is transported by sea, passing through the South China Sea. I would like to highlight that building the South China Sea into a sea of peace, international cooperation and development is a necessity for all, given the fact that any disruptions that can caused by military confrontation or conflicts that can be spiral out into a large-scale conflicts or wars is detrimental to humanity and to prosperity of mankind. In the context of GSI, countries need to strengthen coordination and cooperation within multilateral frameworks, including the Mekong Lancang Cooperation, ASEAN-China Cooperation, ASEAN-China Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, among others, toward realizing a more integrated Mekong Lancang community or a more broader scope ASEAN-China community with a shared future. Notably, the one built on equality, justice, fairness, inclusivity, coexistence, and meaningful, substantive, and mutually beneficial cooperation and partnership. In this regard, I suggest that small states should work together as a group, but also the Global South, with China as play a leading role, can also formulate and conduct further scientific evidence-based studies and sharing with the larger, working among the smaller states and the bigger states. I think we need the middle powers in this regard. Think tanks like my own is very ready to cooperate, and I propose that we need to establish a global think tank working on ocean governance and the maritime cooperation. We can co-organize or co-lead several scientific research together. But may I propose, in addition to this, that taking advantage of the GSI to develop a GSI fund or GSI foundation in order to mobilize funding resources in order to aid or assist the global think tanks working on ocean governance to promote peace, sustainable development, and prosperity for humanity in this regard. At another level, I encourage the de-escalation of military confrontation we have seen so far over the past years, that military patrols, military exercises, from the perspective of a think tanker, that is not a constructive approach to solving the common issues. It's with regard to the vision and the objective that we have alluded to earlier. Besides this, government should work together to construct a productive approach to negotiations, consultations, and constant communication. One formal channel would address the challenge. Too many channels of communication will break the deal. Parliamentary cooperation is also very important. For some countries, they engage through party and party channel. I think the last part is to promote the civil society organizations with the participation of think tanks, private sectors together. I would like to end my remarks here, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chen Jindong. In your remarks, you addressed us China and Cambodia cooperation under the frameworks of Human Society for Shared Futures and Mekong Lantang mechanisms. Also, you mentioned the DOC. I really appreciate the great contribution made by Cambodia in 2002, the DOC signed between China and ASEAN 10 countries. And also you expressed your hopes, the long-standing peace and stability in such a region. And also China should play a positive role in the Global South initiative, and also think tank could play a positive role in promoting maritime cooperation in South China Sea region. Thank you once again. Now, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Zhang Yun from National Niigata University, Japan. Zhang Yun, Dr. Zhang Yun, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman Wu, Mr. President Wang, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. Good noon, and thank you very much for your kind invitation to be here. And also, I would like to extend my thanks to the excellent logistics team. I arrived at Sanya Airport on early morning, 1 o'clock, and they arranged an excellent connection, seamless connection to the hotel. Particularly, I would like to thank Chen Pingping Lao Shi for a very smooth arrangement. I really moved by her commitment. So, Ms. Chairman, you have excellent team.
Thank you.
And actually, we are having this session at a very challenging timing because lunchtime are awaiting us. So I would like to serve some unusual episodes with you, try to awaken some audiences falling asleep. Okay. My connection with this forum, I recall very vividly in early June, I had a privilege to meet with Mr. Chairman Wu in Denver. I believe Mr. Chairman still remember vividly how hard we traveled a long journey to the United States in early June. I based in Japan, so it took me maybe 16 hours to travel from Japan to the United States. That was my second trip in past 3 years. Last year, I spent 1 year at Free University at Berlin, serving as a senior researcher there. So I traveled from Berlin to the United States in September. I heard the participants from the Chinese side, they travel 30 hours. Mr. Chairman, where did you transit? I forgot the place. Frankfurt, is it? Frankfurt, yes. Traveling from China to the United States. We had to transit in Frankfurt for 30 hours. It is unusually abnormal. I think we have to normalize the basic communication lines between our two great countries. So now we are meeting face to face. I think nothing, Zoom or other advanced technologies can replace face-to-face meetings. So I'm very glad to be here and to meet with all the participants here in person. So let me just very briefly introduce my research. Theoretically, I have been working on perceptions and misperceptions in international politics for more than 2 decades. And empirically, I have 2 fields. One is China, US, Japan trilateral relations. The second field is East Asia regional integration. Because I firmly believe that these 2 research fields are so important for the regional peace, security, and prosperity. And it also could be a treasury for theoretical building, for the future theoretical developments as well. So I think today's topic is quite timely, both significant and timely. Why? It is important because as our previous speakers mentioned, we have never been so closely connected by the ocean. Ocean does not separate us. Ocean connects us and reconnects us. It's just significant. And also timely, because we are both facing challenges and opportunities in this critical juncture. So I really appreciate the design of today's second session. Thank you very much for Mr. Wu, Chairman Wu, and President Wang's excellent design. For me, I would like to say, because we are focusing on governance, I have been attending so many forums in the recent 3 months. Suddenly, the post-COVID international exchange period, 新时代, the new era started. I traveled so intensively in the past 3 months. I always ask my question. I attend so many forums on governance. So what is the governance? What is the fundamental basis of governance? So I ask myself deeply. I try to find the answer because I have been working on perception is perception. I think the intellectual origin of governance is so important, at least for me. So what is intellectual origin of global governance or governance itself? I think we need some basic beliefs or visions or perceptions. 理念. In the morning, Vice Minister Sun, he mentioned 理念 leads actions. I fully agree with that. I think it's very important for us to go to the original heart of this. So in terms of ocean security or maritime security, ocean governance, for me, I think now we are facing 2 different perceptions toward security, the concept itself. See, one kind of understanding or perception toward security is deterrence-based security concept, a deterrence-based security perception. The second one is cooperation and dialogue-based security concept. Now we are having these 2 different visions and 2 different 理念 or 2 different perceptions towards security. And I think, personally, I think it's a fundamental reason why we have different views. If we can try to find commonalities or convergence in the process of dialogue, and that would be great. And we will find a shortcut to reach the consensus in that process. And it will be both fruitful and relevant in terms of dialogue, genuine dialogue. So last year, I spent a year in Germany. I went to Germany at a very critical juncture. Everybody knows the Ukraine war started in February, arrived in Berlin in May. So only 2 months passed. I traveled intensively in Europe. And my meetings with the European colleagues in different countries, I had a strong impression that Europe was at a critical juncture, not only physical war, but the different views towards security itself. I give you, because of time limitation, I give you 1 episode when I met with the former Secretary General of OSCE, the headquarters based in Vienna. We met in Geneva. And after he retired from the OSCE as Secretary General, and he now is operating a very big think tank, Geneva Security Center. And we had a very long discussion. And because my first book was on ASEAN and ASEAN's cooperative security approach and its relationship with the major countries in the Asia-Pacific regions, namely China, India, the US, and Japan. And it's a very old book. Now I'm updating the first version. Today I bring 1 copy. If anybody interested, I can give you 1 copy of older version of that. But when I talked about this book with my friend in Geneva, I said ASEAN used to be influenced and inspired by you. Yes, he agreed. He said, we Europeans, we are not forgetting cooperative security itself. But when I go to some other countries, like Baltic countries, the visions are so different. They are talking with me, deterrence-based approach, not enough. We have to dramatically increase the deterrence-based security. So you can see intellectually, Europe is divided. So what kind of impacts or what kind of hints we can receive from European division? It's polarization of intellectual polarization of this kind of debate. I think it will be quite interesting for us as well. So let me say that dialogue and cooperation based, there's one thing is ASEAN centrality. ASEAN actually created the ASEAN way and how to organize the regional dialogue, security dialogue, and habit building, confidence building in the 1990s. I think I fully agree with Chairman Wu that we have to have dialogue. But I would like to, if I may, I want to further emphasize we need genuine dialogue. We need genuine dialogue and genuine diplomacy and genuine multilateralism. And that will dramatically change the quality of dialogue in this process. So I think the Global Security Initiative is both a intellectual continuation of ASEAN-centered security concept, dialogue and cooperation-based security concept. There's an organic continuation of that. So we're talking about it. That is my new project. It's talking, telling China story well. I think we have to telling the Asian story well as well. Asians, we have great story to tell in terms of security concept development and theoretical development. And the Global Security Initiative is also a further development of Asian good tradition. If we recall the good tradition in the 1990s, the confidence building, preventive diplomacy, I'm afraid we are forgetting that. Now in the region, as some speakers talking about some military alliance enhancement, I do not say alliance is not important. I do not say military deterrence is not important, but we have to neutralize the sharpness of military deterrence by emphasizing more cooperative security. I think the timing is very limited. Let me just conclude, and I say I firmly recall 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, we had a very high level China, US, Japan trilateral dialogue and rotating in Beijing, Tokyo, and Washington. And so I think for me, and also I worked in MIT and also CSIS, for me, I think three important pillars for the genuine dialogue. First one, the academic and intellectual vigorous. Secondly, the policy access. For me, maybe it's too ambitious. We have to influence the influentials. That is the second pillar. The third one is societal impact. I think Chairman is impatient now. I start here. Thank you very much for attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zhang Yue. It's hard for me to summarize your point because you touched many issues. Thank you for your appreciation for our friendship, our first meeting earlier June in Denver, United States. That was our first face-to-face discussion on China-US relations. So welcome to Hainan once again. Now, let's move to the last speaker, last not least, a young scholar, Zhang Yiren. He's Chinese scholar, but now he's working with Institute for China-American Studies based in Washington, D.C., United States. You are encouraged to finish your presentation in less than 10 minutes or less than 6 minutes because you could speak as quick as possible. Thank you.
I'll do my utmost, and I try my best not to rap because I just came back from the United States about 2 days ago. Good noon, everyone, and thank you, Chairman Wu. And also, I want to thank the organizer and especially thank everyone for inviting me back after 3 years. Feels so good to see everyone, friends and colleagues in Hainan in person, finally. And working at the Institute for China-American Studies, an independent think tank based in Washington, D.C., which is the only American think tank that focuses specifically on the US-China bilateral relationship, I'm going to provide a different angle based on the context of the US-China strategic competition, which is unfortunately a notion that has been fully embraced in Washington right now. There are different interpretations on the minor issues, but this notion has been fully embraced. And I think that there's still room to improve the situation in the South China Sea with regard to the US-China strategic competition. And I think that that's where ASEAN need and should play a critical role. And my suggestion come up first. I think the most important thing to build, a most effective way to build confidence is to become a confidant for your partner, that you can pass on your partner's words to an opponent, sorry, not opponent, a counterpart who would otherwise shut their ear. I think that is the role that ASEAN should play. But I'll go back a little bit and I first explain why I think that there's still room for negotiation. And it's not just about improving the relationship or restoring communication. I think in general, the US interest in the South China Sea does align under the concept of the GSI in three ways. First of all, the United States does need peace and stability in the South China Sea. As the nexus of the Indo-Pacific region, the United States regional and global interest is greatly vested in the region, and peace and stability is desirable. And second, I think as a global power, the United States does seek to be inclusive to the region. It wants to be a part of the region. It may want to take maybe a slightly bigger share of governance or rulemaking, but those are negotiable. And the third part, I think it is trade with a developing market that has a great potential. All the neighboring countries of the South China Sea are first developing countries, which means that they not only has a potential to continue to grow, but also they have a latecomer advantage when they're transferring their economy to the next stage. But the problem here, and we heard from the previous panel already, is that the notion of a strategic competition, especially under the sense of a zero-sum game, has plagued the US activity in the South China Sea region. And that's why I think that ASEAN need to act as not just a middle power, but as an equal third party to define their own region and to balance and stabilize their own region. To ensure peace and stability under the notion of strategic competition with China, the United States increased military activities in the region, which in another sense potentially increase the risk of military confrontation with China or any other power. And in order to be a part of the region, the United States seeks to be better embraced in rulemaking, and the United States, under the notion of strategic competition with China, seek to reshape that strategic environment of China. Well, with fair, for better or worse, with fair or unfair justification, the fact that the United States is seeking to involve in a greater degree to reshape the South China Sea means that it is changing the status quo. The third part about economic development, the United States is approaching it in its new tailored way, as described by USTR Catherine Tai. The United States is designing new exclusive and sometimes selected multilateral approach, namely the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, but also the United States is also on both the executive side and on the congressional side. The United States is passing on lots of policies and legislations that seek to reshape practices of trade, and most importantly, targeting those issues that are closely related to the maritime economy in the South China Sea, which is one of the core interests of ASEAN, given that ASEAN is going to become one of the most energetic markets in the forthcoming years. So, is there any way that we can turn the rhetoric and then clear up the air, make sure that the United States understand that its interest is falling under and align with the GSI, and then try to correct its activity? I think that, I do give credit to the Biden administration for stating clear that they don't seek full confrontation with China. But because the damage has been done for a long time, I use a metaphor to describe the efforts to turn around the trend as trying to U-turn an aircraft carrier. Well, we actually saw the video of a U-turn of a U.S. aircraft carrier in the South China Sea that not only caused a lot of waves, the aircraft carrier itself is shaking. So I think this is a particular time that ASEAN should step up, because both China and the United States have their hands tied. I think what ASEAN can do for the best is that the ASEAN has traditionally shared good channels of communication with both China and the United States. So ASEAN can serve as a good and trustworthy third party to pass on this information that cannot necessarily be properly communicated in a bilateral US-China communication. And second, I think ASEAN should work more to raise the awareness, but also clear the air about what's really going on in the South China Sea. Now, we at ICAS have been working for a long time, trying to present to the American public what's truly going on in the South China Sea, because most of the general American public still believe that the issue in the South China Sea is the big China bullying small ASEAN, and the US superhero is coming in to save the scene. But it's in fact really complicated, and I wonder if there is any ASEAN colleagues who would like to join this effort with us. And to the last point, I think ASEAN, there is also one part that ASEAN can really do that China lacks the capability and potentially the will to do, which is the lobbying of US. China has not been a very experienced lobbying power in Washington, to be honest. But I think ASEAN does make a lot of progress in the past a couple of decades. And especially when we're observing that the US Congress is stepping up, actively shaping US foreign policies, and we're seeing that the US domestic politics has become really, really critical. I think a very capable lobbying power in Washington trying to correct that notion of a strategic competition is vital at this moment. And at the very end, I want to just provide one of my personal recommendation. I think people pay a lot of attention to US Indo-Pacific strategy, and people always quote the US Indo-Pacific strategy when they're trying to define the Indo-Pacific region. But to my view, I think the ASEAN's outlook on the Indo-Pacific region is really something that people should pay more attention to. And ASEAN should really continue to build up its own strategy based on that outlook, because what truly state is that ASEAN is the stakeholder in the region. So based on that, let me end with one of my personal thoughts. We've been talking about a lot at ICAS about what third-party country can do with regard to the US-China bilateral relationship. But there is a very wise man who once said that people always say that we've been analyzing a lot about what the impact of the US-China interaction on the third-party countries. But what we should really pay attention to is what third-party country can do to help facilitate the US-China bilateral relationship for the betterment of everyone else. And I think ASEAN is at that point, especially when it comes to the South China Sea, where it's at ASEAN's doorstep, where it's ASEAN's environment. ASEAN should be an equal third-party actor, not a follower, not a middle power. So at the very end, let me just pose one question to you. I think people think a lot about what can China do to help ASEAN, potentially countering the US, what the US can do to help ASEAN to counter China. But maybe we should think more about what can we better improve ASEAN's joint consensus mechanism and independent decision-making power to better extend the influence of this critical third-party regional player. And I conclude my presentation.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Excellent remarks and excellent questions on critical role in promoting ASEAN's critical role in promoting regional security and multiple cooperation amid the China-US strategic competition. Before I give the floor for the audience for questions and comments, I would like to first invite our speakers for questions, either questions or comments. And you?
Okay, thank you,
okay,
President Wu. And
we have about 10 minutes to go.
Okay. Consider I have saved several minutes before, so I have a question to Lucio. Is that you have mentioned about that the fish grounds of the Scarborough Shoal is very important to the fishermen of the Philippines. But according to my knowledge, the Philippines fishing vessels can come to the waters around the fishing the lagoon of Scarborough Shoal. But why do you, just a technical question, why your fishing vessels insist on entering the lagoon? So I have no intention to raise the dispute, because I think President Wu and I have sometimes tired of talking about disputes. I just technical question for you. I have another comments just following the President Min Jiang's presentation is that freedom navigation operations. Freedom navigation, we all know freedom navigation is a universal concept in international maritime law, but freedom navigation operations, we call follow-ups, is not. The follow-ups is the US domestic concept and practice. In the world, no other countries, including Japan, United States, Japan, Australia, and UK, they don't have this kind of practice and concept, which using military forces to challenge other coast states for so-called excessively maritime claims. So other countries, we have a lot of kind of joint patrols, like joint patrols and any other things. The military vessels and aircraft patrol every day in the South China Sea, but other countries, including China, should be cautious to follow the US style of follow-ups, because I think it is somehow the follow-ups, the gunboat diplomacy. Thanks.
So I give time for you to think about on how to respond later. Any questions from our speakers? Okay, I open the floor to the floor. Yes, please. Would you please introduce yourself first? 介绍一下你自己。别敲了，响的。
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yong Chamran. I work at the Legal and Consular Border Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation in Cambodia.
Cambodia.
Today, I have opportunity to join the symposium. All the very great speaker, great topic, interesting, and especially thank you for the chairman. I have one comment and two questions. Okay, I think related about people talk about everything about the global maritime cooperation. Everything look like we big, the broad. Like for example, we cannot count the sky, how many the sky, how many stars, okay, in the sky, for example, like that. So in my idea and my opinion, I think everything we cannot forget about, start from the bilateral until the multilateral, everything, and we can binding like the agreement or treaty. We do that on, we focus on the law, because I think all of us, some from the private sector, professor, the lawyer, diplomat, everything, that all the great can work all together. So for example, we can see the solar system.
Related to your questions, concisely and briefly. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I have two questions. The one to Professor Lee Min Jiang from Singapore. Yeah, I think we talk about the joint petroleum and we'll see that. Can you explain about the model sum? How is the joint petrol can conduct in the future? The second question go to the Professor Chang Sun. I interesting about you talk about the good governance, everything, and maritime security. So I have one question. What is the model perspective?
Okay, good. I got your question. I think Min Jiang gets it. Thank you. I would like to invite, yes, please. Before Victor, you the next, and you, yes.
Thank you, President. I'm Han Hua, representing Beijing Club for International Dialogue. Actually, next week, we're having a forum in Singapore focusing on reshaping the global narrative by having stronger Asian voice. So your initiative of having this forum is such a great initiative on this regard too. So congratulations. My question specifically regarding to our seminar, this forum, is about the ASEAN's role and the responsibility Yilun particularly mentioned. Because in my opinion, especially with regard to the South China Sea, I think it is more political than economic. ASEAN may play a collective role or bridge in bridging the Sino-US relationship, especially in the trade and economic cooperation. But in terms of the South China Sea, I think different ASEAN countries have different priority and different interests. So is it possible to have different each and every ASEAN country to play some role and some responsibility rather than having ASEAN as a whole in this regard? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Last question, Victor. Thank you for your acting in asking questions. May I ask you to very, very briefly?
Very brief. Thank you,
No
Mr.
comment,
Chairman.
just a question.
Yeah, the question is, the Filipino boundary is actually well demarcated. There was a war between the United States and Spain in 1898. Everything that belonged to Philippines was taken over by the United States. In 1945, the United States took back every inch of land that belonged to the Philippines. Everything that MacArthur did not take back was taken back by China. So we do not need to go further than that. We just need to focus on the 1898 treaty between the United States and the Spanish Empire and the surrender document of Japan in 1945. That's why I say, Folio, I have great respect and I want to see whether we can have more chats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I will give the floor to you for your quick response. Okay, Lucille and Zhang Minjiang.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Hupo. I'm not a fisherman, but based on the accounts of Filipino fishermen, my country people, especially those in the coastal provinces of Zambales, Bataan, Pangasinan, that traditionally fishes in the Scarborough Shoal, or what we in the Philippines call Panatag Shoal, or officially called Bahaw de Masinloc. Fishermen follow the fish, and where there's more fish, there's more fishermen. There's less fish outside the lagoon. There's more fish inside the lagoon. Hence, fishermen try to go inside the lagoon. Secondly, Scarborough Shoal is a rock or a high tide elevation. It is a territory. And from the Philippine standpoint, it is part of Philippine territory, and it's eligible for a 12 nautical mile territorial sea. The Philippines challenges what is apparently becoming a permission or consent regime from the part of China. And so I think this is also one of the concerns. That is why Filipino fishermen and also our maritime law enforcement authorities are encouraging our fishermen to go there and fish and do their livelihood as they have been doing for generations peacefully.
Yeah, quickly response.
Thanks for the two questions that were directed at me. Well, it's true that U.S. FONOPs in the South China Sea have a lot of military implications, military connotations, but some of the activities done by other external powers will be quite similar. I would say nature is the same. You look at what Japan did, France, UK, and other European countries did. In nature, that is the same. The only difference is the locations and some of the postures. I will agree with some of the implied sort of comments. Yeah, there is probably need to distinguish between commercial freedom of navigation and military freedom of navigation. And then in terms of the specific modality of China, ASEAN, China, Southeast Asian countries like joint effort, I try to emphasize the point that it doesn't have to be military in nature. It doesn't have to be same or similar to what the U.S. has done. FONOPS doesn't have to be FONOPS. It can be focused on safety, security of sea lines of communication or other maritime challenges. So yeah, I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you. Zhang Yuan, you have a question?
Yes.
Sorry. 一人 you don't have.
Me? 1 minute.
你没有啊？
Not me, yeah.
我看你刚才举手要话筒的，不是吧？
Yes, 是的，我要讲。
这简单一点。
Only one point I want to add. I was inspired by the questions. The problem is sustainability of the dialogue, the genuine dialogue. Why I have this question mark in my mind? Last night when I was on board, I read a book written by my long-standing friend or mentor, Mr. Zhang Tuosheng. His father is Zhang Xiangshan, is a very famous official in charge of China's relationship with Japan. So in his new book, actually he passed away, his 3 sons compiled his verses in that. And then they talk about when the people missed or passed away and the dialogue cannot continue. That is, it recalled my memory when I worked in the United States. Very high level American official told me straightforwardly that Asian think tanks cannot continue, it's not sustainable. Only American think tank system can operate without depending on the specific person or personal network. It really shocked me. Can our Asian people operate our Asian version of think tank systems? This is my long-standing question mark. I only raise the question for our further discussion. I stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Yuan, do you have any comments or questions? Because you are still online. I appreciate for that.
Me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for allowing me an opportunity to respond. I really like the idea several speakers have mentioned about we need not just think about the impact of major countries' relations on third parties, but we also need to think how third parties can contribute and facilitate major powers relations and shape major powers relation in a way that is non-zero sum. And I particularly enjoy the fact that ASEAN has been mentioned several times by several speakers. If you can suggest specific measures on what you expect ASEAN to do in order to help facilitate major powers relations, that would be extremely helpful for ASEANs to take into consideration and to study in order for it to play a constructive role. So I just have that comment.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Because the time is up for this session, we go beyond 5 minutes of our initial schedule. Thank you for both our speakers here on the stage and online, and also our in the audience, both here in this room and online, for your patience, active participation. And before I conclude this session, please join me, give your big hands to our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu. Thank you, all the speakers, panelists of the session. Now session 2 concludes. And thank you all the participants. Next, we will have a lunch break. Please go to the Grand Cafe, which is on the first floor of the hotel. And that's all for this morning's program. The session 3 will start at 2 p.m. Beijing time. And I'd like to remind you again that if you haven't scanned our QR code, please remember to do that when you're available. And the QR, the code is just Now, Mr. Pan Xingchun, Deputy President and Secretary General of China Oceanic Development Foundation. 潘斯，请您来主持本议题，有请。
尊敬的吴世成院长，各位嘉宾、各位代表，下午好。我们今天下午的议程，等于是第3个卷题是推行海洋空间规划，助力蓝色经济发展。这个上午的议程是安全与蓝海，很激烈。那么下午是发展，应该说是没多少争议。那么我们这次请了6位嘉宾，是其中呢就是有2个国际组织2个国家，还有我们中方这个2位嘉宾，一共6位嘉宾。我做一个简要的介绍。那么这6位嘉宾是联合国教科文组织政府间海洋学委员会西太分委会空间规划官员张志卫先生。第2位是纳斯利阿奇池，这是马来西亚登嘉楼大学教授，商业经济与社会发展研究院院长。欢迎。第3位是萨亚莫哈乌汤加中国友好协会的会长，欢迎。第4位是于静，中国海洋大学教授，中澳海岸带管理研究中心主任。第6位是洪正和教授，他是联合国亚洲及太平洋经济社会委员会国家顾问，欢迎。大家知道，海洋空间规划应该说这些年受到了沿海国家的普遍关注，不少沿海国家将海洋空间规划作为统筹海洋生态环境保护和海洋资源开发利用，推动海洋资源可持续利用，或者说是海洋经济可持续发展的一个重要制度和工具。那么关于蓝色经济，这是一种新的海洋经济模式。这个模式第一次在联合国会议上提出，是2017年6月6日，联合国第一次海洋发展大会上由中国代表团提出的。当时我也是代表团成员之一。当时中国代表团提出了3个建议。第一个建议就是合作发展蓝色经济，第2就是构建蓝色伙伴关系，第3是开展生态文明建设，所以提了3个建议。那么这种蓝色经济模式，它是以保护海洋生态环境、节约、集约利用海洋资源、促进海洋可持续发展为前提条件，利用现代的科学技术和方法来开发资源、发展经济的一种新模式。比如说海洋能利用、海上风电、潮汐能，比如说深远海现代养殖，比如说还有这个海洋生物制药，还有现代的海洋旅游、海洋文化、海洋数字经济等等，这都属于蓝色经济。那么蓝色经济和海洋空间规划在中国应该说这些年发展非常的快。 而且取得了巨大的成功。我在市里工作的时候，当时很多发展中国家来中国来参观访问，第一个让我讲的就是海洋空间规划经验和蓝色经济发展模式在中国是如何发展的。所以啊，根据这些国家的发展中国家的这种诉求和需要，中国海洋发展基金会我们2018年底专门设计了一个项目，这个项目的名字就叫推行海洋空间规划，助力蓝色经济发展海上丝路项目，现在已经在18个国家实施，应该说取得了非常良好的效果。正因为取得好的效果，也被联合国教科文组织把这个项目批准为海上10年项目。那么今天啊，我们请的6位专家都是对海洋空间规划、蓝色经济有研究、有见地、有实践、有成果的6位专家。那么下面啊，我就分别请6位专家介绍他们的研究成果。首先请联合国教科文组织政府间海洋学委员会西太分委会官员张志伟先生来演讲，大家欢迎。
OK 啊，是中文。感谢主席、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。首先也是感谢会议的邀请，很荣幸也很有幸来参加本次论坛。其实对于我来讲呢，这是我第3次参加海洋合作与海洋治理论坛，但前2次的时候呢，我还都在中国的这个自然资源部第1海洋研究所工作。今年初呢，教科文组织海委会的西太分委会为了推动地区海洋空间规划的发展，设置了这么一个岗位。然后呢，我应聘，目前也搬到了曼谷工作。我想呢，这本身也就反映了海洋空间规划在地区发展的这么一个蓬勃态势。那我们大会的主题呢是海洋合作与海洋治理。今天上午我记得有一个老师，他说他考虑这个海洋治理到底什么是海洋治理。那我认为他当时提出了一些观点，包括共同的一些理念，包括一些思路。但我想就是不管怎么讲，海洋治理啊，它也需要一个切入点或者一个抓手来推进、来落实。那我想呢，这个海洋空间规划就是这么一个抓手。因为当前呢，不仅仅是在联合国教科文组织这个层面在推动海洋空间规划的一个发展，最新签署的这个 BBNG 条约，以及这个去年签署的这个蒙特利尔昆明生物多样性保护公约里边，都将海洋空间规划作为其中的一项内容或实现目标的一种工具。我想呢，这也是整体的反映了这么一个空间规划发展的一个态势。那关于海洋空间规划，不同的国家或者不同的研究者可能也有一些不同的具体的概念或界定。但目前呢，我认为最为广泛接受的还是教科文组织给出的定义，认为空间规划它是一个 public process of assessing and allocating the spatial and temporal distribution of human activities to achieve ecological, economic, and social objectives that are usually specified through a politic process。所以说，从这个定义上来讲，我们看它的关键是，它其实就是一个治理的一个过程，它是分析分配人类活动在海域开发的这种时空的这么一个过程，以达到这个生态、经济和社会的目标。那它的基础呢是分析，是基于对海洋的认知和了解。因此呢，我们也就认为也就构架了从这个海洋的这种自然科学的研究到海洋管理应用的一种桥梁。那这也与目前这个教科文组织在推行的这种海洋10年 这个思想是完全契合的。因为海洋实践的愿景呢，它就是我们需要的科学，达到我们想要的海洋。那其任务呢，也是为了可持续的发展，提供变革性的海洋解决方案。那根据当前这个统计，目前全球大概有100个国家采用海洋空间规划作为海洋治理或者海洋管理的一个重要的工具，但是在各个国家的这个发展阶段，它是不尽相同的。目前大概有38个国家已经批复并实施了这一个海洋空间规划。那近年来呢，为了推动海洋空间规划在全球范围的实施，2018年，教科文组织发布了加速海洋空间规划在全球范围实施的这种联合路线图，并在2018到2021年实施了这个全球海洋空间规划这么一倡议。重点内容呢是编制了海洋空间规划的国际指南，开展了西地中海以及东南太平洋地区的海洋空间规划的试点，以及海洋空间规划的这个在更多的国家的这种推动或者传播等等。根据以上的产出呢，在去年22年，在意大利的巴塞罗那召开了第3次的海洋空间规划国际会议，发布了这个加速海洋空间规划在全球范围实施的这种路线图，确定了海洋空间规划在后续5年发展的一个优先领域，包括科学知识对海洋空间规划的支撑、能力建设以及空间规划的传播、跨界海洋空间规划的研究，以及应对气候变化的空间规划、海洋的保护与修复、可持续的蓝色经济等6大议题吧。那从地区层面看呢，我们今天是更多的是关注这个地区。那西太平洋地区呢，是世界可以说经济政治的一个重要枢纽，也是世界海洋生态系统的重要和典型的区域，更是全球海洋食品的主要的供给区域之一。但与此同时，我们也清晰地看到地区的用海矛盾突出。一种矛盾呢是海洋开发利用与海洋生态系统保护之间的矛盾，那一种矛盾呢是不同海洋开发利用者之间的这种冲突。当然，这种矛盾或者冲突一方面包括了各个国家内部不同用海形式之间的矛盾，另一方面也包括了不同国家用海行为之间的一种矛盾和冲突。因为这个内容呢，上午各位老师做了很多的这个阐述。但在地区治理上，这个海洋空间规划的理念和发展程度如何，我们也对这个地区的海洋空间规划的这个实施的情况进行了梳理。我们认为呢，一句话说就是海洋空间规划在地区的发展是极端不平衡的。以中国、韩国以及印度尼西亚为代表的3国海洋空间规划体系是相对成熟，而地区的其余的国家更多的还处于一种初级发展的阶段。那为此呢，根据第13届这个联合国教科文组织政府间海洋学委员会西太分委会的政府间会议中部分国家的这种要求海委会西太分委会也是在多次调研和论证的基础上，于2022年底协同中国海洋发展基金会以及韩国、泰国、印尼等国家的相关机构，共同申请了这个联合国海洋10年项目，加速海洋空间规划在西太地区的实施。那该项目的目的呢，是衔接联合国2030可持续发展目标以及全球海洋空间规划2030计划的相关内容，构建区域的海洋空间规划的合作机制，编制面向区域的海洋空间规划的技术手册，提升这个区域的海洋空间规划的编制方案，并在西太地区开展不同层级和这个地区的海洋空间规划的这个示范编制，形成地区引导。另外呢，还要探索在大海洋生态系下的海洋空间规划的这种跨界的合作研究，提供区域海洋保护与利用的这种建议，搭建海洋空间规划合作交流的平台，助力区域蓝色经济的发展。 那当前呢，我们也已经开展了大量的工作，包括相关技术理论的研究、示范区的工作和这个相关的一种交流和这种平台的构建。那在去年年底的这个西太地区的海洋空间规划这个论坛上，我们经过这个会议的讨论，我们再次认为，缺乏这个地区的海洋空间规划的合作机制，以及通用性和适用性的技术方案和相关的数据能力和财政支持，是限制这个地区海洋空间规划发展的一个重要因素。那作为蓝色经济发展的一个加速器呢，海洋空间规划的发展是需要这个多个部门的融合，而蓝色经济的发展也离不开海洋空间规划的这种支撑。针对刚刚所提到这种在去年这种论坛上我们总结出的这些问题，那在西太地区海洋空间规划的这个发展的这种推进，我们还需要更多的国家和地区来加入这么一个平台，来加入这个我们海洋10年的这种行动，来共建共商这个空间规划的发展路径，并推进实施，形成区域性的这种机制性的解决方案，来推动西太地区蓝色经济的发展。我报告到这，谢谢。
好，谢谢。这个非常抱歉，帮我们这个6位嘉宾里面最重要的一位重量级嘉宾，刚才忘了介绍了，他就是高志凯教授，是我们苏州大学讲席教授，也是中国能源安全研究所所长。向您抱歉，我们还有一位嘉宾是中国太平洋岛国发展论坛秘书长阿帕拉，刚录了一个视频，因为他在我们中国的平潭岛参加另外一个会议，现在跟会议在商量这个视频刚到能不能放，如果能放到时候就放，放不了就不放了。对，这也是基金会的一个合作伙伴，我们在太平洋岛国这个12个国家就是通过他来合作的。刚才张志卫先生这个作为西太峰会的官员，主要介绍了这个联合国教科文组织政府间海委会对这个海洋空间规划如何在全国实施的路线图做了介绍。那么同时呢，也对地区的这个发展不平衡做了一个简要的一个介绍。那么现在我们把这个在西太实施海洋空间规划作为联合国海洋10年的一个项目来推行，它也做了介绍，应该说非常好。那么下面我们就请第2位纳茨利阿奇茨这个马来西亚教授这个发言，大家发言。
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Pan. After listening to 2 sessions this morning, I really have to realign my presentation because my presentation is very specific to a case study in very small district in Malaysia. So looking at macro level, so I really have to realign how to make it sounds more macro that align with the first and second session of our discussion this morning. So heavy topic, so big topic. My presentation is looking at discussing at the Kuala Terengganu Colonial Roost MSP toward a sustainable blue economy in Terengganu, Malaysia. This is basically at the initial stage. We haven't implemented MSP in Malaysia yet, but this is the pilot study in Malaysia. It's very at a very micro level. But the good thing is, since the project, we started the project about in December 2020, the interest has been picked up by the many agencies in Malaysia. So since then, we've been called by the federal government to share our experience of preparing MSP. And the federal government of Malaysia also very much interested. And even though we are still at the learning stage, they already labeled as an expert of MSP in Malaysia, which is a good thing. Thanks to COGF for funding this project. And then we're hoping to conclude the phase 1 of this project by the end of this month. So this is basically how I'm gonna flow my presentation today. And then as an introduction, we're gonna look more on the geographical area of Terengganu. SIM is very under radar. Not many people know about Terengganu. If you can see from the map here, it's basically located at the South China Sea, in the South China Sea vicinity, which is very much relevant to many of us here, to the to ASEAN countries, also to the international community. We zoom in again. It's one of the 13 states in Malaysia. So it's located in Peninsular Malaysia. Which Peninsular Malaysia has 11 states and 2 federal territories, and 2 other states are on Borneo, Malaysia, and 1 federal territory is also on Borneo, Malaysia. So if you look at this map itself, the color, the yellow color and the purple color is where the it's not the purple, sorry, the yellow and the dark pink color, where's the project located. There are 2 districts there. Kuala Nerus are the dark pink color, and Kuala Terengganu is the yellow color. So this, in terms of regional planning for the state, the state have 8 districts. But in terms of regional planning, we divided into 4 region areas: on the northern area, on the south area, on the west area, and the central area. So Kuala Terengganu and Kuala Nerus are located in the central area. It's the smallest regional area in Terengganu, but the most developed area within the state. So like I mentioned, this project is funded by COGF, and it's the first pilot project in Peninsular Malaysia. There was a pilot project done by WWF in Malaysia, but in Sabah, Malaysia, on Borneo, Malaysia, but it hasn't been implemented. I think the project has been about 10 years. We're hoping this project will be able to be implemented soon. We targeting by 2027. Everything will be all right, and then we will. Then the project is also being registered under the UN Decade of Ocean Science. We are working closely with the FISO team from Xiamen University. They are heavily monitor our progress and also helping us to design the zoning area in Terengganu. So this is basically the progress of project. Started in December 2022, and then we have a few MOU with the between UMT and Xiamen University, and also RCA between UMT with OEST. And then definitely this project is funded by is under the umbrella of COGF. And now we are about finalizing our phase 1. By 30th November, we hope we can finish everything. I've been here for almost 1 month already in Xiamen University, completing the project and leaving again on the 30th of November. In terms of blue economy in Malaysia, we try to relate blue economy of Malaysia with this pilot project. Yeah, we look at the status of a Malaysian marine domain first before we discuss the blue economy. Basically, marine domain in Malaysia encompassing the EEZ. The figure is slightly wrong. It's supposed to be 600 something there, but then 450,000 kilometers square without taking into account the syllabus C. And the coastline of Malaysia is about 4,675 kilometers, including over 870 islands. And then in terms of Malaysian ocean economy, I put it Malaysian economy instead rather than blue economy, because we in Malaysia, we haven't had any blueprint of blue economy. So we don't have a blueprint of blue economy in Malaysia yet, but we are working on that. The Ministry of Economy under the Economic Unit Planning, EPU, Economic Planning Unit is working on that. And then in terms of the ocean economy, it's basically contribute about 15 to 20% of Malaysia's economy. And then this is, we believe is going to be growth further since 60% of the population in Malaysia live nearby the coastline. These are the Malaysia ocean economy industry. I divided into two sections, the established industries and the emerging industries. So if you can see the light blue there, capture, fisheries, seafood processing, offshore oil and gas in shallow water, shipping and ports, shipbuilding and repair, marine manufacturing and construction, maritime and coastal tourism, marine business services, and marine R&D and educations are considered as the established ocean economy industries in Malaysia. Meanwhile, marine aquaculture, ultra-deep and deep water oil gas, offshore wind energy, ocean renewable energy, marine and seabed maritime safety and extra are emerging industries. This is basically the project itself, and I show you the proposed KTKTN as a whole, involving about 35 kilometers coastline and involving islands, which is the marine park and the urban area. And this is basically the zoning area is basically model after FFZ in China. So we're using MSP in China to model the MSP in Terengganu. So this is basically the zoning area, basically more on the multi-purpose area. And then we're looking at the challenges and opportunity. The challenge is definitely policy and institutional framework because, again, the competition between the federal and the state government, ensuring proper monitoring and evaluation, transboundary issues, global climate change, I think it's very much a generic issue, and also inclusion of human dimension and social data. And meanwhile, the opportunity we think Terengganu have the opportunity of stimulating economic growth, maritime and coastal tourism, offshore oil and gas in shallow water, fishery and seafood processing, and then coordinating policy and institutional framework, establishing a regulated local plan in the water, establishing resilient of coastal ecosystem. This project will be the first, we hope that will be the first, sorry, the time is out, the first local plan in the water in Malaysia. We don't have a local, basically, plan in the water. So just to show you the area of the project, the landmark, the drawbridge, the first drawbridge in Southeast Asia. This is basically a big small city in the East Coast. So you see the water is very much integrated into the area. Crystal Moss, one of the beautiful moss in Malaysia. And this is one of the integrated waterway, which is under construction. And this is a part of the surrounding area of the project. This is the marine park. Thank you. So I think the growth is there. Yeah, thank you very much.
谢谢阿奇石教授的精彩演讲，他主要是介绍了马来西亚登嘉楼地区的海洋空间规划，还有一部分正在发展的蓝色经济。这个我开始讲基金会的在18个国家实施7拯救 包括了马来西亚。他刚才讲登记劳的坑经规划，和基金会的合作情况，我们主要是由厦门大学来承担实施这个项目，应该说，取得了比较好的成果。那么下面，请第3位，高志凯教授来做演讲，请。谢谢你。
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor, great pleasure to attend today's conference. I listened very carefully to what State Councillor Minister Wang Yi, Vice Foreign Minister Sun, Vice Governor, and all the other important speakers had to say, all the panelists, and I will continue to be here and tomorrow to listen to all the others. Now, we are gathered here in this panel to talk about maritime spatial planning and promotion of the blue economy. But allow me to start by saying maritime cooperation does not exist in a vacuum. That means we should not take maritime cooperation for granted. Philosophically speaking, maritime cooperation is very dependent upon major power geopolitical relations. It would be unimaginable to expect maritime cooperation if you believe great powers will come to blow with each other, will launch war against each other. I completely agree with Secretary General Guterres when he said the most important task for the 21st century is to make peace with nature. However, we will have no peace with nature if major powers fight a war against each other. In this context, allow me to say that in the United States over the past several years, there have been constant talk about destined for war possibility between China and the United States. And you see military leaders, security leaders, congressional leaders keep talking about being prepared for a war against China. Now, I always believe that proposition proposed by a very important professor in Harvard, whom I highly respect, is wrong, is fundamentally flawed. I spent quite a few years to analyze what went wrong in his destined for war theory. And now let me share with you, I'm convinced his theory applied to China and the United States is a fallacy. Why? Because if you believe in the destined for war fallacy, then there will be no maritime cooperation. We do not need to plan about maritime spatial cooperation. Because if there will be a war, let me assure you, oceans and the seas will be the forefront of battles. Because the battle going forward will be a combination of 5 dimensions: the space, the sky, the land, the sea, and the under the sea, the submarines, basically. So if a war breaks out, God forbid, there will be the forefront in the seas and the oceans, and there will be no making peace with nature or with the ocean. That leads me to come up with my own theory, and I hope you will join me in promoting my theory. It's called inevitability of peace between China and the United States. Why? Because I truly believe war is not and should not be an option between China and the United States. Because a war between China and the United States will be not only self-destructive, but also Armageddon for mankind. Therefore, I think we are faced with a choice, and every one of us can make a choice. That is either destined for war fallacy, as Washington has been talking about for all these years, or the inevitability of peace, as I'm standing here in front of you, try to share with you my conviction for the inevitability of peace. In this context, I'm so happy to see the Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Albanese, is in China. He had important meetings in Beijing after his very successful visit to Shanghai. In international interviews, I've called Prime Minister Albanese as a statesman, a very successful, very wise politician, a great salesperson for Australia, a great tourist, he was promoting the sale of lobsters and many other Australian products in Shanghai, and also someone who dearly cares for the fundamental interest of the Australian people. Now, I say this because we also know former Prime Minister Morris was very much destructive in China-US relations. I'm afraid probably former Prime Minister Morris of Australia was very much poisoned by the destined for war fallacy. And I hope Prime Minister Albanese would agree with me for the inevitability of peace between China and the United States. Now, based on the inevitability of peace between China and the United States, let me assure you, the great oceans and the seas will really be the theater for international cooperation, including the South China Sea. Now, I made some comments in earlier panel discussions. Allow me to mention one thing which I have really thought about. After all, I'm trained as a lawyer from Yale Law School, and I care about legal dimensions for everything we talk about. Remember, back in 1945, with due respect for all the countries represented here, for example, Indonesia, Thailand, etc., there was no independent Malaysia. Malaysia was a British colony. There was no independent Indonesia. Indonesia was a Dutch colony. There was no independent state of the Philippines. The Philippines was occupied by the United States at that time. And as I mentioned, General MacArthur, leading US troops going back to the Philippines, took away every inch which belonged to the Philippines, back to the Philippines. Whatever General MacArthur didn't take back did not belong to the Philippines. We do not need to go back into ancient times, 500 years later, 1,000 years ago, for example. We just need to go back to 1945, and we will know that there was no dispute between China and the Philippines in 1945 as regard any isle or reef or islands in the South China Sea. And therefore, I don't consider the so-called territorial disputes between China and the Philippines and with other countries, for example, as very complicated. In my view, it's not complicated. It's very simple, very straightforward. Go back to 1945 to see why Japan surrendered all the islands, isles, reefs in the South China Sea, which they were sitting upon after 1941, back to China. And why General MacArthur of the United States rightfully took back every inch of land belonging to the Philippines. I hope a forum like this will really help the world to clarify the situation rather than deliberately or unintentionally adding more confusion to the situation involving the South China Sea. Because I truly believe if we believe in the inevitability of peace between China and the United States, we will all benefit and maritime cooperation will be the day. Now, allow me to make very small suggestions. I talked about Australia. I would urge the province of Hainan to seriously consider setting up sister relations with the island of Tasmania in Australia. Hainan Island is the biggest island in China, next to Taiwan, of course. Tasmania is the biggest island in Australia. And such cooperation, sisterly, brotherly relations would really help. I would also urge Chinese government and the Australian government to seriously consider exchanging port visits by the Chinese naval ships to Australia and the Australian naval ships to China. For example, Hong Kong, Sanya, for example, Shanghai or Qingdao, etc. And the Chinese naval ships will call upon Perth, Darwin, Sydney, Melbourne, etc. Let's really aim at the positive side rather than the negative side. I truly believe Prime Minister Albanese's visit to China will be a landmark change. It will convince many other countries, hopefully Canada eventually, but also the United States, to think twice about what China is really about. Some panelists talked about strategic competition between China and the United States. Allow me to share with you my view. I don't think China is in strategic competition with the United States. What do China and the United States compete for? If China wants to impose socialism with Chinese characteristics onto the United States, that is strategic competition. If China wants to convince the United States that their US military need to swear allegiance to the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, that's strategic in competition. No, China does not want to do that. I've said, your God for you and my God for me. And that is the way going forward, I truly believe. Based on that possibility or the conviction and the certainty, that is the inevitability of peace between China and the United States. We can all talk about all the possibilities in maritime spatial planning and in blue economic development and cooperation. Thank you very much.
高志凯教授从另外一个角度来论证了海洋科技规划固然是经济。我想我理解就是因为海洋的连通性、海水的流通性，必须要合作，必须要加强合作。海洋科技规划是合作开放的规划，蓝色经济是合作开放的经济。我说，通过我们的开放与合作，一定能让有战争想法的这些不切实际的、违背人类和平追求的这些想法，一定不会实现。所以最后高老师说的，我们将来就是合作、发展、共赢，这是我们的期待，也是我们的方向。那么下面请穆哈乌教授，也是参加中国友好协会的会长，这个发言，请。
After traveling more than 30 hours, reaching Sanya yesterday, I have to thank the organizers for treating me like I only traveled for 1 hour. Thank you very much. After this morning session, I had to rush to my room and had a look, how many minutes do I have? And I found out that I have to cut my presentation by more than half. I said, oh my God, I'm in trouble. Malo elele, ni hao, and good afternoon. I stand before you, neither a scholar nor a government official, but a citizen of, and one of the millions of custodians for the Pacific Ocean. Today, I'm pleased to represent the Pacific China Friendship Association, or PCFA, founded in 2016 by the Princess Royal, Her Royal Highness, Princess Charlotte Mafileo Pilolevituita of the Kingdom of Tonga. PCFA aims to foster greater friendship ties between the people of the Republic of China and the people of the Pacific. And Her Royal Highness is the permanent patron and board chairperson of PCFA. The PCFA, through its individual China Friendship Association members, is represented in 20 Pacific Island countries and has a two-tiered approach. Firstly, regional, a better acknowledge our common challenges and opportunities. And secondly, individual, to better recognize country-specific priorities. The Pacific Ocean is not only the largest body of water on our planet, but it is also a lifeblood of countless nations and communities that call it home. It has provided sustenance, transportation, and recreational opportunities for generations. However, the health and well-being of our beloved Pacific Ocean are under threat due to various challenges, as we mentioned earlier today, such as climate change, overfishing, pollution, and habitat destruction. To address these challenges and secure a prosperous future for our region, the 18 Pacific leaders of the Pacific Leaders Forum developed the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. This strategy emphasizes the concept of the Blue Pacific as a unifying force, recognizing our shared destiny and common interest in protecting and harnessing the potential of our vast ocean resources. One of the key tools proposed by the strategy is the marine spatial planning to advocate the organized and integrated management of human activities in the marine environment. It aims to allocate space for various uses, such as fishing, tourism, energy production, and conservation, while minimizing conflicts and maximizing sustainability. In May 2023, PCFA entered a strategic cooperation arrangement with the China Oceanic Development Foundation, or CODF, for the very reason that we are here today, to build consensus through understanding, to ensure support through shared values, and to commit collective action in addressing ocean governance. From the perspective of PCFA, we agree that the global ocean governance is fragmented. And this dialogue is to contribute to a more systemic and sustainable ocean governance. But much of these issues were raised in today's earlier discussions. The Pacific region has more ocean than land, with the main source of grassroots community income coming from the sea. On this note, the PCFA would like to partner with CODF on a proposed piece of work in the area of blue carbon. The Pacific Island countries, through our leaders, are committed to addressing our environmental challenges, including carbon emissions. We recognize the need to measure, monitor, and mitigate carbon emissions as part of our environmental obligations. But from there, the opportunity of trading carbon credits is yet to be worked on a more serious manner. I simplify a complex process, but it is to provide an alternative to monetize what is already in abundant supply, our ocean, reefs, lagoons, and mangroves. As such, PCFA supports the implementation of the Belt and Road Initiative to promote cooperation in global ocean governance and proposes CODF and PCFA partnership to implement the following. Firstly, promote the blue economy through marine spatial planning in the Pacific region. Secondly, partner with other regional institutions, such as PIF or PIDF, to access the financial support of the South-South Fund, to implement the Maritime Silk and Pearl Road project in the Pacific region. And in particular, blue carbon initiatives. Thirdly, pilot in the Pacific Island country, one Pacific Island country, as a model for others in the Pacific region. To our organizers, thank you for including Pacific China Friendship Association in this important meeting and session. To CODF and my co-speakers, thank you for your thought-provoking interventions on a most important topic for the Pacific Island countries. We hope the voice of the ordinary people of the Pacific may be heard loud and clear today and responded to. Mahalo, share, and thank you.
谢谢摩哈乌会长。摩哈乌会长刚才介绍了这个参加中国友好协会22个会员国在空间规划、蓝色经济、蓝碳和需要发展的一些领域做了一些介绍。他也介绍了今年5月和中国海洋发展基金会签订的协议。这个协议主要是构建蓝碳伙伴关系，来共同合作开展海洋空间规划，助力蓝色经济发展。我们现在正在做计划来开展这项工作。在太平洋岛国，我们在斐济、汤加、阿鲁瓦头这个等开展了空间规划工作。通过合作开展海洋空间规划，找到这些国家或者岛屿国家的比较优势，同时对它需要保护的，特别是典型的海洋生态系统和生物多样性栖息地进行严格保护。我们正在汤加试点，正在斐济试点，我们还要在更多的地方来试点，因为太平洋岛国比较多，情况不一样，生态也不一样，资源也不一样，所以我们做空间规划，可能是基本以中国的经验为基础，再结合它的资源环境、区位、文化等实际情况，一个国家一个方案。我们希望通过合作，特别是通过合作以后，对它的产业进行科学的布局以后，希望更多的中国企业和其他国家企业去投资、去兴业，促进岛国的发展，在发展过程中，在保护它的生态环境。中国海洋基金会正在做，我们希望更多的人参与到中国海洋发展基金会这个队伍过程中，一块来对这些需要发展的国家，促进他们更快的发展。那么接下来，请中国海洋大学的教授于健老师来介绍，这是我们几位嘉宾里面唯一的女士。这个呢，她刚从毛里求斯回来，毛里求斯也是中国海洋发展基金会项目的这个落地国之一，18个国家之一。下面请。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be here. My spoken English is not very well. Please be patient with me. And today, I'd like to talk about the research progress of marine spatial planning in Mauritius. And this this research is supported by the China Oceanic Development Foundation. My presentation includes 4 parts. I hope you will enjoy it. For the first part, just now, all the speakers in our session have emphasized the important role of MSP in promoting the sustainable development of blue economy just now. For Mauritius, it's particularly important as it has an exclusive economic zone of 2.3 million square kilometers. Mauritius is rich in marine resources such as fishery, tourism, energy, deep cold seawater, and so on. So it's of great significance to conduct research on MSP in Mauritius. Firstly, for researchers, it can enrich typical case studies of MSP and provide China's wisdom and solutions. Secondly, for governments, MSP can act as a decision support tool for better sustainable use and management of Mauritius marine resources. Finally, this research can provide a reference for foreign enterprises to cooperate with and invest in Mauritius. Now, for the second part, I will introduce our current work progress. The basic idea of our research is combining international common methods with Chinese experience. In order to effectively promote the implementation of the project, 5 specialized research teams have been established from Ocean University of China. During our research, experts, scholars, and business managers have given us valuable guidance on Mauritius MSP issues. And an academic platform, the Institute of Marine Spatial Planning and Management of OUC, was established to support our study. Until now, relatively comprehensive survey and exploration of marine resources was carried out in Mauritius. Our survey covered almost the entire main island. Now let's take a look at the third part, our first research results. Firstly, the cooperation between Ocean University of China and the University of Mauritius has been established. Our president, Professor Yu Zhigang, visited University of Mauritius last month. Secondly, we built a data platform for our research. To be clear, our study area is in the territorial sea of the main island of Mauritius. We have collected the basic environmental data, the information on tourism, including supply information and demand information. Our third research is that we analyzed the social, economic, natural conditions and the current status of marine development and protection in Mauritius. We also studied the spatial temporal distribution of key fishery resources in Mauritius. Fourthly, we found the problems and requirements of marine space development and protection in Mauritius. That is, the people always focus on ecological priority, coordination of land and sea, and coordination among production, living, and ecological protection. So we suggested a macro planning pattern of marine development and protection in Mauritius based on the ecological importance assessment. Oh, sorry. So we suggested a macro planning pattern of marine development and protection based on ecological importance assessment, evaluation of development and construction suitability, evaluation of coastal tourism suitability, and evaluation of pelagic fisheries suitability. At present, we divided the sea areas into 4 functional zones: the capital core development zone, and in this figure, the pink area, the ecological conservation priority zone, and for the green area, the specialized agriculture industry zone, and the coastal tourism development belt. For the last part, because the project is still ongoing, our research faces many challenges, such as lack of first-hand data, the lack of communication with planning stakeholders, and the great distance between China and Mauritius makes our research costly and difficult. In future, we can strengthen the foreign cooperation and exchanges between China and Mauritius in areas such as aquaculture, pelagic fishery, and island tourism based on MSP solutions. And this is a preliminary framework that we proposed. Oh, now it comes to the end. Thank you for your attention. Welcome to Qingdao and welcome to OUC. Thank you.
谢谢于静老师。这个毛里求斯啊，跟基金会签的协议也是应毛里求斯的要求，是一个岛国，太平洋上非常重要的一个岛国，也是经济比较活跃的一个岛国。这个里面最重要的2大资源，一个是旅游，一个是渔业。那么如果还有一个资源的话，那就是保护它的生态。所以这次我们跟他做坑涧规划，那个渔业在捕捞上，就是渔业资源有多少，能捕捞多少，才能让它保持一个平衡。规划要做出一个比较准确的一个物模或者寿模来计算。旅游能让多少人口不会破坏它的现在的一些生态环境，也应该通过物模寿模做出它的预测。再一个是保护区，特别是脆弱的保护区，我们通过坑涧规划要坚决保护、严格保护，绝对不能含糊。这个说起我们这个毛里求斯的3个方面的要点，于坚老师，中国海洋大学全力把握，全力把握。所以，中国在发展过程中，我们有很多经验，但是我们也有一些教训。所以我们在推行海洋坑涧规划、做蓝色经济海上丝路项目的过程中，我们尽可能的不要让他们有教训走弯路。所以我们把我们的教训也告诉他，所以我们在设计过程中，我们就把它设计得好，该保护的绝对不含糊，可以开发的也的前面有限制条件，开发到什么程度，开发什么，以什么样的方式开发才能符合蓝色经济要求， 我们提出一系列的中国方案。那么下面就请咱们联合国亚洲及太平洋经济社会委员会官员彭正和先生发言，请。
As the last speaker in this afternoon session, I have a difficult task. But I'm standing here in between you and your coffee break. So I like to say in Mandarin, 女士们、先生们，大家下午好。Thank you. I will keep my talk very brief so that we can go for coffee break after this. The topic of my presentation is about blue economy of the Indian Ocean Rim Association, or IORA, and the ASEAN, as well as Malaysia, and the potential for maritime cooperation. I go straight to the contents of my presentation. I will talk about the blue economy of the Indian Ocean Rim Association, also the ASEAN, and also my country, and also my countries and China's two countries twin park project as the model for blue economy for the South China Sea. I'd like to begin my talk to say a few words about the Indian Ocean, which is the third largest ocean. And for the Indian Ocean Rim Association, its membership comprises of states whose shores are washed by the waters of the Indian Ocean and is a home to 2 million people of diversity, culture, and resources. So this is the brief about the IORA. It currently has 23 nation states, including my country, Malaysia, and also has 7 dialogue partners, including China. And they do have observers such as the Indian Ocean Tourism Organization and Indian Ocean Research Group. And IORA has 8 priority areas, ranging from maritime safety and security to women's economic empowerment. Of course, they also have blue economy as one of their priority areas. And as for their commitment to the blue economy in 2015, the leaders of IORA had made a commitment in Mauritius so that they will embark into the blue economy by focusing into 4 important areas, namely fisheries and aquaculture, renewable ocean energy, seaport and shipping, as well as offshore hydrocarbon and seabed mirrors. And second point is ASEAN's commitment to the blue economy. In 2021, Brunei, one of the member states of ASEAN, held a workshop on the blue economy in which they like ASEAN to be objective to reach a common understanding of the blue economy for the region, as well as identifying areas that ASEAN can work with its external partners. And on the same year, ASEAN leaders committed to the blue economy during the 2038 ASEAN Summit held in Brunei. And they affirmed to ASEAN commitment to take lead on regional cooperation in relation to the blue economy, as well as agree to the terminology of the blue economy as the sustainable use, management, and conservation of oceans and seas, as well as marine and coastal resources and ecosystem. And they also like to collaborate to their partners in promoting the blue economy. Malaysia, earlier on, my colleagues from Malaysia mentioned that Malaysia do not have a blueprint yet. However, a group of scientists under the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, or ASM, work together with the Economic Planning Unit of Malaysia government to come out with a position paper on the blue economy, in which they like to focus their activities ranging from traditional industries to, as mentioned by Nasri early on, emerging industries such as renewable energies, marine biotechnology, waste management, desalination of fresh water. And fourthly, I'd like to talk about a success project currently undertaken by both the government of Malaysia and China. The Malaysia-China's two countries twin parks project. The first park is China-Malaysia Qingzhou Industrial Park, which was officially launched in 2012. And it is a third international park jointly built by the Chinese government and a foreign government like Malaysia, and is located in the south of Qingzhou city. And it has the area of 55 kilometers square. The second park is Malaysia-China Kuantan Industrial Park, or MCKIP, which was launched in 2013. And it is the first twin park in Malaysia, currently located on the east coast of Malaysia. And it has a total area of 14.2 kilometers square. And both these parks in China and Malaysia are a success story. And I'd like to also mention that both these parks are jointly implemented and monitored by a Joint Cooperation Council of both countries. And this project will lead to ASEAN-China industrial collaboration in the future. So about Malaysia's commitment to our foreign policy. Currently, Malaysia-China diplomatic relation is at its peak. And as you see in the picture here, show that the leaders of two countries met in March this year. And there is a potential for more collaboration between the two countries. And two, there will be a potential for maritime cooperation on the MSP. And MSP, as we know, is a good model to integrate ocean development utilization and also to facilitate ecological protection. I will not talk more on this MSP, which has been spoken by earlier speakers. So having mentioned the blue economy of the IORA, ASEAN, and also Malaysia's model, I also like to talk about South China Sea. And as we all know, many population in this region depends on seas, living and non-living natural resources for food, trade, transport, and security. And the region is currently rife with disputes from claimant countries demanding ownership of maritime space and its resources. However, it is my personal opinion that the blue economy of IORA, also the ASEAN, can be a model for Indo-Pacific, Western Pacific, as well as the South China Sea. And also the blue economy could also be a multilateral interim solution to the issues in this region. And we have to balance both economical growth as well as environmental sustainability in this region. And this is the model that we like to propose based on the Indian Ocean Rim Associations, focusing into 6 important issues ranging from fisheries and aquaculture, renewable ocean energy, seaport and shipping, offshore hydrocarbons and seabed minerals, tourism, and lastly, marine biotechnology and research and development. And this is also my recommendation that we should have more exchange and visits, especially among the youth, and also more innovation and cooperation. So I'd like to conclude, now time's up, saying that they like to propose a model for further collaboration in the South China Sea. And with this, I'd like to say thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. 谢谢。
谢谢何正和教授。这个本教授主要是介绍了环印度洋联盟、东南亚国家联盟，还有马来西亚的经济发展模式。在发展模式过程中，又介绍了若干个产业园区，又介绍了合作的一些方式，讲得非常的好。那么空间规划是蓝色经济的顶层设计，或者说是四梁八柱。那么蓝色经济就是这个顶层空间规划这个顶层设计或者四梁八柱中间的琳琅满目、五彩缤纷的物件或者器物或者产品或者产业。那么几位嘉宾发言都讲得非常的好，因为他们有研究、有实践、有成果。那么还有几分钟，我想也讲讲，我也作为一个嘉宾，讲讲中国海洋发展基金会这几年在“一带一路”国家推行海洋空间规划、助力蓝色经济做了哪些工作，跟大家以2到3分钟做一个汇报。正是因为中国海洋空间规划到今年为止，大概从研究到实践，再到法律制度，走过了将近17年的历程，应该说积累了丰富的经验，对保护海洋生态环境、合理利用海洋资源、促进海洋经济发展，特别是推动海洋可持续发展，做出了不可磨灭的、不可替代的贡献。正因为如此，很多涉海的发展的国家来中国取经借鉴这些经验。当时我在海域司任司长，基本上这些国家来到海域司都是要这些经验。我去讲课也是讲这些。也正是因为应他们的要求，我到基金会工作以后，就设立了推行海洋空间规划、助力蓝色经济发展海上实录项目。因为疫情关系，才做了18个国家。我们今年开始要大力发展，我们计划在5年之内做到60个国家。现在在这些国家实践非常成功。第一个是合作做海洋空间规划，找到它的比较优势，找到它的应该保护的这些生态地，在布局海洋产业，在和中国高速发展的经济相对接，通过中国高速发展的这辆快速列车带动他们发展。同时我们也跟他们培训海洋管理人才。这几年尽管有疫情，我们有办了22次培训班，培养这些国家的官员和海洋科技人员超过3000人，其中大部分是司局级干部和部长级干部。 我们还对他们的整个资源环境、区位、文化、政策进行了国别研究，形成了100多个专题报告。报告里面都有对这些国家发展保护的建议，这些建议基本上被这些国家采纳。同时，我们也帮他建立了一套海洋信息系统，帮助他们实时监测、收集资料。同时，对太平洋岛国特别关心的海平面上升、微塑污染、珊瑚礁、红树林、海藻场等生态系统的破坏，特别是刚才提到的过度捕捞，进行了专题研究，都给他们提出了我们的建议，他们搞到非常的高兴。所以啊，基金会还为48个国家的海岸带可持续发展能力进行了评估。我们发布了2021、2022这些国家的海岸带可持续发展能力指数报告。明天早上8点半，我们在厦门海洋州由我去发布2023年海狮48个国家的海岸带可持续发展指数报告。我们还要成立海狮国家的海岸带可持续发展能力研究实验室，中国海洋发展基金会和厦门大学共建。我们明年还要召开60个国家以上的海上丝路国家的会议，目的就是交流经验，促进它发展。正因为这些工作，在今年第3届“一带一路”国际合作高峰论坛中，中央把中国海洋基金会的主要工作列入进去。第1场媒体碰头这个吹风会，我也被邀请去介绍那经验，同时接受多国外国记者的采访，回答他们的问题。我们也参加了人民大会堂的开幕式，明天的总书记讲话，也承办了其中的6个专业论坛中的海洋合作专业论坛，我也做了主旨发言，提出了海洋可持续发展的6点建议。提出来以后，柬埔寨环境部长第1个响应，第2天带领他们9个人到基金会访问，希望我提的这6点建议首先在柬埔寨实施落实。我们感到非常的高兴。我们希望中国的发展这些经验能无条件的介绍给发展的国家，促进他们发展，不带任何诉求，不带任何政治想法。基金会还将带领更多的愿意为发展中国家发展做贡献的这些机构专家，我们一块来往前走。基金会支持这些单位、这些专家来为共建“一带一路”，特别是其中的海上丝绸之路高质量发展做出我们的贡献，为他们的发展能打基础、能助力，我们感到由衷的高兴。我觉得这也是中国文化所赋予我们的一种责任，所以基金会现在是75%的工作是国际合作，国际合作工程中的80%是助力“一带一路”。我们正在把海洋空间规划中国方案、海岸带可持续发展评估研究中国方案作为“一带一路”的公共产品，正在研究，估计在明年用化。我跟大家介绍这些，就希望大家对这个有兴趣、愿意研究的 单位和机构捐家，基金会给予你们支持帮助，做你们的后勤，做你们的服务员，特别是我这个主持工作的秘书长，谢谢大家。时间正好，到此结束，谢谢。
谢谢，再次感谢潘副理事长的精彩主持，也感谢我们这个 session 所有的发言嘉宾，谢谢大家。接下来的时间，请大家进入茶歇，我们有20分钟。下个议题将于3点50分北京时间正式开始，请大家准时回到会场。Ladies and gentlemen, now let's take a short break.
We're happy to be close to China, and we think China has been a good friend, has been helping the region a great deal economically and politically.
ASEAN needs development. We need to improve our standard of living. We need to overcome poverty. We need to fight against climate change and all this sort of thing. We need, most importantly, is in all this area connectivity. So China has contributed tremendously in this area.
Benefited us a lot in terms of infrastructure development. Those projects, without the support from the Chinese government and Chinese people under the BRI and some new initiatives, it would not have been possible for us to promote our economic development strategy supported by infrastructure investment projects like this one.
So I think we also need to thank China in terms of bringing making Indonesia more competitive and also captivating for other big tech companies. Indonesia is a promising digital economy and it is projected to be one of the leading economies in the world by 2045. And I think China can help Indonesia so much by doing these technological cooperations.
we're happy to be close to China. And we think China has been a good friend, has been helping the region a great deal economically and politically.
ASEAN needs development. We need to improve our standard of living. We need to overcome poverty. We need to fight against climate change and all this sort of thing. We need, most importantly, is in all this area connectivity. So China has contributed tremendously in this area.
Has benefited us a lot in terms of infrastructure development. Those projects, without the support from the Chinese government and Chinese people under the BRI and some new initiatives, it would not have been possible for us to promote our economic development strategy supported by infrastructure investment projects like this one.
So I think we also need to thank China in terms of bringing also making Indonesia more competitive and also captivating for other big tech companies. Indonesia is a promising digital economy and it is projected to be one of the leading economies in the world by 2045. And I think China can help Indonesia so much by doing these technological cooperations.
We're happy to be close to China, and we think China has been a good friend, has been helping the region a great deal economically and politically.
ASEAN needs development. We need to improve our standard of living. We need to overcome poverty. We need to fight against climate change and all this sort of thing. We need, most importantly, is in all this area connectivity. So China has contributed tremendously in this area.
Has benefited us a lot in terms of infrastructure development. Those projects, without the support from the Chinese government and Chinese people under the BRI and some new initiatives, it would not have been possible for us to promote our economic development strategy supported by infrastructure investment projects like this one.
So I think we also need to thank China in terms of bringing also making Indonesia more competitive and also captivating for other big tech companies. Indonesia is a promising digital economy and it is projected to be one of the leading economies in the world by 2045. And I think China can help Indonesia so much by doing these technological cooperation. corporations.
We're happy to be close to China, and we think China has been a good friend, has been helping the region a great deal economically and politically.
ASEAN needs development. We need to improve our standard of living. We need to overcome poverty. We need to fight against climate change and all this sort of thing. We need, most importantly, is in all this area connectivity. So China has contributed tremendously in this area.
It has benefited us a lot in terms of infrastructure development. Those projects, without the support from the Chinese government and Chinese people under the BRI and some new initiatives, it would not have been possible for us to promote our economic development strategy supported by infrastructure investment projects like this one.
So I think we also need to thank China in terms of bringing also making Indonesia more competitive and also captivating for other big tech companies. Indonesia is a promising digital economy and it is projected to be one of the leading economies in the world by 2045. And I think China can help Indonesia so much by doing these technological cooperations.
We're happy to be close to China, and we think China has been a good friend, has been helping the region a great deal economically and politically.
ASEAN needs development. We need to improve our standard of living. We need to overcome poverty. We need to
like this already on cooperation and governance. But before giving the floor to very, very able, distinguished speakers, five of them here and one online, I'd like to also say that having been to many of these, although it's given hope to you that we're going to have peace, cooperation, and prosperity, and whatever in the South China Sea. But can we one day, I hope, have a symposium or conference that present the catalog of projects, catalog of cooperation, catalog of all the works we are doing together, not only China and any certain country, but anyone who is doing anything good in South China Sea. Can we have a catalog of that and show it to the world that South China Sea is not, okay, we have not delimited this, the boundary. Okay, we still have disputes, but this is where we can cooperate. We have a list and catalog of corporations. So I hope one day I will be able to join such a conferences. But today I have such a great honor to be with 6 very able speakers. And I will, in order to save time, I will not try to summarize what they say one by one at the end of their presentation. But maybe at the end of all the presentations, I might have a brief summary of what they all said. So without further ado, may I invite Professor Shouke Yuan, Professor of Law from Law School of Dalian, Maritime University, China. You'll be talking about rules applicable to the South China Sea. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I'm very honored to have participating this very important conference, symposium, and also I remember this session is about the rules, particularly in the context of South China Sea. And the first question came to my mind is what kind of rules we should apply to South China Sea. And the most common jargon we heard from time to time is the rules-based order. So that is very much common jargon. But as a lawyer, I would like to examine and share with you that what I understand the term rules. And first of all, we come to the international legal framework. And then we can see that in international law and also mentioned in the previous sessions from many times about the United Nations Charter. So that is the basic international legal instrument. Of course, it should be applied to the South China Sea, and it contains the fundamental principles to govern the international relations, and also it is the guiding principles, of course, in international law. So the United Nations Charter, it is one of them. And of course, when we come to the South China Sea, the second one come to my, at least to my mind, is the UNCLOS, the 1982 Convention on the Law of the Sea. And this one is also a big fundamental treaty governing ocean activities, and including the activities carried out in the South China Sea. So if we look at the South China Sea, adjacent countries, and all of the adjacent countries along the South China Sea, they ratified, acceded to this convention. Definitely, this convention applies to the South China Sea. And I will talk a bit later and about this convention. Then these are the global treaties. Of course, other treaties also mentioned this morning about the biodiversity and the biodiversity treaty and the climate change. All these global treaties also have some legal implications for the South China Sea. So this is the global level international legal instruments. Then in addition to these international global instruments, we also have regional agreements and the regional arrangements. Take an example, the RCAP, the Asian Agreement to combat the piracy and the armed robberies at the sea. So this is a very unique agreement signed by 14 countries, including China, Japan, Korea, and Asian countries. And according to this agreement, a center has been established in Singapore. It's called Information Sharing Center. So this agreement is the first intergovernmental agreement at a regional level to combat piracy. And it has global implications. And after the entry into force of this agreement, we can see that the piracy incidents in the South China Sea is almost gone. Of course, they occur from time to time, but it is not very significant in comparison with the previous times. So this is a regional agreement. And also another one is not legally binding, but also very significant is the DOC, the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea. And that DOC is also very much important agreement among the countries, including China and ASEAN members. So these are regional agreements in terms of marine environmental protection. And we also can see that the PMC, based in Manila, and this is the environmental protection Corpus, and sponsored by UNEP. Also two very significant regional arrangements for the purpose of marine environmental protection. So these are regionals. And of course, at the regional, in terms of China's contribution to the legal framework for this region, and we can see that this is the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. And it is also mentioned in this morning. And these 5 principles, not only sponsored by China, but also recognized by most of the Asian countries. Actually, it was done in 1954 between China and India, 2 countries. So these 5 principles, not a Chinese contribution, also it is contribution shared by some Asian countries, particularly in our region. So this is first part. I would like to say that is a kind of rules I think apply to the South China Sea. Then second is about the freedom of navigation. And also we heard it very frequently in the media about the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. Then the freedom of navigation, of course, it is kind of rule in international law. And also it is embodied in the UNCLOS, the United Convention on the Law of the Sea. However, this freedom of navigation, it is only refers to navigation of vessels, not refers to the military exercise, military demonstration, or military kind of threatening to the coastal peace and stability. So that we have to aware that how to, and to what extent that we exercise the principle of freedom of navigation. So that is the second point. Finally, because of the time, I would like to say that in terms of the UNCLOS, because UNCLOS is kind of called the Constitution for the Oceans. I agree with that. And also, but sometimes if we apply this convention to the South China Sea, we have to look into the particularities of the situation in the South China Sea. So one thing now currently come to my mind is whether how we apply the regime for the EEZ, exclusive economic zone. Shall we can change a bit of our mindset to change the term exclusive economic zone to inclusive economic zone? Then maybe we can solve at least some problems in the South China Sea. Okay, I just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Cho. Can I now go on to Dr. Ahmad Guzman Siswandi, who is an Associate Professor of Universitas Pajajaran and Faculty of Law of Indonesia, International Based Order, and you're going to talk about advancing regional cooperation. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Ni Hao, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, panelists and moderators. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the three hosts, the Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, China Oceanic Development Foundation, and National Institute for South China Sea Studies for inviting me in this very prestigious event. And I would also like to thank all the organizers for their helpful assistance in facilitating my attendance. So my talk would be addressing how we can advance or we can promote this international law-based order in the South China Sea through the lens of international environmental law perspective. So my argument is particularly centered on how the countries bordering the South China Sea could make use of this regional cooperation centered upon the environmental concerns surrounding the region and how that could promote at the end the international law-based order that we've been discussing about since this morning. So I would like to provide some background of my talk, and then I will continue with the how this environmental perspective could perhaps help us to move forward with regard to the situation in the South China Sea, and how then we could utilize all the instruments available in the region to advance this international law-based order. So I think we are familiar with this sign. Is the what we usually recognize during the end of the year, perhaps. And to my observation, I think it also, to some extent, illustrates what we perhaps assume of what is happening in the South China Sea. So you have this very, you have this huge notion of the 70%, but sometimes we forget the small prints that it's only up to, so not all of the items are discounted 70%, perhaps only a half or some of them. So I think this is what, to my mind, it perhaps illustrates what we usually daily hear about the situation in the South China Sea. It's this huge 70% off instead of the up to. This up to my mind is perhaps also the environmental and pressing issues regarding the South China Sea. So it is the one focus that I think we need to amplify and focus upon. So we would not only focus on the confrontation, but we can perhaps also amplify this cooperation so it becomes clearer to see that we need to pay attention to what is usually not less talked about. So in short, I would like to deliver my opinions on how we could amplify this cooperation through the lens of environmental law. First, the terminologies that we use, international law-based order, I think nowadays, as Professor Zulkewan also mentioned, we have this interchangeable use of international law-based order, international law-based international order, etc. So what is actually behind these mixed terminologies? What is interesting from my reading, I also noticed that from the ASEAN chairman statement not long ago, it's mentioned that ASEAN is rules-based regional architecture that upholds international law. So it's an interesting and creative combination, if you will, how we try to converge this rules-based order terminology with international law. And I think one of the explanation is that this rules-based notion perhaps is more frequently used by states who are advancing more on their domestic interests, and perhaps they're also not a party to a specific international law instrument. While on the other hand, international law, in my opinion, I think it's a more well-established process of lawmaking, and it does not only include treaties, but it also includes customary international law, general principles of law, and even the judicial decisions. So I think what is causing this mixed terminologies is because there are states who prefer to not really referring to international law, but they promote these rules based according to their domestic interests. And it is very related so much with the power politics that we've also discussed earlier. But in my opinion, we have this kind of universality of international law that we can still use to settle the differences and look for more constructive engagement of states in the South China Sea. So from that, I think the international law terminology would be more helpful, in my opinion, to build this common interests of humankind through the global environmental perspective. And I think there are more elements there that enable us to take collective action, and including also what is happening in the South China Sea. And in line with the general theme for this session, the international law-based order, I think it is also time for us to creating this balance, if you will, or perhaps to revisiting this balance between the sovereignty of states, between what is becoming more and more common concerns of humankind. So UNCLOS is not only talking about the sovereignty of states, but it's also about the common interests and common concerns, which is the marine environmental protection and preservation. And that's, I think, one of the avenues that we can take, the paths that we can use to promote this cooperation in addressing contemporary challenges with respect to marine environment in the South China Sea. So the third part would focus on how the situation in the South China Sea now is currently taking place with respect to the environmental degradation. We have also talked about since this morning regarding especially the threats on environmental pollution, declining biodiversity, and also exploitation of fisheries, including the impacts of climate change. I think the common ground for collective actions is clearly defined under the Law of the Sea Convention, Article 123, where we can utilize it more effectively with respect to the cooperation of states bordering enclosed or semi-enclosed seas, which is particularly relevant to the South China Sea. I think the marine environmental protection together with the scientific research and also the cooperation with other interested states of international organizations are the keys to promote the application or the implementation of this article. And that was also reflected during another other talks in this event. And I would like to also promote that we should, I think, look beyond the law of the sea convention. And this is where the international law-based order could have a role to play more effectively, for instance, with respect to the biodiversity conservation. We have also discussed about the important role of China with the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And I think this is one of the possibilities where we can move forward with our environmental cooperation with respect to the biodiversity or marine biodiversity. And more instruments coming their ways. So we have also the Declaration for a Decade of Coastal and Marine Environmental Protection in the South China Sea, which will be our task until the 2027. We have talked so much about the impact of climate change and sea level rise. And recently, and this will also be discussed in the other sessions, the importance of the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, which I think it has comprehensively addressed the complex or contemporary challenges with respect to the marine environment, not only about the biodiversity, but also the environmental pollution and also climate change. And so far, I think we have also these catalogs, if you will, as the moderator pointed out, the relevant initiatives that I think would help us to move forward by revitalizing it, like the UNEP South China Sea Project, and even the Coral Triangle Initiative brings us further with cooperation not only between the Southeast Asian states, but also the Pacific states. And through the Baby Inji, there is this opportunity to expand the Marine Protected Areas Network. And even the proposal of Marine Peace Park was just brought to back to the table with writing from James Borton, for instance, the initiatives that has been there since 1990s. And I think some of the thoughts or all of the thoughts regarding this initiative still work to be discussed in the contemporary context. And also there are so many examples or best practices that we can borrow or that we can apply, especially where we have this cooperation that for the meantime, shelving the sovereignty disputes or sovereignty claims, and more on advancing the environmental protection, such as what is happening in the Antarctic Treaty System, for instance. So this is open possibility. If we look again at the Article 123 UNCLOS, we can also engage these other international organizations and initiatives that could help us move forward in the South China Sea context. And also, I would like to bring this to the discussion about the role of Indonesia, for instance, in initiating this the workshop on managing potential conflict in the South China Sea. It was initiated by Professor Hasim Jalal, and recently, we back home, we are discussing whether it is still relevant to the situation in the South China Sea. So I think what we need to amplify or we need to stress upon is how we could engage more public dissemination or discussion with this initiative. What I was referring to is that there are still a little or not so much information about the important role of these initiatives. It's not a legally binding international law, but it promotes the international law-based order to some extent. So what I would like to promote is that I think we have to make use of the technology, for instance, and also the information technology to disseminate more of these helpful initiatives to make us move forward with the situation in the South China Sea. So in conclusion, I think the international law-based order in the South China Sea could be more effectively promoted with respect to the cooperation in marine environmental protection, which geared towards marine environmental security. And for this, we can think about more collective action by advancing regional cooperation. Four possibilities for possible ways forward is, I argue that there should be this more advanced cooperation, not only within the UNCLOS framework, but also other relevant international initiatives or legal instruments. And then we should revitalize these relevant initiatives that have been there for quite some time. And I think the discussion could start from there and to look at more contemporary challenges where we can move forward. And exploring more options of institutional framework, I think the possibilities are limitless. We have learned from the experiences with blue economy and maritime spatial planning, for instance, how they could also lend us some hand in building more helpful resolution with respect to South China Sea. And lastly, I would suggest that we should promote more public dissemination or engagement, especially for future generations, so they could also be have well learned and have knowledge more about the situation in South China Sea and how they could also put some knowledge and also contribution to solve the problem that we have right now. Thank you for your kind attention. 谢谢.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Ahmed Guzman Siswadi, thank you very much indeed. Next, I have my old friend, Professor Harry Roque, who is also Director of Institute of International Legal Studies, University of Philippines Law Center. He is also a former Philippine presidential spokesman. He is going to talk about search of a peaceful solution in the South China Sea. Harry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Surajap. It was in 1995 that when I completed my Master's of Laws at the London School of Economics under Judge Rosalind Higgins and Eli Lauterbach. And as part of my requirements, my long essay was on, of course, the South China Sea disputes, a relative assessment of the strength and weaknesses of the respective claimants' claims, under the principle that in territorial disputes involving land territories, the principle, as Hirsch Lauterbach said, was not which state has a title, but which state has a superior claim to land territory. I note with regret that 20 years later, scholars from all the claimant countries are still talking about the same thing. We have come to a point that we have all memorized the alleged basis of title from all the claimant countries. But I regret to say that so far, there hasn't really been much literature on a possible solution to the dispute. And that is my task this afternoon, because quite frankly, the literature on the West Philippine Sea or the South China Sea has become boring and repetitive. I have to say, though, that because I was on sabbatical from the academe, having joined the tumultuous world of politics for the past 6 years, that I find it refreshing that at least in this conference, we have had novel suggestions on how to resolve the disputes, highlighting, for instance, existential questions of climate change. And of course, as our colleague from Indonesia has said, concerns about environmental law. But the reality is the dispute is about land territories. And it is still land from which we reckon maritime territories. And any resolution, therefore, has to apply existing principles of public national law, not UNCLOS, on which state has a superior claim to the disputed islands. So my position is that, in fact, 2 cases decided fairly recently provide us with a general framework by which to arrive at this solution. I refer to the Permanent Court of Arbitration's decision in the case of Eritrea versus Yemen, which was actually a Security Council mandated compulsory arbitration where judges of the ICJ sat as arbitrators. And the recent ITLO's decision on the Philippines versus China, which our Chinese colleagues have flatly rejected, which nonetheless, I submit, provide us with a framework for a possible solution. Let me go first to the fact that, of course, all this conflict about the South China Sea came only as a result of colonialism. For centuries, countries comprising Southeast Asia and China have lived in peace. We have traded, we have invested in each other's territory, and only Japan actually fought a war against Southeast Asia. We have never had any conflict, armed conflict involving China. And of course, of late, it has been controversial, it has been hot, because Western colonial powers have made it their business to meddle in this part of the world. Why? Maybe because the former unilateral power, the United States, feels threatened with the rise of China now as the second most powerful economy and military, second most powerful military power in the world. Quickly, because time is running up, basic principles that govern acquisition of land territory. It's based on which state proves a superior claim, not which state has title. We also, therefore, need to go through a comparative analysis of the relative strength and weaknesses of each claimant's claim. Now, some of the important jurisprudence as far as land territory is concerned, Palma's case involving the Philippines, the Americans lost it for us, where of course the principle is discovery alone gives rise only to an inchoate title, which was be perfected through effective occupation. We also apply the law applicable at the time the right is acquired and the law applicable at the time that the right is being enforced. Now, effective occupation, this is the basis of award or deciding which has a meritorious claim, has been defined in the Clipperton case as a taking of possession which consists in acts or series of acts by which the occupying state reduces to its possession the territory in question. Eastern Greenland cases doesn't take much to prove which has a stake, which state has a superior claim. You're talking about remote, desolate, uninhabited islands. Temple case, estoppel may be a basis for a state to lose its claim to territory. And of course, in Menquera versus Ekrejos, what are relevant are not remote presumptions of possession, but direct, actual, and present evidence of possession. Economic reasons sometimes may be considered. Well, I really don't want to get into this because of lack of time. Let me say that neither of the claimant states can actually present an airtight case. The inherent weakness of the Chinese claim is it's based on historical title. Guess what? Not a single decision involving conflicting claims of territory recognized historical title. The difficulty with the Philippine claim is the Philippine claims that the islands which it occupies were in fact res nullius. Guess what? In Eritrea versus Yemen, characterizing islands similarly occupied by Italy during World War II, but abandoned and renounced by Italy to the victorious Allied forces, that arbitration did not say they were res nullius. Instead, the tribunal ruled they were indeterminate. It is still in the hands of the victorious Allied forces to determine which state has a title to the abandoned territory. Now, we also have an inherent weakness in the Chinese claim. Confucian legal system. You see, if you study Confucian legal system, sovereignty is over individuals and not territory. I'm just highlighting this to say that, in effect, all the claimants do not have an airtight claim. But the bottom line really is, if you want to go by effective occupation, the strongest is that of Vietnam. Why? Because their occupation, like in the case of Palmas, was in terms of a state trading monopoly operating in the area. This could have been the strongest title, except that during the Vietnam War, North Vietnam recognized that China had title to the islands disputed between China and Vietnam. Now, of course, the biggest factor in favor of the Philippines were the only archipelagic state that can utilize archipelagic strait baselines in determining the full extent of our EEZ. And because of this, we're the only country with an indisputable claim to 200 nautical miles of exclusive economic zone. Now, what are the principles of Eritrea versus Yemen, which I think are material here? The first principle is there is no all or nothing rule, meaning just because China claims the entirety of the South China Sea, or the Philippines claims 8 islands, that it is entitled to all the islands that they're claiming. The tribunal ruled that you need to prove a superior claim to each and every individual disputed island. So that's the first important principle that we apply. Second, islands, and when I use islands, I mean high tide elevations, permanently above water. This is where UNCLOS is applicable here. Can only generate 12 nautical miles of territorial sea, and that in order to become an island, you must be able to sustain human habitation. Now, Philippines versus China, what does it say? It says that none of the geographic features is an island. None of them can generate an EEZ. At most, the high tide elevations can only generate pockets of 12 nautical miles of territorial seas. Now, if an island is within a territorial sea of a state, then that becomes part of that coastal state's territory. Geographic features, on the other hand, which are low tide elevations, cannot generate any territorial sea. They form part either of the territorial seas or the EEZ of the coastal state. Now, also in the Philippines versus China, it recognized that 2 of the artificial islands built by China, Mischief and Use, are in the Philippine EEZ. And of course, 1 island forms part of a territorial sea of Pag-asa, which of course is also disputed. So what do I say is the solution? Well, this is not the solution. Apply the all or nothing rule. We need to prove title to individual islands. Number 2, since none of the geographic features can generate EEZ, we have to reduce the scope of the conflict. If at all, you can only claim pockets of territorial sea. And since only 6 of these features between China and the Philippines are actually high tide elevations, you're only talking of 12 times 6 of territorial seas where you exercise sovereignty and jurisdiction. Certainly, we can resolve the dispute where you have a mammoth body of water and only 36 miles of territorial seas. What else? Philippines cannot be deprived of an EEZ as an archipelagic state. However, of course, there are islands built according to the tribunal found in the EEZ. But guess what? In the Philippines, we have allowed foreign forces to have bases in our land territory. I see no reason why we cannot come into an agreement to allow the existence of these facilities also in our exclusive economic zone. It's not a perfect solution, but it's the beginning. And let me end by saying that we have an age-old saying in the Philippines, makipag-away ka na sa iyong kamag-anak, huwag lang sa iyong kapitbahay, go pick up a fight with your relatives, but never with your neighbors. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed, Harry. Because we went to the same school, so you made me feel as if I'm going back to sit in Professor Rosalind Higgins and Professor Ian Browley's classes again back in the late 80s that I was studying at the London School of Economics. Okay, so let's move to the next speaker who is going to join us online. She is Professor Nguyen Thi La Nan, Director General of the South China Sea Institute, Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. I hope, Professor Nguyen, you are with us online. Are you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Hi, hello, how are you?
Can you hear me well?
Yes, great. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, allow me to express my sincere thanks to the organizer for inviting me to a very prestigious symposium. And my apology for not being in person with you. This month, unfortunately, I have so many commitments in advance, so therefore I cannot be in Hainan in person. But I hope that next time, if I have a chance, I will be there in person again. So to begin with the topic today, how to promote the international law-based order in the South China Sea. First of all, I have the same question to my previous panelists. I also wonder myself, what is the international law-based order? Because we have different terminology, different expression refer to the international order, whether it will be rules-based order, international law order. It is different in expression. And I really agree with Professor Joe Kewan, as well as the professor from Indonesia, about the interpretation and expression about international law-based order. For me, international law-based order required every party to act in accordance with international law. In another word, it will require every party to interpret and implement international law in good faith. And I also have a question to myself: what constitutes international law, or what is the law we are talking about? I totally agree with Professor Joe Kewan that first and foremost, people always refer to the UN charters as the very much fundamental foundation of the legal system. I also like to refer back to Article 38 of the International Court of Justice statute, which mentioned about when the court adjudicate international dispute, which source of international law they will apply it. And according to Article 38, paragraph 1, there are 4 sources that the court will apply it. First, international convention. Second, international customs. Third, general principle of law. And final is the subsidiary source, referred to judicial decision and the teaching of the most qualified publicists. When we come to international convention, I agree that the UN Charter is served as the most important. I also agree with Professor Joe Kewan that UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea of 1982, is a very important sources to govern the South China Sea because the South China Sea is a maritime space. But in addition to that, we have some specialized area that the party need the rule to govern in the South China Sea. Name as a few, we have the environmental aspect. We also have maritime navigation. So a series of conventions sponsored or advocated by the international maritime organizations, a number of frameworks that referred to by my second panelist speaker from Indonesia already referred to in terms of marine environment protection will be applicable. We also talking about like international custom, to which our previous speaker from the Philippines referred to very well, which is the customary international law govern the territorial acquisition. More on that, we have 2 other very important principles that on the one hand enshrined into the UN Charter, but on the other hand receive the widely recognition of the international community as customary international law, which is the prohibition of the use of force and peaceful settlement of dispute. We also, through many cases, we also received the recognition from court and arbitration that many parts of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea has become customary international law. So therefore, it is not an urgent case in the South China Sea because as more of the party already members of UNCLOS, but when it happened to be relevant to the other party, that not yet to become party members of UNCLOS, we still can't apply to UNCLOS as customary international law. We, with respect to the South China Sea, when it referred to the subsidiary sources, we also have the South China Sea arbitration. Of course, Article 59 of the ICJ statute also mentioned that a court decision only have the binding force upon the party to the case, not to the others. But it will provide the subsidiary sources and provide the direction or guidelines for the practice of the party in the South China Sea. So with that in mind, I will come to the main question that how, given that we have a broad pictures of the law when international law applicable to the South China Sea, how can we promote international law-based order in the South China Sea. And I try to, with my humble knowledge, I will try to propose three main measures. The first one is to interpret and implement international law in good faith. Second, we should settle the dispute by peaceful means. And finally, we should cooperate with each other. I think that my suggestion is no exception and is echo a number of ideas that already been raised by the other panelists. So coming to details, how to interpret international law in good faith. I think the most importantly that we should try to avoid apply the unilateral interpretation and arbitrary interpretation of international law. We should avoid conduct the coercion activity, resort to the use of force in the South China Sea, because this only deteriorates the confidence and trust toward each other, and also jeopardize the stability and peaceful situation of the South China Sea. When it comes to peaceful settlement of disputes, I would like to recall the applicable of UNCLOS dispute settlement mechanism. Why I refer to this, because although number of cases concerning territorial dispute has been settled by court and arbitration, it for sure will require the common consent of the party concerned. At the moment, the party not yet ready for settle the territorial dispute by court or arbitration. So therefore, I think the most feasible mechanism that can settle our disagreement when it comes to the South China Sea is the mechanism of UNCLOS. So should any differences arise concerning the interpretation and application of UNCLOS, Part 15 will apply it. And why Part 15 applied? Because when we when we ratify the convention, we already give our consent in advance. And therefore, Part 15 will give us the option for both diplomatic and judicial measures to settle our dispute. Even though recently many people mentioned about the exception of Part 15, of course, indeed, under Article 298, Part 15 allows country to opt out certain dispute of the compulsory dispute settlement of Part 15. However, there are a number of disputes that can opt out only. And they are, for example, dispute concerning historic bay and title, maritime delimitation, military activities, and dispute on agenda of the United Nations Security Council. So therefore, other than that, the other dispute will be subject to Part 15 and it depends on the choice of the party. It can be diplomatic measures or judicial measures. When it comes to cooperation, I totally agree with my previous panelists that cooperation perhaps is the most feasible way out for us to uphold the international law-based order in the South China Sea. Why? Because first and foremost, it will increase our confidence toward each other. Second, given the disparity in advancement of technology, of the level of development, cooperation, be it bilateral or unilateral, will help us to build capacity and to help us to jointly reach our common goal to arrive at the sustainable management of the South China Sea. However, pending for the final dispute settlement, there are two important articles mentioned in UNCLOS that we should pay attention to. The first article already mentioned by my Indonesian panelists, which is Article 123, applicable to the semi-enclosed, which very well applicable to the South China Sea. And the second article, which referred to as Article 74 and 83, but it's not the part concerning maritime delimitation, but it is the part concerning interim measures. So pending for final delimitation, country in the South China Sea can actually find a way to work with each other, cooperate with each other in way of interim measures to promote cooperation in variety of areas, including resources and exploiting resources, as well as preserving the biodiversity, as well as marine environment. So with that in mind, I'd like to conclude my presentation here and looking forward for questions and comments later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Nguyen, for your presentation. Now, can I go to the next speaker? Can I invite Dr. Zheng Qihua, Associate Professor of Japan Research Center of Shanghai Jiaotong University and Head of East Asia Marine Policy Project China. His topic is very interesting, deficiencies of the unclosed. Let's hear it.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to also join the previous speaker to thank all the organizers to provide such a good opportunity after the long COVID period. We finally meet some old friend here and get acquaintance with a new friend. My talk is about the deficiency of the UNCLOS and its impact on the lure-based order in the South China Sea. By talking about the deficiency, I actually from two dimensions. One is the instrument itself, the defect shortcoming of the UNCLOS itself. For example, like its vigor, some provision is very controversial. And the second dimension I want to I use deficiency actually is the much more important part of my presentation. It's about the misuse and abuse of the UNCLOS. We all know actually recently the second Thomas show became a very hot issue. It became a source of South China Sea conflict. And I take second Thomas show as a case study to discuss this important question. My presentation will be divided the 5 parts. The first one, what is the essence, what is the nature of the dispute over second Thomas show? Secondly, I will talk a little bit about the freedom navigation issue, particularly regarding the maritime law enforcement in the around the second Thomas show. Is that interference of freedom navigation or not? Thirdly, I would like to talk about what is legitimate status quo. And thirdly, I want to talk a little bit about the Filipino Navy vessel BRP Sierra Madre, grounded at second Thomas show in 1998. Is that a military occupation, permanent military occupation, or is that a maritime incident happened just like incident happening on the sea? And lastly, I would what can UNCLOS do when we face those problems? So firstly, I would like to talk a little about what is the nature of dispute over second Thomas show. People thinking oftenly it's a maritime dispute. Seems to a lot of people it is a maritime dispute. But in the essence, when we look what China claim, what the Filipinos claim, it is actually a territorial dispute. I actually examine every official document released by Filipino government when they refer before the arbitration and during the South China Sea arbitration and after South China Sea arbitration, take an example, this document, which is the DFA, Philippine DFA, sent the report to the President Aquino III. It says the department wishes to note that perceive its record. The Philippines has always responded to Chinese accusation by saying that the case of stranded vessel is maritime incident that happened in the show, which is part of Philippine territory. I think this is very clear. Philippines claims Second Thomas Shoal as its landed territory, as it's part of KIG Islands Group. And the DFA give a recommendation to the president. It says, Arguin Shoal, that is Philippines' name of Second Thomas Shoal, is a Philippine territory and a part of net extension of archipelago landmass in the Palawan areas. So for example, after arbitration, the Philippine diplomat note to the UN General Secretary, it also mentioned the Calayan Island Group, over which the Republic of Philippines has sovereignty. And even very recently, for example, taking the 2021, the statement made by the DFA, it also says that Arguin Shoal is in the area around, for example, like Scarborough Shoal and other areas, which is a Filipino territory, which it has sovereignty and jurisdiction. And also, President Marcos made a statement when it responds to the supply incident around the Second Thomas Shoal. It said, we will continue to assert our sovereignty. We will continue to assert our territorial right in the face of those challenges. So I don't need to go too much about this. I think the position of Philippine government is crystal clear. As for the position of the Chinese government, I think it's much more clear. When we back to 1958, the Declaration of Territoriality of China actually clearly claims Spratly Island as a group, as a single unit group, and which also including the Second Thomas Shoal. So some believe the arbitration tribunal made a decision of the sovereignty issue of Second Thomas Shoal. But in fact, the tribunal could not and did not have such competence to make the decision because it's Annex 7 arbitration tribunal constituted according to United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. So how can it possible have such a kind of authority to make decision of a territorial sovereignty issue? I think my time is just 2 minutes left, so let me go through very quickly. Regarding to the supply incident happened recently very often, whether Chinese Coast Guard interference, freedom navigation, I think law enforcement is not essentially an act of navigation, but rather an administrative measure. And the collision regulation, according to IMO, they apply to prevent collision arising in the normal navigation, but do not apply when the law enforcement take a necessary measure to approach, intercept, border other vessels from the purpose of law enforcement. In even fighting the water cannon like this, I don't think it's kind of interference of freedom navigation. Thirdly, I would like to talk a little bit about legitimate status quo. I think Professor Victor Gao in this morning made very clearly what Chinese understand the status quo is actually the regime after Second World War, building especially China release the official map in 1947. They claim the 4 island group in the South China Sea. I think that in that that kind of circumstance is, from China's point of view, is I don't want to go to very detail. So the fourth is regarding to the Filipino naval vessel grounding in Second Thomas Shoal. I think I also talk. Filipino proclaim it's a maritime incident until 2014. Before 2014, it's Philippine government said it's a temporarily, it's not permanent to occupy the future. But after 2014, Philippines changed its position, so it's called a permanent Filipino government installation. So it is very clear during the diplomatic negotiation, how to say, they were also make a promise. The Filipino don't to supply the building material to the ship, but only provide a provision of food and water. So it's kind of temporary. And what can UNCLOS do? Before 2013, when the left map is released by the State Department of the United States, it deems the Second Thomas Shoal as a high tide elevation. It's when we between the N and the D, you can see the later letter N and D is there was a clause, the red clause. It's the Second Thomas Shoal. As that map, United States thinking Second Thomas Shoal can generate 12 nautical mile territorial sea, just as like Mischief Reef. But after arbitration, you can see here Mischief Reef and the Second Thomas Shoal both be deemed as a low tide elevation. So I think it's because the award actually characterize what kind of legal status of Second Thomas is very short. It's based on the navigation charter of the United States, of British, and also of the China's charter, but they didn't provide too much information about the actual natural condition of the Second Thomas Shoal. So I don't think they made a proper judgment on that issue, because I'm sorry, I'm a little bit delayed. I would like to stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Cheung. Now, last but definitely not least, is we have presentation from Professor Elena C. Diaz-Galan. She's a professor of public international law and international relations from University Rey Juan Carlos, Spain.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. Before anything else, I would like to thank Dr. Ho-Chi Kung for inviting me to this interesting, amazing Congress, and also congratulate organizer, very good work. I am very happy to be back in Hainan region, so thank you so much. I would like to only highlight this, some of the most important points regarding maritime security from a legal point of view. I would like kind of summarize, because most of the things were already said. So I will do part of moderator work. It's just a joke, but that is true that most of the most important things were already said. So from a legal perspective, as you know, maritime security can describe or means compliance with and implementation of essential standard of international law and both international and also national legislation of coastal state. One of our colleagues said before that Europeans, we are divided in security matters, we are divided in maritime security issues, and maybe that is true, but we have a common strategy as well in maritime security. And this strategy says that the purpose of the maritime security is ensuring the freedom of navigation of all state vessels in accordance with the rules of law of the sea, both conventional and customary ones. And also, this strategy said that it is important to ensure international transport that is of key importance for maritime space, and also protecting and preserving marine resources as well as the environment in marine space. So I would like just only to highlight some of the most important principles from my point of view. First of all, a state, as you know, must refrain from the threat and use of force in marine spaces and must not prevent through this means free navigation. It is recognized in the Article 2.4 of United Nations Charter, as you know, which refers to land spaces, but also it refers, like in an implicit way, to marine spaces. This article says that all members should refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity of political independence of any state, or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of United Nations. So secondly, and it was already said, and as we all know, it will be considered as exception of the use of force, mainly in general terms, the self-defense, and also the authorization of the use of force in maritime spaces by the Security Council. However, and maybe that is provocative, we can call like that, part of the doctrine, including myself, we think we take in account the option of accepting armed countermeasures adopted by a coastal state in order to maintain maritime security. Don't worry, because it has to fit some requirement, as you know. So in general terms, we can say that will be possible in some cases and only when some requirements are accomplished. The first one, the armed action in lawful response must be in respect of an international wrongful act of the wrongdoing state. It means, for example, that a vessel penetrating the maritime space under coastal state jurisdiction without authorization or in a manner inconsistent with international law, such as innocent passage, that we all know. Second, the response in countermeasure, armed countermeasure, by the use of force faces in earlier fact that also involve the use of force, even though it is a minor one, so a minor use of force. And third, countermeasures must be proportionate, of course, to the previous international wrongful act. However, we can highlight like the third important point, and it has already said today, in the context of maritime security should prevail, from my point of view, the principle of international cooperation, of course, in order to accomplish international rules in the field, and especially those which come from the International Maritime Organization. We cannot forget that we have important international organization, and that can be a good framework to solve dispute as well. This framework of cooperation includes the conclusion of multilateral and bilateral treaties, or if you want in more political word, agreement between states, in order to ensure maritime security that is mainly, as many colleagues already said, free navigation, the protection of people as well, and maritime resources. Finally, it is relevant the protection of marine environment in line with UNCLOS, Convention of the Law of the Sea standard. In particular, cooperation should focus in fighting pollution, that some colleagues already said before me, with maritime traffic control as well as institutional cooperation or collaboration in these spaces. The purposes of it is established, as you know, in the Article 145 of Montego Bay Convention. I don't want to see like all the article, but just some of the most important part. This article, I mean, as you know, applied mainly to the area, but I think it can be extended to all the marine space. So even if refers to the area, it can be extended to all the marine spaces. This article says that it is necessary take measures to ensure effective protection for the marine environment from harmful effects which may arise from such activities. Also, this article in the point A say that the prevention, reduction, and control of pollution and other hazards to marine environment, including the coastal lines and interference with ecological balance of the marine environment, particular attention being paid to the need for protection from harmful effects of such activities as drilling, say the Article 145, excavation, disposal of waste, construction and operation of installation, pipelines, and other devices related to such activities. And also in the part B, this article says that the protection and conservation of natural resources is important, as well as the prevention of damage to the flora and fauna, as we already know, of the marine environment. So in conclusion, I will say that adequate maritime security is only possible by respecting principles and rules of international law. So the application of national legislation of coastal state, as my colleague said before, must be consistent with the principle or with this principle and rules, including and mainly the prohibition of the use of force, international cooperation, protection and preservation of marine environment, and also the freedom of navigation according to international rules. All these aspects, as I already said, are reflected in the strategy, the European Union strategy, just to give another point of view from Europe, of maritime security, which was, it was adopted before, but it was revised, if I am right, in 2023, so this year, detailing that seas and ocean are key for security, economic development, and European Union prosperity. I mean, it refers to the European Union, but I think it will be like for any country or any international organization as well. In this sense, the European Union strategy covers several topics related to the question that we have speak about, such as the non-use of force, for example, the international cooperation, and the protection of marine environment. This strategy also mentions something that we didn't speak a lot, maybe we can debate about it, which are cybersecurity, which are very important nowadays, and also the defense of critical infrastructures. So, to summarize, European Union commitment to a complementary between marine security and global governance, in which are consolidated both the values of the European Union and also its interest in the field of international relations regarding marine spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diaz-Galen. I'd like to conclude all the 6 presentations with 1 or 2 sentences for each that really caught my mind. In the case of Professor Zhou, I think what caught my mind most is, could we really turn exclusive economic zone into inclusive economic zone? That would be very interesting indeed. For Dr. Ahmed Siswadi, I think you talk about humankind common good for cooperation. I think that is something we like to see a lot in South China Sea. I also like the idea that we have to disseminate a lot more on the initiatives and on the projects that we have already done as far as the China Sea cooperation is concerned. For Harry, I think you have gone through another very good lesson of international law on dispute settlement on territorial delimitation and maritime delimitation. As I said, as if I went back to LC, sitting with I just managed to catch Ian Browley just before he left Oxford. So I had both Ian Browley and Professor Rosalind Higgins. I appreciate all your possible solutions, and I hope they can somewhat become true or become realistic. For Professor Nguyen, again, we come up with the word cooperation, which is very important. And I like to stress again 3 articles that also was mentioned by Dr. Ahmed, that we have Article 123 on semi-enclosed sea, which requires states surrounding semi-enclosed sea to cooperate on certain issues. And we have Article 74, Paragraph 3, and Article 83, Paragraph 3 as well, which deals with why delimitation has not been completed or pending delimitation. What should state do in trying to make interim cooperation arrangement? But I also like to add to that as well that there's one more important piece of legislation, well, we call it legislation or not, because it's debatable whether DOC is binding or not. But at least if you look at the statement of the last ASEAN summit, the lead in ASEAN +1 with China, the statement say that they want to, all the 11 countries, to comply with DOC as much as possible, something like that. So in that case, I like to take this, take you to Paragraph 6 of the DOC, which says that pending a comprehensive and durable settlement of the dispute, the parties concerned may explore or undertake cooperative activities, which may include the following, and there are 5 areas: marine environmental protections, marine scientific research, safety of navigation and communication of sea, search and rescue operation, combating transnational crime, and etc., etc. So these are all rules, whether binding as treaty or whether DOC is binding, but they all require cooperation. And I think cooperation is to do with complying with the law. So if we go ahead with doing as much cooperation activities in the South China Sea, then that means we are doing a lot more in compliance with the law. Dr. Cheung has taken us to see the deficiency of UNCLOS vis-a-vis the second Thomas Scholl disputes very, very clearly. And finally, Professor Diaz-Galan, your review of different legislation provisions of different law on maritime security and also EU practice on that is very useful indeed. And I think that I don't have to conclude anymore. So I'd like to open the floor. We still have about 5-10 minutes. But can I give the floor for the second round first, and then I'll open the floor to the audience. Yes, please. Professor Joe.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and give me priority and to respond. And also, in terms of inclusive economic zone, because when you use the word exclusive, usually, to me, it is usually against cooperation. So that's why I just prefer the use inclusive, because particularly in the South China Sea, if you use the word inclusive, maybe many things can be solved and carried on, like you just mentioned the DOC and the cooperative areas. So many cooperative areas, if you can use the word inclusive, then you can engage everybody in the cooperation. So that's why, of course, my thought is very preliminary, and also I need more comments and further studies in the future. And I very much enjoy the presentations by my peer panelists. Particularly, I would like to comment on Professor Harry Locke's presentation. And there are 3 points I would like to just comment. And one is there is a difference between territorial claims or territorial disputes and the maritime claims or maritime disputes. It seemed to me that whether maybe I not very well understand, and it seemed to me that Harry did not differentiate them very clearly in his presentation. Second is about the definition of artificial islands. And artificial islands, according to international law, there's a very clear-cut definition. That means it must be fully artificial and must be built on the seabed. So in terms of the islands in the South China Sea, the features, even it is underwater, the natural features, not artificial. So China's activities, that is reclamation, land reclamation, rather than artificial. So that is second comment. Third is about the South China Sea arbitration, and as we know that in the morning, and our minister, foreign minister already mentioned that it is legal means used for political purposes. So in international law, I think it is a typical example of interpretation and implementation of UNCLOS in bad faith rather than in good faith. So that is about Lian's presentation. I enjoy very much. She mentioned the customary international law, and also mentioned the other areas of international law which I did not mention. So I thank her very much. And one point I would like to mention is about Article 38 of the ICJ statute regarding the sources of international law. Sources of international law are different from international law itself. So that is one point. Second, regarding to the subsidiary sources and their subsidiary sources, and they can be used when a court, international court, adjudge a case. But the subsidiary sources, they are in parallel. Subsidiary sources refer, according to this article, referring to the judicial decisions as well as jurists' writings. So Lian, your publications and my publications are all within this kind of jurist writings. So can we say that the judicial decisions are part of law? I don't think so. Okay, so I just mentioned this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Harry.
I'm not going to debate with Professor Xu. As I said, this debate bores me. It's been ongoing for at least 25 years. We can certainly move on and propose solutions. But earlier, I asked our colleague from Indonesia, to look in Google how much area South China Sea has. And the figure is 1,351,000 square miles. My presentation focused on the fact that as an issue of fact, at least the islands disputed between China and the Philippines are only 6 high tide elevations that can only generate up to 12 nautical miles. That means only 12 times 6 is, how much is that? 76 miles is subject to sovereignty and jurisdiction. And yet, the South China Sea is 1,350,000 square miles. Now, reduce that with the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines, which is only 200. And that's not actually full 200. Why? Because there are overlaps with Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia, which has to be settled. I would say, give and take, that exclusive economic zone on the Philippines on the western side is more or less around 115 miles. So you have 76 miles of territorial seas, 150 miles of EEZ, and the rest of it can be treated as common heritage of all Asian states, which is why a good friend of mine, an environmentalist, Tony Oposa, suggests we call it the Sea of Asia and not just the South China Sea. My point is, enough of this debate who has a better title. Let's move on to the solutions, because unless we have concrete solutions, it will always be a controversy. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Anyone else on the panel?
Sorry, Jack. Dr. Nguyen Thi Lan Ang,
please.
Online, she has questions or comments.
Please start again.
Thank you so much. I'm also not going to argue. I thank very much Professor Zhou K1 for clarifying the point that I hasn't have time to mention clearly before. Under Article 38, of course, judicial decision and teaching of the highly public seats is only served as the subsidiary sources of international law. That means sometimes it will provide the good sources for the court and arbitration in interpreting international law, but it's not compulsory. However, judicial decision will have the binding force upon the party to the case, and it is different from the other party who are not party to the case. And I also agree with Professor Halliroth that, of course, we have enough argument, but I also disagree in the sense that because when we mention about territorial claim, it really highly sensitive and nationalist. Both every claimant state will have their own legal argument. So that's why they still believe that they are the party to the case and they have the better argument. So I think until we agree upon for a kind of dispute settlement, we still can go on to clarify the legal position of each party. And by that way, we can understand better each other. But let me take the opportunity to raise another proposal. This symposium is really a good opportunity for different parties to come together and to promote discussion. And we have a similar conference which organized not long ago, which we have the honor to have the participant of Dr. Usi Kun. And just now in this section, we also listen to Professor from Indonesia. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing his name correctly, so forgive me to not mention the name. But so Indonesia under Professor Hasim Jalal also have a series of managing potential conflict in the South China Sea. And according to the wish of the moderator at the beginning, he wished that someday he can attend a event or forum that highlight the best practice of all the parties in the South China Sea. So why we don't join effort with each other? It also under the first recommendation of mine, which increase the confidence building. So Vietnam have conference, China have conference, Indonesia have conference. Should it the right time for us to have all claimant or all party concerned a conference on the South China Sea, and we can work together from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to join those conferences very much indeed. Professor Chung, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to add one point. From my point of view, actually, it is before we set the territorial sovereign dispute. It is simply, to me, it is simply not possible to resolve a maritime dispute by using Part 15 of UNCLOS, the compulsory dispute settlement mechanism, to turn a territorial dispute into a maritime dispute, to dismantle island group into individual maritime feature and to characterize. I think we simply violate the land-dominated seas principle, the fundamental principle of the law of the sea. So for me, it's not the right way to resolve, to try to find a solution for such a dispute. I simply think it's the wrong direction to go into that way. So what can we do if we cannot resolve territorial dispute in near future? The best way, I think, is to share the dispute and seeking cooperation, as indicated by the theme of this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, shall we have 5 minutes maybe for questions, Q&A? Yeah.
Yes, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Last 5
Any
minutes.
questions from the audience, please? Please. Can we have a microphone? Gentleman with the necktie in the middle.
I have the one question give to the Professor Harry Rock and the professor from Vietnam, Viên Thị Lành Anh. And I agree with the professor from Japan. That means we talk about the economic zone. We talk about in the future, not talk about now. We talk in the future. We can see all what happened in the case of we follow the law of the sea. Like we don't know yet in the South China Sea about the borderline, even though the high sea or deep sea we're not clear, but we want to join cooperation all the customer and all the scholar, everything they focus on economic, the main focus on the maritime security, everything. But in the case, if we don't divide borderline 200 miles or international zone 200 miles more, we're not clear when have the problem. For example, country A ship the petroleum cross there, but actually we touch the big rock or thing spill out to the sea. So which country will respond? Or the ship owner? Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure what the question was, no? But I think it has to do with the arbitral award, which has been a constant theme. So let me address that, no? I was one of those that pushed for it because I thought under the UNCLOS, we could use clarifications that could be made by body of experts on UNCLOS. And the clarifications were made without any ruling on sovereignty, amongst which the status of historic claims to water, the extent of the Philippine exclusive economic zone, and whether fishing practices, certain fishing practices, were in conformity with the UNCLOS provisions on preservation of the marine environment. No? So beyond that, we can't claim any further victory other than clarifications made, which is why on the second case now that they're contemplating to file, I have been vocal against it because I said it will not serve any further purpose given the reaction of China. which is basically a reaction of complete rejection. No? So what will you achieve with a second victory? And I can assure you, if we file suit again for environmental degradation, assuming we can prove that these acts of degradation were committed by Chinese nationals, we will win. The next question is, so what? China will just ignore it again, which is why I'm advocating now. Let's talk about solutions, because the two cases that I mentioned, Eritrea versus Yemen, and even the arbitration that China refuses to recognize, gives us the seeds for an agreement. I will repeat it. The 76 miles subject to sovereignty and 150 subject to economic rights out of 1,350,000 square miles of South China Sea. That's tiny, and there's plenty of room for us to cooperate.
Okay. One final question, please. Yes.
Yes, I'm Xinjun Zhang from Tsinghua University, based in Beijing. I have a comment to Professor Rock's speech, but you may respond or you may not. I enjoy very much your case study, and I particularly enjoy what you said about the past, the colonialism history and its impact to the countries in the South China Sea region. But having said that, it seems that that influence, that bad influence, still remains in many, among many of us, I think, including the Philippines. So I understand that you emphasize, probably from your case study, the doctrine of occupation in terms of one of the mode in international law for territory acquisition. So if I understand it correctly, so all the cases refer, and you particularly reject the historic title. I think the whole theory of discovery and occupation is just in the kind of a legal justification for the colonialism, which belongs to the past. So if we look at the cases, I think the ICJ 1953.
You don't have very much time. Can you be brief?
53, the Minko Akron case is the last case in which the ICJ make use of the doctrine of occupation. Particularly if you look at 2008 Para Blanca case in between Singapore and Malaysia, ICJ explicitly recognized the so-called original title of Spanish Johor. Now it's Malaysia. So yeah. I think that this mindset of these legal justifications that we should be careful.
So you're making comment, right?
Take it easily.
You're making comment, right?
Yes, I'm comment, and
thank you very much.
Yeah, you may respond.
Okay, Professor Gao. Okay. This is the final of the final.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add a very brief point to what a distinguished Mr. Rogue said. I think China did not recognize the legal standing of the arbitration to start with, rather than opposing the award, because China refused to go into the arbitration with the Philippines. Therefore, whatever the result it is, it was illegal and illegitimate. That's the very important point. And as a lawyer, allow me to emphasize one point. Arbitration needs the consent of the two parties involved. If you try to bind the other party without its consent to arbitration, it is illegal to start with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me address
very
points.
briefly. Briefly.
Yeah, very briefly. Well, I guess number one, we all have to recognize the sources of international law. All the sources that I cited are not binding because they're case law, but because they form part of customary international law. The same thing about the mandatory dispute settlement procedure of UNCLOS. It took us so long to negotiate UNCLOS because we wanted it to be a restatement of customary law, and whether or not China will recognize that it's being a party to the UNCLOS also meant recognizing the compulsory dispute settlement resolution may not be acceptable to China, but unlike the Security Council, no one state, even China, can veto the formation of customary norms.
Okay, I hope this session has been a very stimulating session for all of you. So in closing this session, I'd like all you to join me in thanking all the panelists, both here and online, with a big hands.
And thank you, Dr. Sarajek. Thank you for your moderation. And thank all the speakers of the panel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time today. Last but not least, we still which starts at 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. The same venue here, not the cafe. Okay, 6:30. And before that, if you're ready to come, we have the cocktail reception starts at 6 p.m. Also, just outside this venue. And I'll see you around. See you tonight.